Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 376. An ordinary person wouldn't be much weaker than you but 10 times stronger. You can imagine why the universe views the Neo-Human Alliance as a great enemy. Their strength can't be judged by common sense, and the universe automatically excludes the Neo-Human Alliance when it comes to judging the younger generation. If the Neo-Human Alliance is one of the 3 dark hands, then are the other 2 equally strong? Luin asked. The monkey was helpless. I don't know. The 7 courts have declined, but even so, their strength isn't something that can be estimated by the average person. As for the last one, no one knows. Then, does the universe exclude the other 2 as well when it comes to judging the younger generation? Luin asked. Maybe, but the 10 arbiters' standards shouldn't be the case. Those 10 are really products of the universe's great changes. How do you know so much? You even know about the Corpse King transformation. The monkey was pleased. It's all recorded in those seniors' autobiographies. I've been wandering the universe for so many years, so of course I know a lot. Then tell me what's above gray eyes. Luin was curious. The monkey thought about it. Green eyes. What's above green eyes? 7th bro, do you really think that I'm omniscient? Who knows what's above green eyes? Everyone who encountered it died, and they didn't even have the time to write their autobiographies. Right, 7th bro, how did you survive? I remember that we were killed by a hunter, the monkey suddenly asked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. You didn't see it? See what? The monkey asked. Lu Yin didn't know if the monkey was pretending or not, but he hadn't had the time to block the monkey when he had used his die. An expert passed by and saved us. Expert? Saved us? Then why didn't he send us to a safe place? And why did you encounter a corpse king? The monkey continued to ask. Lu Yin grew impatient. Why do you have so many questions? Keep asking and I'll block you. The monkey was speechless and grumbled softly. This spacecraft was just a normal spacecraft, and it was much slower than Lu Yin's previous one. Now it had encountered a new problem. While he was escaping, his spacecraft had been damaged by something, and it would not be able to last until he reached the Northline flow zone. He had no choice but to look for a nearby transit planet and take a merchant ship to the Northline flow zone. The nearest transit planet was not too far away. If it had been the previous spaceship, it would have taken less than 10 minutes to arrive. However, this spaceship's speed was too ordinary. It took more than 2 hours to arrive. He didn't want this spacecraft anymore. It was too slow and it wasn't even an Aurora, so it couldn't be upgraded. He walked out of the space station and raised his head to breathe in the fresh air. Noisy singing and all sorts of noises filled his ears. This planet's environment was decent, and its technology was quite advanced. It was bustling with people coming and going. He used his honor points to find the most powerful person in the space station to open the way for him. He also changed his clothes while he was at it. 10 minutes later, he boarded a passenger spacecraft heading towards the Northline flow zone, and it was a luxury cabin. He sat on a comfortable aerodynamic recliner in the cabin and was just about to read the news about the Northline flow zone when a notification popped up. There were a bunch of words on it that made Lu Yin's forehead crease. Return the money, return the money, return the money. Lu Yin was speechless. That brat Lulu was forcing his hand. It seemed like she had gone to the Great Yu Empire and was venting her anger on him because she hadn't been able to find any information about the 7 courts. Lu Yin replied with 2 words, wait. Not long after, Lulu sent him another message. The one who owes you money is the boss. You're ruthless. Lu Yin's face twitched, but he hadn't said that he wouldn't return the money. Just as he was about to retort, a fragrance wafted past him, and a beautiful woman sat down on a luxurious aerodynamic recliner. She nodded at Lu Yin in a friendly manner. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. What a beautiful woman. She looked to be in her 20s and her attire was avant-garde but not too revealing. Her high heels stood out, and Lu Yin had never seen any of the women around him wear high heels. They weren't suitable for battle. This woman had an intellectual beauty that was different from other women in battle, and she exuded a gentle aura that was different from Ming Yan's pure gentleness. It was more like a restrained sharpness, and she was soft on the outside but hard on the inside. She's curvy. 7th bro, this chick is flirting with you. Seduce her. The monkey shouted. In order to rush for time, Lu Yin had boarded the lowest grade passenger spacecraft. Even the luxurious cabins weren't for one person but rather 2 people. He had been wondering who would be sitting next to him, but he hadn't expected to see a beauty. Lu Yin nodded at her in a friendly manner and then prepared to send Lulu a message. At that moment, the woman stretched out her hand in front of Lu Yin's eyes. Her fair hand was slender and beautiful. "Hello, Student Lu. I'm Lillian." Lu Yin was astonished and he clasped her hand before quickly releasing it. "Lillian? That's a rare surname." Lillian smoothed her hair and smiled. "Student Lu's guess is correct. I'm from the Northline Flow Zone's Lily family." Lu Yin suddenly understood. "So you're a descendant of the Lily family. What a coincidence to meet you here." Lillian smiled. "I didn't expect to see the famous champion of the Academy on a small passenger spacecraft. Is Miss Lily and also a student of the Astral Combat Academy?" Lu Yin was puzzled. Lillian smiled. "I graduated and had nothing to do, so I spent all my time traveling." Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement. At that moment, the spacecraft started up and officially headed for the Northline Flow Zone. This type of passenger spacecraft had an agreement with the tributary vessel that allowed one to board at a set time. As long as one could afford to board, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to reach the Northline Flow Zone. Lu Yin didn't pay and boarded the ship naturally. Although he felt a little embarrassed, he still wanted to save as much money as possible. Perhaps this little bit of money would allow him to fuse with a more suitable person on his DI's 6 pips. Lillian was almost 10 years older than Lu Yin, and she was more experienced and knowledgeable. She was also a graduate of the Astral Combat Academy, and Lu Yin gained a lot of knowledge from sharing a luxurious cabin with her. At the very least, he knew that not everyone in the human domain looked the same. Just like the Firesmell planet's people, their physical appearance varied depending on the planet's climate. Lillian introduced him to quite a few strange-looking humans, such as those with 4 hands, those that were 100 meters tall, those that had 3 eyes, and those that spoke like they were singing. Lu Yin was stunned as he listened to all of them. Since Lillian had graduated from the Astral Combat Academy, she was definitely an explorer. However, Lu Yin couldn't sense any powerful star energy fluctuations from her body. Either she had cultivated a technique similar to the invisible aura technique, or she had already gotten used to hiding her aura. Of course, there was also the possibility that she had comprehended a domain and was able to merge with her surroundings. A while ago, I found out that the Northline Flow Zone is now under Student Lu's administration, and I felt quite fortunate. Student Lu isn't as arrogant as the Day-Night clan and is easy to get along with, Lillian said happily. Lu Yin smiled. "Miss Lillian, you're exaggerating. We're only supervising the younger generation, not managing them. The 10 Arbiters Council doesn't have the authority to interfere with the local administration. We only intervene when the younger generation acts recklessly." Lillian smiled. "That's very impressive. The glory of the 10 Arbiters illuminates the universe, and I believe that Student Lu will definitely reach the same heights in the future." Lu Yin felt that this woman was constantly flattering him. "When will Student Lu become an explorer? I heard that during the Astral Combat Tournament, Student Lu made an agreement with the sword sex Lu Xiaoqiu to challenge the top 100 rankings at the same time. I believe that with Student Lu's strength, you should be able to do so." Lu Yin humbly replied, No. Those on the top 100 rankings are all the top powerhouses of the younger generation. I'm only a limiter, so I don't dare to be delusional. But Miss Lillian, you should be on the top 100 rankings, right?" Lillian shook her head. "No. In the entire Northline Flow Zone, only Northgate Lai has entered the top 100 rankings, and he's only ranked 93. None of us have the ability to do so, so I hope that Student Lu can bring glory to our Northline Flow Zone. After all, you're still considered a part of our Northline Flow Zone." Lu Yin hurriedly replied modestly. The two's conversation went from normal to abnormal. It was unknown who had started flattering each other, but the more they spoke, the stranger it became. Soon the two stopped talking. "Seventh bro, what's this woman trying to say? Is she trying to flatter you?" The monkey was puzzled. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Flattery? That seemed possible. He had thought that this woman was trying to flatter him to death and had forgotten to mention flattery. However, it seemed that with his current status, he did indeed have the qualifications to be flattered. As he thought about it, he turned to look at Lillian. It just so happened that Lillian was holding a book and reading it elegantly. Under the illumination of the lamplight, she looked like a goddess. Lu Yin turned back. Flattery? That didn't seem like it. How could this woman flatter him? But he hadn't offended her before, so she shouldn't be trying to flatter him to death. Could it be that she had a favor to ask of him? Lu Yin activated his gadget and began to search for information on the Lily family. He quickly found Lillian's information and his eyes widened. This woman was actually the heir of the Lily family. He was stunned for a moment. An heir traveling around? Were those families so carefree these days? He turned to look at Lillian again. With her status as the heir, this woman's goddess-like aura had become even stronger. To many people, marrying her would be equivalent to a meteoric rise. The Lily family was one of the 3 strongest families in the Northline flow zone, and they had an almighty powerhouse with a power level of more than 200,000. Student Lu, what's the matter? Lillian noticed that Luyin was looking at her, so she looked at him and asked, Student Lu, what's wrong? Luyin felt awkward. Miss Lillian, I'd like to ask about the Northgate platform competition. Lillian put down her book and smiled gently. Student Lu, you should know the general situation from the internet. There are some confidential information that you should be able to find out with your authority. What do you want to know? You can ask me. Luyin muttered to himself and looked at Lillian. The 17 families are united because of the Northgate platform competition? The 3 strongest families have always been in control of the Northgate platform, which means that the other 14 families are vassals. Can I understand it that way? Lillian's eyes flashed and she ran her fingers through her hair again. Student Lu's point of view is different from the average person's. Most people think about how the Northgate platform competition will be held, who are the young geniuses of the 17 families, and who are they on good terms with. Student Lu, are you more concerned about the issue of unity? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 377. Luyin nodded. He was indeed curious. Rather than 17 families competing for the Northgate platform, it was more like 3 families were competing with the other 14 families. Lillian thought about it and then looked at Luyin. She earnestly said, when wolves are around, a sheep will seek the protection of a hunting dog, even if it's being cooked by a hunter. Her words clearly explained the situation in the Northline flow zone. Luyin's expression turned cold. Although this woman had not mentioned the 17 families, a simple analogy was enough for him to understand. 14 families would rather seek the protection of the other 3 families than be divided by the other flow zones. This was the sorrow of the weak. The universe was filled with such thoughts. Luyin retracted his gaze. At this moment, he had a deep understanding of the Northline flow zone situation and the significance of the Northgate platform competition. Its greater significance was to deter external enemies. Brother Lu, many experts from other flow zones have been invited to witness the Northgate platform competition. Let me give you a brief introduction, Lillian said. Luyin nodded as he was curious as to who the Blazing Mist flow zone had sent. First, the top experts. The Beast Tamers flow zone is the closest to the Northline flow zone, and they've sent a Class 1 Hall expert named Fade. His power level is 170,000, and he's not far from becoming an almighty powerhouse. The Blazing Mist flow zone's Blaze Realm has sent Poison Flame. His power level was 160,000 a decade ago, but his current level is unknown. The Blazing Mist flow zone's Ross Empire has sent Duke Blackhawk, who is the same as Poison Flame. His power level was previously known to be 160,000, but now it's estimated to be around 180,000. The Tempest flow zone isn't that far from the Northline flow zone, and they've sent. Many experts had been invited to the Northgate platform competition, and 2 of the 8 major flow zones had sent experts. Including the smaller flow zones like the Tempest flow zone, there were more than 10 of them. These experts were all here to witness the competition, but they were not very strong. None of them were even hunters. The ones to be wary of were the Beast Tamers flow zone's Fade, the Blazing Mist flow zone's Poison Flame and Duke Blackhawk. These were the 2 major flow zones that the Northline flow zone had to guard against. The 8 great flow zones were rich in experts, and while hunters were not considered rare in other flow zones, they could not casually dispatch them either. However, things were different for the 8 great flow zones, as they could even dispatch almighty powerhouses. Almighty powerhouses were generally the protectors of smaller flow zones, and they would not be easily dispatched. The passenger spacecraft wasn't very fast, and it took a total of 5 days to travel from the transit planet to the tributary arc and then to the Northline flow zone. These 5 days were roughly equivalent to the total time it would take for Luyin to travel from San Dios to the Northline flow zone. To a cultivator, time was life. He wanted to get another Black Hole-class Aurora spaceship when he returned. In the Blazing Mist flow zone, Luyin had not noticed anything, but the deeper he went into the universe, the more stable the void became. He had stayed in the Innerverse before. Back then, when Big Sis and the others had brought him around the Innerverse, he had still been a normal person who had yet to cultivate, so he hadn't been able to sense anything out of the ordinary. The second time he had come to the Innerverse, he had gone to the border of the Erudite flow zone. He had passed through the blazing mist flow zone and then arrived at the erudite flow zone. He had walked along the border of the innerverse, so he hadn't been able to sense anything out of the ordinary. Now that he had arrived at the Northline flow zone, he finally felt that the void was different. It felt much heavier, but the difference was not that great. Lily Ann was the host of the Northline flow zone, and before they even got off the passenger spacecraft, the Lily family's luxurious spacecraft was already waiting for them. Lu-Yin and Lily Ann immediately boarded the luxurious spacecraft from the passenger spacecraft and headed towards the Northgate platform. There's less than 10 days until the Northgate platform competition. I can show Brother Lu around the Northgate platform so that you can familiarize yourself with the local customs of the Northline flow zone, Lily Ann said enthusiastically. Lu-Yin hurriedly declined, as this woman had been flattering him the entire time, which was too much for him to handle. He was certain that Lily Ann had something she needed his help with, and he wanted to avoid interacting with her as much as possible. Brother Lu, what are you guarding against me for? Lily Ann looked at Lu-Yin and probed. Lu-Yin smiled. Of course I'm not guarding against you, Miss Lily Ann. It's just that Astral 10 has landed in the Northline flow zone, so I need to return to Astral 10. Lily Ann smiled. So that's how it is. I was being overly suspicious, but Brother Lu has been calling me by my full name for the past few days. It's too unfamiliar. We should be friends, right? Lu-Yin laughed dryly. Then I'll just call you Miss Ann. Lily Ann smiled, tacitly agreeing. Right, Brother Lu, there's something I forgot to tell you. Lily Ann opened her gadget and tapped on a screen. Astral 10's arrival in the Northline flow zone has caused a wave of challenges from many students from Shangwu Academy. Over the past few days, students have been challenging students from Astral 10, but unfortunately, almost all of them have been defeated. Lu-Yin looked at the screen, which was currently showing Zora's battle with a stranger. That person should be a student from Shangwu Academy, and he wasn't weak. He had stepped into the Lamita realm and was very proficient in using battle techniques, but he had still been defeated by Zora in the end. When he saw Zora again, Lu-Yin could clearly feel that something was different about her. Windrift Hall's battle techniques were unique, and they were indeed unique. They could seal star energy just by tapping their fingers against a person's body. He should study them when he had the time. Aside from Zora's battle, there were also battles between Zhao Yilong, Mengyu, and Coco. Shangwu Academy lived up to its name, and there were many challengers. Although almost all of them had been defeated, there were still some winners. For example, the person who had fought with Mengyu had easily won. His name is Northgate Gang, and he's the younger brother of the Northgate family's young master, Northgate Lai. He's also one of the strongest students from Shangwu Academy, Lily Ann introduced. Lu-Yin nodded. Although Shangwu Academy couldn't compare to the Astral Combat Academy, it was normal for them to have a few powerhouses. Mengyu, Zhao Yilong, and Schutz were all considered the weakest students in Astral 10, followed by Hui Dayknight and Michelle. Northgate Gang could defeat Mengyu, but he definitely wasn't Michelle's match. He was probably on the same level as Hui Dayknight. It was already quite good for him to be able to match a Dayknight expert. The funniest part was Coco's battle. She frantically ran while carrying a huge syringe, and it felt like she would poke anyone she caught. It had to be said that the huge syringe was quite intimidating, and even Lu-Yin didn't dare to be poked even once. Unfortunately, she was still defeated. Coco's weakness was obvious. She was vulnerable to area of effect attacks. Although the syringe's defense was top-notch, it couldn't last for too long as her stamina was running out. After Coco's defeat, Xia Luo's next opponent was Lu-Yin. When he saw Xia Luo, Lu-Yin knew that there was no more suspense in this battle. Of all the students in Astral 10, he was the only one who was unrivaled. Only Xia Luo and Silver were second to him. It was hard to say who would win, but they could easily crush everyone else. The results of the Astral Combat Tournament had proven many things. They both had the strength to fight against the student leaders. Lu-Yin had never been clear about Xia Luo's bottom line, but he and Silver had improved at an unimaginable speed. This person is a powerhouse from Astral 10, right? Ever since he started fighting, the strongest people from Shangwu Academy have all been defeated without any suspense, Lily Ann said as she looked at Xia Luo with bright eyes. Lu-Yin nodded. His strength is second only to mine. Lily Ann sighed. No wonder Northgate Gang couldn't even see his bottom line. Lu-Yin rolled his eyes. He couldn't even see Northgate Gang's strength, let alone Xia Luo. Xia Luo had never fought seriously with him, and what he had once thought of as a serious battle was now nothing more than a joke to Lu-Yin. Shangwu Academy's challenge was just an interlude. The Lily family had arranged for Lu Yin to stay in the most luxurious restaurant in the Northgate platform. Lillian had wanted to invite Lu Yin to stay at her house, but he had declined. When he saw the Northgate platform, Lu Yin was shocked. It was just a stone platform, but it was incomparably huge and floated in space. The universe was vast and mysterious. Lillian did not linger and left after settling Lu Yin down. Lu Yin stood in his room in the restaurant and looked outside. There were many students bustling about, and they all seemed to be full of youthful energy. To them, the Northgate platform competition had been lively, but they did not know that it was actually a tragedy for the Northline flow zone. It was a tragedy that they had no choice but to reveal their strength in order to intimidate their enemies. Lu Yin contacted old Kai, but he was not in a hurry to return to Astral 10. Since he had come to the Northgate platform, he naturally wanted to learn more about Shangwu Academy. This academy was under his direct supervision, as he was a member of the Council of Astral Academy appointed by the 10 Arbiters Council to oversee the Northline flow zone. He rested for a day. The place he was staying in was considered a standalone house. Walking out of the room was a small courtyard, and further outside was the hotel lobby. Lu Yin casually ordered a few dishes and sat in the main hall looking around. It was mealtime and more students had arrived. Why do you think the Astral Combat Academy students are so strong? Our Shangwu Academy is a gathering of the Northline flow zone's top geniuses, but we've lost more than we've won. Not far away, a few students were discussing loudly, clearly in a bad mood. Lu Yin did not look at them and quietly ate his meal. Alright, don't flatter yourself. What do you mean by more than they've won? That's because they haven't won much. Aside from Northgate Gang and a few other top students, the rest can't beat anyone else. That's not necessarily true. That girl can still win. Don't you feel ashamed? All you think about is fighting a girl reprimanded. Alright, don't blame him. The students of the Astral Combat Academy are not to be trifled with. Do you remember when Lillian rebelled against her family and insisted on studying at the Astral Combat Academy? There's also Northgate Lai. He tried his best to enter the Astral Combat Academy, but in the end, Shangwu Academy's president promised him the best resources to nurture him. The difference is too obvious. The Astral Combat Academy's mentors are at least hunters, but most of our Shangwu Academy's mentors are only cruisers, and some of them aren't even cruisers. You can't say that. Many of the powerhouses on the top 100 rankings have never studied at the Astral Combat Academy. It's mainly based on their individual aptitudes. The wave of challenges from Shangwu Academy had stimulated the students' desire to win, but the reality was bleak. Lu Yin smiled. Astral 10 was not a pushover. Although the crazy president had caused Astral 10 to decline, Lu Yin's batch was different. Old Kai and the others had taken good care of them and taught them separately, which had allowed Meng Yu and the others to improve so much that they could rival the average Astral Combat Academy student. Dark Void, Michelle, and the others had even surpassed the average and reached the level of an area master. 7th bro, does it feel good to hear people helplessly talk about you behind your back? The monkey laughed strangely. Lu Yin took a sip of wine. Feels good. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 378. They weren't the only ones talking about Astral 10. Almost all of the students were talking about it. Lu Yin had originally wanted to visit Shangwu Academy, but he suddenly received an invitation from Lily and to a small gathering at Northgate Mansion. Northgate Mansion was the most luxurious gathering place in Northgate Platform, and it contained the most luxurious things in the Northline flow zone. It was where the Northgate Platform entertained important guests, and it could also be used for gatherings. Of course, most people couldn't use it and only the 17 families were allowed to use it. Lily had invited him to a gathering for the younger generation of the 17 families, and there would be a group of people of the same age as him. This was one of the ways to resolve grudges before the Northgate Platform competition. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. He couldn't always reject people and he really did need to interact with his peers. After all, these people were under his supervision in the 10 Arbiters Council, and he was considered a newly appointed official. Northgate Mansion wasn't far from where Lu Yin lived, and his restaurant was second only to Northgate Mansion in terms of luxury. At this moment, there were quite a few people gathered at Northgate Mansion. Groups of seemingly rich and powerful students were entering, and there were also quite a few beauties standing outside, looking at the passing students expectantly, hoping to be taken inside. Once one entered Northgate Mansion, one's status would skyrocket. This was common knowledge in Northgate Platform. Thus, whenever there was a gathering at Northgate Mansion, countless beauties would try their best to sneak in. Every social circle had its own struggles, and although some struggles were invisible to ordinary people, it didn't mean that they didn't exist. Luine had just walked out of Northgate Mansion when a beauty stuck close to him. She was extremely passionate and seductive. To be honest, Luine had never seen such a scene before. He was just a student in his early 20s and was full of vigor. Being entangled by such a beauty left him stunned for a moment, but the person who came to his rescue quickly arrived. It was Lillian. "Brother Lou, I haven't seen you for a day, and you've already met a beauty. I'm going to have a whole new level of respect for you." Lillian beamed as she walked over to Luine. Luine didn't even have a chance to speak before the beauty's expression changed. She panicked and apologized before running away. Luine was stunned. "What's going on?" Lillian smiled. "She's trying to curry favor with the powerful. Brother Lou, don't mind her." Luine immediately understood and he scanned his surroundings. Quite a few beauties had appeared and were looking over expectantly. He did not look down on these people. Everyone had a different attitude towards life, and their methods were naturally different as well. Everyone had their own difficulties and no one had the right to look down on them. Of course, deceiving others' feelings was another matter altogether. "Let's go, Brother Lou. Everyone is waiting for you." Lillian made an inviting gesture. Luine didn't stand on ceremony, and he politely replied as he stepped into Northgate Mansion. Although he had expected this to happen, he was still shocked by the extravagance of the Northgate Mansion. It was like the difference between heaven and earth when compared to the outside world. It was as if everything a human could enjoy had been gathered here. Delicacies, fine wine, beauties, glowing fruits. Everything was here. Lillian looked at Luine and saw the initial shock in his eyes before he calmed down. She subconsciously frowned. Wasn't Lu Yin's background so complicated that even the Day-Night clan had to be wary of him? Why would he be surprised by the decorations of Northgate Mansion? To ordinary people, the luxurious decorations were beyond their imagination, but to the scions of influential families, it was nothing special. However, Lillian didn't think too much about it. Every family had their own way of nurturing their disciples, and Luine had probably been raised in poverty. Luine very naturally picked up a glowing fruit and took a bite. It was much sweeter in his mouth. The fruit was juicy and delicate and there was even a hint of coolness to it. It was very comfortable to swallow, and he sighed in praise as he subconsciously picked up another one. Lillian looked at him with a beaming smile. There were currently no less than 100 youths gathered at Northgate Mansion. They came from 17 families, and some of them were from powers that were on good terms with the 17 families. Most of them were gathered in the main hall, and some of them were in the private rooms on the top floor. Normally, only the scions of the three great families were allowed to enter. At this moment, the crowd in the private rooms on the top floor couldn't help but laugh as they watched the screen. "This Luine doesn't have much of a background, right? Look at how poor he looks. He hasn't eaten anything good in years," someone mocked. Northgate Gang's lips curled up. "Don't say that. Maybe he's just hungry." "Ah." The crowd burst into laughter. "Right, Brother Northgate, when will Brother Lai arrive?" a pretty girl asked with sparkling eyes. Northgate Gang slowly replied, "I don't know. Maybe he'll come, maybe he won't." "What a pity. I heard that this Luine can challenge those at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. I hope that Brother Lai can teach him a lesson." "What kind of joke is this? He's actually supervising us." "That's right. The 10 Arbiters Council has never interfered with the matters of our Northline flow zone, but they've actually sent a student over." Northgate Gang was also unhappy when this topic was brought up. The Northgate family had spent a lot of effort to nurture Northgate Lai in the hopes that he would rise to a high position in the 10 Arbiters Council and then supervise the Northline flow zone and even the surrounding flow zones. This would reduce the pressure on the Northline flow zone, but Luine had intercepted this opportunity. The entire Northgate family did not like Luine. There was a bang as the door to the private room opened, and a girl rushed in excitedly. "I heard that Luine came. Where is he? Where is he?" Many people felt a headache coming on when they saw the girl. Lily Schuer was a troublemaker, but she was also the successor of the Lily family, second only to Lily Ann. Her status was quite high, and she was also favored by Granny Chan. She was practically lawless in the Northline flow zone. Northgate Gang was even more troubled. He had been ordered by his family to pursue Lily Schuer, but the more he interacted with her, the more he realized that it was impossible. This girl had a fiery personality, and she could cause trouble just by having a meal with him. He did not know what to do. "There, your sister is accompanying Luine." Northgate Gang pointed at the screen. Lily Schuer looked up and saw Luin opening his mouth to swallow a pastry that looked like an egg, but was actually not an egg. It was extremely delicious. Lily Schuer blinked. That's Luin? Why is he so hungry? Everyone laughed. Suddenly, Luin raised his head and looked at everyone. Everyone felt their hearts clench as if they had been grabbed by something. They felt the urge to avoid Lu Yin's gaze. Fortunately, Luin only glanced at them before lowering his head and continuing to eat. Northgate Gang narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. He had been startled, and this Luin had to be taught a lesson. Not bad, I like it. Northgate Gang, get Brother Lai to fight him. I don't believe that he's as strong as he appears to be in the tournament of the strongest. It must be a show. Lily Schuer shouted. Northgate Gang had the same idea. He was just waiting for his brother to arrive. He hoped that he would. Luin ate for a while and the food was simply too delicious. Although it was not as rare as the food that Madame Nayland had served him, it was still very tasty. Not bad, not bad. So your Northline Flow Zone specializes in good food. I have a friend who always says that he's a gourmet. I wonder if he'll come. Lillian smiled. If Brother Lu's friend comes, the Lily family will definitely welcome him warmly. Luin laughed. He was talking about Silver. If Silver really came, how would the Lily family welcome him? Would the Neo-Human Alliance need to be welcomed? That would not be inviting a banquet but rather death. Brother Lu, are you done eating? Lillian asked. Luin nodded. I'm done. Let's go. I hope that the person we're waiting for is here. Lillian's eyes flashed. Who are you talking about, Brother Lu? Luin shrugged. I don't know the details, but in these kinds of gatherings the big shots are usually the last to arrive, right? Lillian smiled. Brother Lu, are you talking about yourself? Missioner, you've misunderstood. Why don't we make a bet? Even if I'm here, there's definitely someone else who hasn't arrived yet, Luin said with interest. He was beginning to understand the problems of these aristocratic children. The more important the gatherings were, the more likely those who felt good about themselves would be late to show their worth. Lillian politely declined as she knew that Northgate Lai had not arrived yet. Could Luin be talking about him? Out of the 17 families, the 3 most important families' children were all at the top floor. Anyone who could reach the top floor would definitely attract attention. At this moment, Luin could feel that the entire Northgate Mansion's main hall was focused on him. There were even some young girls who wanted nothing more than to follow him up. Entering Northgate Mansion was one level, and entering the top floor was another. After seeing Lu Yin's appearance, many people cried out in surprise. The Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest had made Lu Yin a well-known existence. Not many people had seen the Tournament of the Strongest, but the Astral Combat Tournament had been broadcasted across the entire universe. Lu Yin could not hide his identity even if he wanted to, unless he changed his appearance. It's Lu Yin. Lu Yin is here. He's a member of the 10 Arbiters Council who oversees the younger generation of our Northline Flow Zone. Really is Lu Yin. I really want to fight him and experience the strength of the strongest in the Astral Combat Academy. Brother, forget it. We can't even beat those people from Astral 10, let alone Lu Yin. Lu Yin himself did not know how much influence he had amongst the younger generation, but because of him, the number of youths who wanted to enter the Astral Combat Academy had increased by a large margin. Young people cared more about glory, and there was nothing more glorious than becoming the strongest in a battle broadcasted across the entire universe. Lu Yin's achievements were a monument, just like the achievements of the 10 Arbiters. Soon Lillian brought Lu Yin to a private room on the top floor. The people inside had been watching Lu Yin ever since he had entered Northgate Mansion, and they were not surprised by his arrival. Lu Yin had also noticed that there were many surveillance cameras in the lobby, and he knew that these people were watching him. He could feel that many of them were rejecting him. Let me introduce you all. This is Lu Yin, a member of the Council of Astral Academy. He's in charge of the education, supervision and punishment of the younger generation of our Northline Flow Zone, Lillian said. Following her introduction, many people gave Lu Yin face and said a few words of admiration, but there were also some who did not care, such as Northgate Gang. One of the girls was especially lively, and she walked up to Lu Yin with wide eyes. Lu Yin looked at the girl in front of him and felt a little confused. Stop messing around and come back, Lillian scolded her in a low voice and pulled the girl behind her. She then apologized to Lu Yin. I'm sorry, Brother Lu. This is my younger sister, Lily Shu. She's a little naughty, so please don't mind her. Sis, I'm already so old. Don't treat me like a child, Lily Shu said unhappily. Lillian turned around and glared at her. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 379. Lu Yin smiled. People say that the Lily family produces beauties, and it's true. Miss Anur is so pretty, and so is Miss Shuer. Then who do you think is prettier, me or my sister? Lily Shuer immediately asked, looking at him slyly. Lu Yin was stunned. He had only been praising her out of politeness, but why did it feel like he had just screwed himself over? It seemed that Lily Ann also wanted to know the answer to this question. Lu Yin was speechless and awkwardly replied, "They're all pretty, all pretty. Brother Lu, please take a seat." "Don't just stand there," Northgate Gang said as he pointed at an empty seat. Lu Yin looked over and his eyes twitched. That empty seat was not at the head of the table, and it wasn't even close to the head of the table. According to the rules, seats were arranged according to one's status, which meant that Northgate Gang saw 3 people who were ranked above him. Lily Ann's expression changed and she looked at Northgate Gang. "Young Master Northgate, you must have pointed to the wrong seat. Brother Lu should be sitting here." She pointed to the seat just below the head of the table. Northgate Gang sneered. "Miss Anur, of course the seat at the very top belongs to my elder brother, and he's gone to greet a witness from the Tempest Flow Zone's Fire Scorpion sect. I heard that it's the head disciple of the Fire Scorpion sect. Does Miss Anur think that the head disciple of the Fire Scorpion sect isn't qualified to sit at the bottom?" Everyone had subtle expressions as they looked at Lu Yin and Lily Ann. As an expert of the top 100 rankings, Northgate Lai was naturally at the peak of the younger generation. Now they were fighting over who would take the next seat. Whoever took the next seat would be second only to Northgate Lai. Given Lu Yin's status in the 10 Arbiters Council, he was definitely not inferior to the Fire Scorpion sect. However, Northgate Gang did not like Lu Yin. Furthermore, Lu Yin had no background, and he had even offended the Day-Night clan. Who knew when he would die? Many people felt that it was not worth it to offend the Fire Scorpion sect for someone who was about to die. The Fire Scorpion sect was a power that was second only to the Feng family in the Tempest Flow Zone, and their methods were ruthless, which made the Northline Flow Zone wary. Lily Ann's tone turned much colder. "Brother Lu is here on behalf of the 10 Arbiters Council. Does young Master Northgate think that the 10 Arbiters Council is inferior to the Fire Scorpion sect?" Northgate Gang retorted, "This is a gathering of the younger generation, so there's no need to talk about status. My brother's strength on the top 100 rankings goes without saying, and Miss Anur, you're also an explorer, so you should be seated above Brother Lu. Brother Lu, there's no problem with my words, right?" Lillian still wanted to say something, but Lu Yin raised a hand to stop her. He looked at Northgate Gang and leisurely said, "Brother Northgate, are you saying that we'll be ranked based on strength?" Northgate Gang raised his head. "Of course." Lu Yin nodded. "If that's the case, then I shouldn't be sitting there. I should be sitting there." He then pointed to the seat at the very top. "There." As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. Northgate Gang slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Lu Yin. Many of the people present had ugly expressions on their faces. This person was far too arrogant. He actually wanted to sit at the head of the table. Furthermore, this was under the premise that he was ranked based on strength. Didn't that mean that this person believed that he was stronger than Northgate Lai, an expert on the top 100 rankings? Lillian was shocked. She had interacted with Lu Yin for a few days and she felt that he was quite easy to talk to. This young man had a strange scorpion tattoo on his face, and his pupils were black with a hint of dark red. He looked quite sinister. "You're Lu Yin?" Northgate Lai asked, his voice deep like a bell. It was obvious that he was a decisive and ruthless person. "You're Northgate Lai, an expert on the top 100 rankings," Lu Yin said. Northgate Lai's lips curled up. "I've long heard of your reputation as the champion of the tournament of the strongest, Lu Yin. You can easily crush space-exploring powerhouses and even defeat cruisers. Now that I've met you in person, I can see that you live up to your reputation. You're even more arrogant than the rumors make you out to be." Lily Ann's expression changed. "Brother Lai," Northgate Lai stopped her before she could finish. "Anur, the Northline Flow Zone cannot be underestimated." Lily Ann was speechless, and she looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Lu Yin smiled. "Brother Northgate, I've never underestimated anyone. It's just that I've been underestimated by others. Sometimes dignity has to be earned by oneself." Northgate Lai shouted, "Well said. I thought you were relying on the 10 Arbiters' prestige." Lu Yin's smile faded and his expression turned solemn. "The 10 Arbiters are the 10 Arbiters and I'm me. Brother Northgate, you should know that I should have come to the Northline Flow Zone a long time ago. However, it will be difficult to gain the recognition of the 10 Arbiters official document, and I, Luin, am not used to having others stand up for me. Northgate Lai raised his head. Well said, Luin. You have more backbone than I expected. Members of the Council of Astral Academy rarely get involved with the matters of the Innerverse younger generation. They're more like secretaries who read the documents for the 10 Arbiters, and they even need the 10 Arbiters Council to handle matters. That makes others look down on you. Since you dared to come here personally and speak such arrogant words, no matter what the outcome is, I, Northgate Lai, will consider you a friend. Northgate Gang immediately spoke up. Luin, if you have the guts, then fight my brother. That's right, Luin. If you have the guts, then fight me. If you have the guts, then fight me. The surrounding people immediately jeered. The sinister man behind Northgate Lai also sized Luin up with a look of surprise. Luin smiled. Sure, but let's talk about the conditions first. Northgate Lai raised a hand. If you win, then you have the final say in the matters of the Northline Flow Zone's younger generation. Even Shangwu Academy is willing to be supervised by you. Luin nodded. All right. If you win, then I will no longer interfere with the matters of the Northline Flow Zone, and I will definitely not ask the 10 Arbiters Council to interfere. Then it's settled, Northgate Lai said in a clear voice. Northgate Gang was excited. He did not believe that Luin could defeat his elder brother, as that was impossible. The top 100 rankings were extremely powerful, and the Northline Flow Zone only had one Northgate Lai. In Northgate Gang's opinion, the experts on the top 100 rankings were basically invincible within the same realm. There were only 100 people in the entire universe, and they were scattered throughout the universe. Many people would never meet such people in their entire lives. Northgate Gang had been thinking about how to kick Luin out, but he had not expected it to be so easy. Northgate Gang had been having a headache for quite some time, as this person was simply too impatient. After agreeing on the battle, Luin excused himself from Lily and left. Everyone present had ostracized him, and he had eaten his fill. There was no need for him to be looked down upon. As soon as he left Northgate Mansion, Lily chased after him and apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Lu. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Luin smiled. No need to apologize. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 380. After walking some distance away from Northgate Mansion, Luin stopped. Come out. A thin figure walked out from behind him. It was nighttime, so the figure's appearance wasn't very clear. However, Luin had comprehended a domain and his 5 senses were heightened so he could see clearly. He didn't recognize this person. Who are you? This person had followed him all the way out of Northgate Mansion without any hostility, which was strange. The figure approached Luin and stopped 10 meters away. My name is Ah Fan. You might not have heard of me, but I've fought with you before. You should have some impression of me. Luin was confused. There was a battle? What? Ah Fan answered seriously, a ported battle. You were a red name at that time. Luin was shocked. You're the one whose teleportation stone I stole? Ah Fan looked sullen and nodded. Luin was speechless as he hadn't expected to meet someone like this here. The ported battles included all the youths in the universe who possessed a teleportation stone. This person was unlucky to have met Luin while he was a red name and had stolen his teleportation stone. Furthermore, this person was from the Northline Flow Zone, which made things awkward. For a moment, the two were speechless. Although Luin felt awkward, he didn't mind. Teleportation stones could be fought for anyway. Back when the crazy headmaster had destroyed Astral 10, many of the teleportation stones had been stolen by others, which was normal. What, are you looking for me for revenge? Luin asked. Ah Fan's expression was solemn as he stared at Luin. I want to fight you again. Luin frowned. You should know that you can't beat me. Ah Fan's eyes flashed with bitterness. I know, but I'm still one of the top students of Shangwu Academy. I can't accept being defeated by a single palm. At the very least, I hope to receive a second palm strike from you. Luin raised a brow. Receive a second palm strike? How arrogant. Ah Fan was stunned. Was receiving a second palm strike that arrogant? How could he know that Luin had used 30 stacks as the strongest attack in the universe? There were only a few Limeters who could receive a palm strike with 30 stacks, and even an explorer would be instantly killed. This was why Luin thought that Ah Fan was arrogant. Even the gray-eyed corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance had been sent flying by a single palm strike. Hang on, Shangwu Academy, Ah Fan? Luin felt like he had heard this name before. Luin, I, Ah Fan, personally challenge you, Ah Fan said loudly, his tone solemn. Ah Fan was one of the nominal students of San Dios, and the record stated that he was from Shangwu Academy. Did you participate in the Outerverse trials? Ah Fan nodded. Yes. Lu Yin nodded, as there was no mistake about it. Since this person was able to gain fame in San Dios and had just walked out of Northgate Mansion, it seemed that he had some sort of background. This was exactly the kind of person that Lu Yin needed. You want to challenge me? That's right, Ah Fan said seriously. Lu Yin muttered to himself, sure, but I have a condition. Ah Fan clenched his fists. A battle is a battle. What other conditions are there? Lu Yin's lips curled up. I fight either out of my own free will or out of self-preservation. Otherwise, why would I fight you? Fighting is risky and it's better to be safe. Alright, what are your conditions? Ah Fan asked. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. I'll give you two choices. One is to join San Dios after you lose and become one of my subordinates. Two is. Lu Yin suddenly didn't know how to set the price. When Craner from the Blaze Realm had come looking for trouble with Lu Yin because of Shiyu, Lu Yin had offered 20,000 star crystals for a spar. If Ah Fan had been suppressed by Lu Yin's overlaying stacks during the ported battles, then this battle with Traceless Autumn Dew showed the difference between them. Lu Yin retracted his palm. You're too serious and focused on your own attacks. The difference between us is too great, and your attacks are useless against me. Why don't you think of a way to keep an eye on me? Maybe you'll be able to dodge my attack if you try. Ah Fan smiled bitterly. So what if I can dodge your attack? If it's a battle to the death, then I won't be able to dodge the second attack. The difference is too great. Lu Yin didn't know what to say. His speed, strength, battle techniques, experience, and everything else far surpassed this person in front of him. He couldn't even think of words of comfort. Actually, you're not bad. There aren't many people in the same generation who can withstand my 7 stacks without dying. You're one of them, Lu Yin said. He was referring to how Ah Fan had withstood the 7 stacks during the ported battles and had been heavily injured by the 8 stacks. He had only died after the 9 stacks. Although Lu Yin hadn't used his battle force at that time, the power of his palm had been enough to instantly kill an area master of the Astral Combat Academy. In other words, Ah Fan was comparable to an area master of the Astral Combat Academy. Ah Fan felt even more bitter. Was this supposed to be consolation? He obviously knew that he wasn't too bad and was ranked at the top of Shangwu Academy, but he still couldn't accept it. They were about the same age, so why was there such a huge gap between them? He had always been a genius and he had lost many ported battles. However, he had always comforted himself with the fact that his opponent was much older than him. Lu Yin had thoroughly awakened him, and his vision was no longer limited to the Northline Flow Zone, but to the entire universe. Ah Fan left with bitterness and unwillingness in his heart. 7th bro, that's too cruel. You could have gone easy on him, the monkey complained. Lu Yin calmly replied, what's the point of that? It's not like he doesn't know the difference between us. No matter what, he'll still be your subordinate in the future. It doesn't matter. I'm only interested in his background and strength. He's still far from being able to compare to Yu Xianzi, and he's probably still lacking compared to In Xiaohua. How heartless. Even I feel sorry for that guy. Anyway, 7th bro, you challenged Northgate Lai tonight. Are you confident that you can win? The monkey asked. Lu Yin thought about it as he walked. Maybe. The Divine Fist said that he had mastered 30 stacks and defeated someone at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. I should be able to do it as well. Do you really believe what he says? The universe is so big, and there are so many people in the younger generation that it's impossible to count them all. You can imagine how much of a freak they are if they're able to rank in the top 100. Their battle techniques, experience, and vision are all top-notch. Don't compare them to those 2 idiots you defeated in San Dios, the monkey said disdainfully. Lu Yin naturally knew this as he had exchanged blows with Wendy Yushan before. Although he had been instantly defeated, he had still fought with Wendy Yushan. Lu Yin's battle with Northgate Lai would take place a few days after the Northgate platform competition. Not long after, news of Lu Yin and Northgate Lai's upcoming battle spread. It was obvious who had spread the news, as Northgate Gang and the others wanted the entire Northline Flow Zone. No, the entire universe, to know about it. Nonsense. Lu Yin is one of the 10 arbiters. Do you think you can beat him as you please? Astral, 10 is also here. Northgate Kong, the head of the Northgate family, roared. Northgate Lai and Northgate Gang were standing in front of him. Father, that Lu Yin is too arrogant. He actually wants to sit at the head of the table. He's clearly looking down on Big Brother, Northgate Gang said unhappily. Northgate Kong roared, then let him sit. Slapping Lu Yin's face is equivalent to slapping the 10 arbiters' faces. This is different from a student challenging Astral 10. Lu Yin is now representing the 10 arbiters, so it doesn't matter if he loses. This person has nothing to do with us. Do you know what the outside world is saying? They're all saying that our Northline flow zone is trying to expel the 10 arbiters' council. Northgate Lai frowned. Father, it can't be that serious. This was the Beast Tamers flow zone's famous giant devil mountain, and very few people could control it. The Beast Tamers flow zone's powerhouse, Fade, who had been sent to the Northline flow zone as a witness, was taming the giant devil mountain. The appearance of the giant devil mountain meant that Fade had arrived. One was Duke Blackhawk from the Blazing Mist flow zone's Ross Empire, and the other was Fade from the Beast Tamers flow zone's first-class hall. Two peak hunters had appeared all of a sudden, and this caused the entire Northgate platform to become unstable. Just in terms of power level, these two surpassed Firesmell Planet's master, Yen Wujiu, and there was no need to even talk about their battle techniques. Yen Wujiu could not even compare to these two. They were true super powerhouses, and to Lu Yin they were out of his reach. Fade, it's actually you. The giant astral eagle stared at the top of the giant devil mountain, where a man was standing. It was Fade, and just by standing there he caused the void to distort. Fade looked at the astral eagle with a complicated expression. I didn't expect you to come either. It's been a long time since we last met. We haven't met since we parted ways in the chaotic star realm. Back then you left a deep impression on me. Aren't you the same? There are very few powerhouses in the Ross Empire who don't rely on technological weapons to fight, and you're one of them. Duke Blackhawk sneered. Even in the Beast Tamers flow zone, there are very few freaks who can cultivate their physical bodies to such a level. You're one of them. The two glared at each other, and although there wasn't any animosity in their words, many people felt their anger grow. It was as if their previous encounter had not been a good thing. On the Northgate platform, the Northgate family, the Lily family, the Barth Jacques family, and the other ruling families all looked up at the sky. They all had powerhouses who could intervene, but if they wanted to intimidate these two super powerhouses, they would need an enlighter to act. The Northgate family's patriarch, Northgate Kong, the Lily family's patriarch, Lily Liana, and many others looked at the Barth Jacques family. The next moment, the Northgate platform turned scarlet, and the air became visibly scorched. A painful pressure descended, causing countless people to turn pale. Lu Yin clenched his fists as he felt an unimaginable pressure above his head. He had experienced this pressure before. It was the pressure of an enlighter from the nine-headed ape. Duke Blackhawk and Fade lowered their heads at the same time, but they didn't see anything. Suddenly they seemed to sense something and they immediately turned around. A man had appeared behind them at some point and was quietly watching them. He wore a scarlet coat, and his entire person was sinister and terrifying. He gave off the feeling that he had walked out of blood. Scarlet Hand Tai Sa, Fade said solemnly. The man looked at Fade and then at Duke Blackhawk. He slowly said, "Give me some face." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 382. There was no order in the seats, but the stronger one was, the more they sat in the center. Lu Yin kept a low profile and sat to the side. Beside him was the gloomy man from the Tempest Flow Zone who had a scorpion tattoo on his face, which made him look rather strange. This person did not seem to care about Lu Yin at all, and he had not been present when the crowd had been pressuring him. "Seventh bro, these bastards are shameless. You have to be careful not to get ambushed," the monkey said unhappily. Lu Yin naturally knew that Duke Blackhawk was from the Ross Empire, so it was normal for him to dislike Lu Yin. Fortunately, Fade from the Beast Tamers Flow Zone had not made a move against him, or else he might not have been able to withstand the pressure. The stone platform was where the witnesses were located. Around the stone platform, there were 17 floating platforms that surrounded the entire plaza, each representing the 17 clans. 17 families were too many, and Lu Yin did not pay them much attention after a single glance. The only ones he really needed to pay attention to were the 3 families. Of these 3, Lu Yin was most concerned about the Barth Jacques family as they were rich. He swept his gaze across the crowd and looked at the Barth Jacques family's floating platform. The rich aura that greeted him left him stunned. The other families' floating platforms had simple decorations, but the Barth Jacques family's was the same as Northgate Mansions. No, it was even more extravagant than Northgate Mansions. This was not reflected in the decorations, but more importantly in the food and wine. Lu Yin did not recognize any of them, but the star energy fluctuations coming from the food indicated that they were astral beasts. Luin gulped. This was too extravagant and too arrogant. This family was clearly trying to tell everyone that they were rich. On the Barth Jacques family's floating platform, family head Hoba suddenly turned to look at Luin. His lips curled up, and he raised his wine glass to toast Luin from afar. Luin nodded and maintained his smile, but he was cheering internally. This family was too rich. These were all resources. If the entire Barth Jacques family's wealth was given to him, he would dare to challenge everyone in the top 100 rankings. Father, that's Luin, a youth behind Hoba spoke up. His name was Harrow and he was one of the Barth Jacques family's heirs. He was the same age as Northgate Lai, but he was only a Lemeter. This family did not care about battle prowess, as they could hire any powerhouse as a bodyguard if they had the money, such as Tai Sa. I know. He's a very motivated young man with great investment potential, Hoba smiled. Harrow's eyes flashed. Father wants to rope him in? Waba could not help but laugh. Rope him in? You're thinking too simply. This young man isn't someone that a corporation like us can rope in. Even the sword sect failed, so we just need to maintain a good relationship with him. I heard that he offended the Day-Night clan. Benicio spoke up from beside Harrow. He was also one of the heirs and one of Harrow's competitors. It's just a fight between the younger generation, said Harold. Barnijo was disdainful. Given the temperament of the Day-Night clan, this Luin will be unlucky sooner or later. That might not be the case. The one who proved Lu Yin's innocence was also someone from the Day-Night clan, which means that there are people in the Day-Night clan who support Lu Yin, Harold replied. But he offended Night Queen Yanqing. She's Arbiter Jinwu's younger sister, and she's a powerful figure in the Night King clan. Night Queen Yanqing doesn't have the right to make decisions for the Night King clan. Huoba frowned. That's enough. It's not your place to argue about other people's matters. We're just a business family, so don't get involved in this kind of thing. Yes, father. Yes, father. Luin didn't know that a single look of respect from him had caused a fight between the two successors of the Barth Jacques family. He was no longer a nobody, and his status and influence were great, especially in certain situations. As the time for the Northgate platform tournament approached, the sky suddenly became scorching hot. Everyone looked up and saw a bluish-green flame burning through the void. It was followed by a bone-piercing chill that caused everyone's hair to stand on end. This was not cold, but rather a reaction to a life-threatening threat. Suddenly, a scarlet light flashed once more, dispersing the bone-piercing chill. Mr. Poison Flame, please take a seat on the platform. The last person to appear was the Blaze Realm's Poison Flame. It was rumored that his flames were extraordinary. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed when he saw Poison Flame. Out of everyone present, if there was anyone who could truly threaten him, it would be Poison Flame. Neither Duke Blackhawk nor Fade would truly act against a junior like him, but Poison Flame might not. Lu Yin was well aware of the Blaze Realm's character, and they had a grudge against him. The Astral Combat Academy was a miniaturized version of the universe, and the conflicts within it extended to the various great powers. Lu Yin had suppressed the Blaze Realm in the Astral Combat Academy, so to them he was their enemy. Poison Flame landed on the platform and suddenly looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's heartbeat quickened, and his entire body went on guard. Poison Flame frowned. Why is there a Lemeter sitting here? Northgate Kong stood up and smiled. That's Lu Yin, representing the 10 arbiters to witness the Northgate platform tournament. Please don't take offense, Mr. Poison Flame. Poison Flame stared at Lu Yin with a cold glint in his eyes. The high temperature caused the platform to change color, but Lu Yin could feel it even more clearly. Poison Flame was targeting him. Unlike Duke Blackhawk and the others, who only gave him pressure because of their status, Poison Flame had a grudge against him, so the pressure was naturally different. Lily Liana, the head of the Lily family, stood up and was about to intervene when Lu Yin suddenly asked, "Where are the mentors? Why aren't the mentors from Astral 10 here?" With that one sentence, Poison Flame's pressure disappeared. He could oppress Lu Yin, but he did not dare to be rude to Astral 10. Others might not know, but how could the powerhouses of the great powers not know how terrifying Astral 10 was? It was a cage, and those who were qualified to guard it were all monsters. Lily Liana smiled. We've already sent out invitations to the mentors of Astral 10, but they're all busy with internal affairs and have no time to attend the ceremony. I'm sorry, but I forgot to inform Student Lu. Lu Yin smiled and said a few polite words before sitting down. He glanced at the indignant Poison Flame and heaved a sigh of relief. I know. The Astral Combat Academy is just exaggerating, Northgate Gang said. Northgate Lie did not deny the claim. The Astral Combat Academy was one of the top academies in the universe, and this had long since aroused the dissatisfaction of many academies. They had always promoted the Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest as exaggerations, causing more and more people to distrust the strength displayed in the Tournament of the Strongest. The Northgate platform competition would last for a few days, and the first day passed just like that. Northgate Lie was still the one who attracted the most attention. His strength and bearing were both astonishing, and he did not go easy on his opponent. He went all out to show respect for his opponent, which was the bearing of a powerhouse. The person who had been instantly defeated by Northgate Lie was speechless. He had actually hoped that Northgate Lie would go easy on him so that they could exchange a few blows, but in the end, he had not even been able to withstand a single blow. Fortunately, his family did not blame him. The next day, the juniors tournament continued as usual. There were not many outstanding powerhouses on this day, as the Barth-Jacques family, one of the three strongest families, was not very interested in fighting. The only person who surprised people was Lily Schuer. She had just been admitted to Shangwu Academy, but she had defeated a senior who had been studying there for several years. This caused many to praise her. On the third day, Lily also surprised people by easily defeating a space-exploring powerhouse of the same generation. Many people had thought that she was not very strong, but they suddenly remembered that she had graduated from the Astral Combat Academy. The fact that she had been able to graduate from the Astral Combat Academy was proof of her strength. However, Lily Ann's identity as a student of the Astral Combat Academy still angered many people, and some even urged Northgate Lie to fight her. Northgate Lie ignored them. Although the three great families competed with each other, their relationships were very good, and they would not intentionally humiliate the other two families. Furthermore, the tacit understanding between the three families was not easy to break. Northgate Lie was not young and he would be leaving the younger generation in a few more years. The Northgate Platform Tournament was held every 15 years, and Lily Ann would still be part of the younger generation at that time. This meant that, at least in the juniors tournament, Lily Ann would be the strongest in the next tournament. In other words, there was a 90% chance that the winner of the next Northgate Platform Tournament would be the Lily family. However, Lily Ann had suddenly challenged Northgate Lie, which surprised many people. Even the Lily family had not expected such a situation to occur. Northgate Lie was astonished. "And, you want to challenge me?" Lily Ann smiled. "Don't be angry, Brother Lie. I'm not challenging you. I just want to experience Brother Lie's dark loosening technique. It's my lifelong regret that I wasn't able to study at Shangwu Academy. I hope that Brother Lie can fulfill my wish." When she said this, many people's dissatisfaction with Lily Ann lessened. She still cared about Shangwu Academy. However, the older generation did not see it that way. If she really cared about Shangwu Academy, she would not have gone to the Astral Combat Academy in the first place. This girl had other plans. Northgate Lie did not suspect anything and walked off the stage. "Alright, and wants to test out the dark loosening technique. I'll satisfy your wish. I'll stand still and let you hit me. As long as you can force me to take a step back, I'll consider it your victory." Lily Ann smiled. "Brother Lie thinks too highly of me. The dark loosening technique is known for its tenacity, and it absorbs star energy several times faster than a normal person's. It's as immovable as a mountain, and it allows the soft energy on the surface of the body to dissolve the opponent's attack. How can I possibly defeat Brother Lie?" Northgate Lie laughed. "And feel free to attack." "Alright, then I'll begin." Lily Ann casually slapped Northgate Lie's chest with her palm. A shockwave rippled out and the ground was swept up like a gale. There was a soft sound as the shockwave swept through the air. Northgate Lie did not even take half a step back, but Lily Ann did. As expected of the dark loosening technique. 70% of my palm's power has been neutralized, and there's even a rebounding force. Brother Lie, is this a rebounding force that borrows from my attack? Lily Ann asked in astonishment in a loud voice. Northgate Lie nodded. That's right. And can continue to try. Alright, I won't be polite. Lily Ann then used her battle technique, the flower-pinching palm. Her star energy turned into flower petals that overlapped with a palm print that slammed into Northgate Lie's chest. The void trembled once again, and a giant spatial crack extended from Northgate Lie's body into the distance. As expected of the dark loosening technique. There's another force that's diverting my attack. This force is so powerful. Brother Lie's dark loosening technique should be able to withstand a cruiser's attack. I wonder how strong an attack must be to break through his defense. So this is the secret behind the dark loosening technique's defense. So that's how it is. Outside the arena, the gazes of the crowd grew increasingly strange. Lillian had said too much, and she had explained all of the variations of the dark loosening technique. It didn't seem like she was asking for advice, but more like she was divulging the secrets of the technique. Northgate Lai's expression turned ugly. He could tell that this brat was trying to test him for Lu Yin's sake. She was a traitor. That's enough, Lai. There's a time limit for the Northgate platform competition, so stop playing around. Northgate Kong finally couldn't take it anymore and spoke up decisively. Northgate Lai heaved a sigh of relief and casually pushed Lillian back. He forced a smile onto his face. That's all for today. Next time I'll give you some pointers alone. Lillian nodded. Thank you, Brother Lai. She then left without another word. Northgate Lai was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He glared hatefully at Lu Yin. What was this guy's relationship with Lillian? She had actually helped him scout the path. On the high platform, Lu Yin blinked. Even an idiot would know what Lillian was doing and why she was helping him. She had even explained it in detail. He already knew what the dark loosening technique was, and it was equivalent to a defensive technique that could deflect attacks. He also knew how to deal with it. Compared to the day-night restoration technique, the dark loosening technique was not even worth mentioning. This Lu Yin had a one-track mind and did not consider the severity of the consequences. If they really fought, then this person would definitely lose, and the consequences would be severe for the Northgate family. However, it was impossible for Northgate Lai to lose in order to protect the 10 Arbiters' reputation. If he lost, then Lu Yin would replace him and become an expert on the top 100 rankings. This was something that Northgate Lai could not accept no matter what. Brother Lu, I heard that you had an agreement with the sword sect's Lu Xiaoqiu to challenge the top 100 rankings together. It's not good for you to go back on your word, Northgate Lai probed. Lu Yin raised his head. A man should take responsibility. Northgate Lai was speechless again. Were they even talking about the same thing? The atmosphere suddenly fell into a strange silence. One was thinking about how to make Lu Yin give up on the battle, while the other was thinking about how to bring up the topic of money. Lu Yin had already suffered a loss. Yu Xianzi and An Xiaohua had not given him any money because they had not made it clear enough. However, he still wanted to save face and he could not possibly ask Northgate Lai for money. That would be too embarrassing. Both of them were rather melancholic. At this moment, Northgate Gang walked over. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw him, and he deliberately turned his back to Northgate Gang. He placed his hands behind his back and rubbed his 3 fingers together. His actions were too obvious. Northgate Gang was stunned, and he stared at Lu Yin's fingers in a daze. He seemed to realize something after a while, and he pulled Northgate Lai aside to whisper to him. Northgate Lai did not believe Lu Yin at first, and then he became skeptical. He glanced at Lu Yin's hands behind his back and saw that those 3 fingers were still rubbing together. Everyone in the universe knew what this action meant. Lu Yin's eyes gleamed with anticipation. This was obvious enough. Brother Lu, are you short on money? Northgate Lai probed. Beside him, Northgate Gang hurriedly said, Bro, it's too obvious. He then looked at Lu Yin with a displeased expression. Brother Lu, since it's your first time in the Northline Flow Zone, my Northgate family has prepared a greeting gift for you. Please accept it. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he looked at Northgate Gang with admiration. Although this person liked to oppose him, he was still quite sensible. Well, since it's a gift from the Northgate family, I'll accept it. This time, Northgate Lai was certain that Lu Yin wanted money. His evaluation of Lu Yin instantly dropped by 100 levels, and his disdain was written all over his face. This kind of person was actually the champion of the tournament of the strongest? The Astral Combat Academy had truly declined. Northgate Lai no longer wanted to speak to Lu Yin. Brother Northgate, I've thought about the battle you just mentioned, and I feel that it's indeed inappropriate. However, with the rumors spreading everywhere, abruptly canceling the battle will be a loss of face for both myself and the 10 arbiters, Lu Yin said. Northgate Lai coldly replied, Brother Lu, you don't have to worry about that. I'll leave tomorrow and no one will blame Brother Lu for that. Brother Lu, you just need to announce that the battle will be postponed. Lu Yin nodded. That's good, that's good. In front of them, Northgate Gang gave Northgate Lai a look, and Northgate Lai tossed a cosmic ring to Lu Yin. The ring's design was strange and it had an ancient charm to it. This is a cosmic ring that I obtained from the Starfall Sea. It has a huge range and a normal person would want to buy at least 2-star essence. This gift should be enough. Lu Yin actually wanted the star essence more, but when he looked at the space in the cosmic ring, he realized that it was indeed quite large. It was several times larger than the one he was currently using. He had wanted to buy a cosmic ring like this for a long time, but he couldn't bear to spend the money. After thinking about it, he nodded. It's enough. Thank you, Brother Northgate. Aside from a rich second generation like Lulu, the disciples of the Innerverse great families did not have much money. Northgate Lai giving Lu Yin a cosmic ring that was worth 2-star essence was already beyond his expectations. Lu Yin had actually wanted to have a chat with Northgate Kong, but this matter was not something that could not be resolved. Northgate Lai could just walk away, and there was no need for Lu Yin's approval. Lu Yin knew when to stop, and getting a cosmic ring was already pretty good. Northgate Lai was no longer in the mood to bicker with Lu Yin, and he turned to leave. In his eyes, Lu Yin was just a petty merchant. Northgate Gang was similarly disdainful of Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not care about them. So what if they looked down on him? Increasing his strength was the most important thing. Seventh bro, even I feel embarrassed for you. Not only did you lose face but you also lost everything, the monkey said with a sigh. Lu Yin smiled. Was it embarrassing? The initiative to challenge the top 100 rankings is not in Northgate Lai's hands. It's in my hands. What do you mean? What I mean is that I can challenge Northgate Lai at any time. History is written by the victors, and no matter what the process is a win, Lu Yin said confidently. The monkey was puzzled. Seventh bro, you seem to be so sure that you can win. Maybe. I just need to earn some more money, Lu Yin said. So what if he was looked down on? Once he defeated Northgate Lai, he would see who would dare look down on him. Money might seem vulgar, but who didn't need it? Lu Yin wanted to use the Northgate family to tell the entire universe that he needed money. The more money he had, the faster his strength would increase. As for reputation, strength meant reputation. Once he reached the level of the 10 Arbiters, he could hide his name like the 10 Arbiters. Who would dare talk about him then? Speaking of which, did the 10 Arbiters hide their names because they did too many immoral things and did not want others to talk about them? This time, the winner of the Northgate platform competition was almost certain to be the Northgate family. Duke Blackhawk and the others all wanted to leave. Suddenly, on the Barth Jacques family's floating platform, the Enlighter Tai Sa opened his eyes and looked towards the north. Behind him, Poison Flame, Duke Blackhawk, Fade, Northgate Kong, and the rest all looked towards the north, causing the void to tremble. Lu Yin felt his scalp go numb and he looked towards the north in shock. Was this a battle between powerhouses? The Northgate platform was shaking and the air was shaking. Or rather, the entire universe was shaking. Tai Sa's eyes gradually turned scarlet. Master, there's a battle between Enlighters. Hawk solemnly replied, in the north, it's the Northgate family. Northgate Kong's face turned ugly as the Northgate family was in that direction. The shockwaves from a battle that could cause even them to tremble was definitely a battle between powerhouses with power levels above 200,000. Fortunately, Boss Northgate was still within the family, so he should be fine. Everyone felt the air become heavy, and the younger generation's battles stopped as they all looked towards the north. Someone had attacked the Northgate family. Everyone had different expressions. Northgate Kong's gaze swept over everyone as if he was trying to figure out something. The next moment, an indescribable power swept past the Northgate platform, and the air seemed to burn away. Everyone trembled as they felt a terrifying power that they had never felt before. At this moment even Tai Sa, an Enlighter, was overwhelmed. This is... Duke Blackhawk and the others narrowed their eyes. This power definitely exceeded 300,000. No, it might even exceed 400,000. Why had such a powerhouse appeared in the Northline flow zone? Northgate Kong's face paled. Who could actually force the Northgate family to such a state? Lily Liana looked at Northgate Kong fearfully. Rumor had it that the Northgate family had an elder who had sealed himself in ice and whose power level was extremely terrifying. When the Northgate family had ruled the Northline flow zone, that elder had been alive all this time. Lily Liana had never believed this rumor, but that power had terrified her. She looked at Northgate Kong's expression and wondered if there really was such an elder. The Northgate platform fell silent. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 385. Lu Yin raised a hand and touched the air. The star energy in his body had been suppressed to its limit, and this was the first time he had felt such a terrifying power. In comparison, the power of Poison Flame and the others couldn't even be called power. This power made him feel as if he was facing the entire universe. With a loud boom, the universe rumbled. A crack in the void extended from an unknown distance in the north, bringing with it a power that made everyone tremble. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they once again experienced the helplessness of not being able to control their own lives. Luin felt as if he had returned to the apocalypse on Earth, where his life was in the hands of others. As long as this spatial crack moved downwards, the entire Northgate platform would be swallowed up, and no one would be able to escape. This was the most terrifying power that Luin had ever felt. Everyone was silent as if they were waiting for the judgment of the heavens. After a while, Northgate Kong's gadget beeped. He glanced at it and his expression changed as he immediately left. Northgate Kong's departure was like a signal, and everyone quickly left and headed north. Explorers could directly tear through the void and enter outer space, but Luin was depressed. He needed to find a spacecraft. At this moment, the Northgate platform competition and the arranged battle were all forgotten. No one cared, and everyone wanted to know what had happened to the Northgate family. By the time Luin found a spacecraft, more than 20 minutes had passed since Northgate Kong had left. "Seventh bro, are you really going? That power level definitely exceeded 300,000 to 400,000. A powerhouse like that could kill you with a single glance. It's better if you don't go," the monkey advised. Luin firmly replied, "I'm not afraid. So many people have already gone and Northgate Kong didn't stop me. That means that there's no danger. Wealth comes from danger." The monkey did not reply. Cultivators walked the line between life and death, and if they were afraid of death, then they might as well not cultivate at all. No powerhouse grew up in a greenhouse, and anyone who became a powerhouse would have to experience death. This was an ironclad rule. Luin had snatched this spacecraft, but he did not feel guilty about it. Soon the spacecraft entered outer space and headed north. The Northgate platform was located at the center of the Northline flow zone, and there were 17 families surrounding it. The Northgate platform competition, where the 17 families were located, was where the Northline flow zone's 17 families were located. It was very interesting. Far to the north of the Northgate platform was the location of the Northgate clan. Not far to the south of the Northgate clan was a ferocious giant centipede that was entrenched in the starry sky. This centipede was shockingly large, as it was equivalent to several hundred Xenu stars linked together, which meant that it could carry countless large spaceships. When Northgate Kong arrived and saw this scene, his face turned pale. An ancient centipede. Such a creature actually exists. The closer he got, the more Northgate Kong could feel the suffocating pressure coming from the ancient centipede. Fortunately, this ancient centipede had been dead for a very long time. Otherwise, Northgate Kong would have been crushed to death just by looking at it. Beneath the ancient centipede, a blurry silhouette raised both of his hands and held the centipede up. He was the most well-hidden elder of the Northgate family, a terrifying elite with a combat power of over 400,000. His name was Northgate Taisui, and he was also the living fossil of the entire Northgate family. Below Northgate Taisui were two elders and Tai Sa. One of the elders was a man and the other was a woman. The man was the enlighter of the Northgate family, Elder North, while the woman was the enlighter of the Lily family, Granny Chan. Elder North, Granny Chan, and Tai Sa had teamed up with Northgate Taisui. The four strongest powerhouses of the Northline flow zone were working together to hold up the dead ancient centipede. If not for them, the ancient centipede would have landed again, and it would have crushed the Northgate family to smithereens. "What are you standing there for? Come over and help," Elder North shouted when he saw Northgate Kong. Northgate Kong gritted his teeth and rushed behind Elder North. He raised his hand and unleashed his full power. Soon after, Lily Liana, Duke Blackhawk, Fade, Poison Flame, and the others arrived one by one. Elder North also asked for their help. Lily Liana immediately took action. The others were not from the Northline flow zone, and they were more interested in investigating this ancient centipede. However, it was Northgate Taisui who spoke up. "My friends, please help us. The Northgate family will definitely reward you after this matter is settled." An old monster with shocking power level spoke up. Duke Blackhawk and the others did not dare to disagree, and they immediately took action. It wasn't just them. All of the hunters with power levels over 100,000 also took action. Dozens of people worked together to hold up the ancient centipede, but it was still not enough. Cruisers also came to help. Gradually, more than 100 people gathered below the ancient centipede, and they worked together with Northgate Taisui to hold up the ancient centipede. They wanted to push the ancient astral beast to the other side. Cruisers were already the lowest level of help they could provide, and anyone below that was useless. Lily and Northgate Lai, and the others had yet to become cruisers. Although their power levels might be higher than a cruiser's, no one cared about them at this moment, nor did anyone pay attention to them. Everyone was focused on the shocking ancient centipede's body, and they all felt an indescribable sense of horror. If this astral beast was still alive, then the entire Northline flow zone would be in trouble. Even an old monster like Northgate Taisui could not hold up the dead centipede. No one could imagine how terrifying this ancient centipede had been when it was still alive. It had a power level of at least 500,000. "Look, there seems to be a building inside this monster," someone cried out in surprise. Suddenly, many people noticed that the ancient centipede had many appendages, and one of them was broken off, revealing part of the building inside. This discovery shocked everyone. What kind of person could live inside this monster's body? The presence of a building meant that it was an intelligent being, and it should be a human. Northgate Kong and the others also noticed this, and their eyes flickered. This centipede had fallen from the heavens after Northgate Taisui had fought against a powerhouse. It had originally existed in another space just like the Shinwu continent. As for its age, it was impossible to determine. However, since it had come from ancient times and had a building inside its body, there had to be something good inside, such as battle techniques, cultivation techniques, and natural treasures. When they thought of this, many people revealed greedy looks. A bold explorer suddenly rushed towards the broken appendage. No one stopped him, and everyone watched him, including Northgate Taisui. Soon, the man safely entered the appendage and disappeared. Everyone was excited that they could enter, and they all madly rushed in. If the centipede had not died, they would not have dared to approach it even if they were beaten to death. But now that it was dead, what was there to be afraid of? Cultivators fought against the heavens and the earth, and there was no one who did not fear death. However, compared to the weak, they were more willing to take risks. Even Northgate Lai had rushed in. A hunter who had been helping Northgate Taisui resist the centipede suddenly rushed in as well, but he was killed by Northgate Taisui before he could even approach the appendage. "Everyone at the cruiser realm and above, help me hold the centipede's body. Anyone who moves without permission will be killed." Everyone trembled, and no one dared to act rashly. This was an old monster whose power level exceeded 400,000, and he could casually kill a hunter. It was extremely terrifying. For the Northgate family, they only needed to restrain cruisers and above. This was the Northline flow zone, and most of the people who had entered the centipede's body were experts from the Northline flow zone. Northgate Lai was the strongest of them all, and this was their home advantage. Northgate Kong was very confident in Northgate Lai, as the latter would definitely obtain the best treasures. He only hoped that there would be no danger, but fortunately the ancestor was still around. More and more people arrived, and those at the cruiser realm and above were pathetically held back. Everyone below the cruiser realm rushed into the centipede's body, including some Lemeters and even Melders. No one could resist the temptation of an ancient creature. By the time Luin arrived, many people had already entered. He didn't hesitate and drove his spacecraft straight in. "It's actually a centipede's body? This is an astral beast from ancient times, and it's quite terrifying." The monkey trembled. He was an astral beast, and when he saw the centipede's body, he felt as if he was facing his natural predator. "Is this thing very strong?" Luin asked curiously. "Strong? Seventh bro, let me put it this way. Did you see that old guy closest to the centipede's body? That old guy's power level is shocking, but if this centipede's still alive, then it can swallow him whole." Luin gasped. An ancient creature that could swallow someone with a power level in the hundreds of thousands in one bite was too terrifying. "I never thought that I would be able to see a centipede's body in this era. It's too mystical. It probably won't be long before this centipede's body attracts countless people. Exploration, research, collection, and so on. Everything that you humans can think of will be realized on this thing. If you're lucky, seventh bro, you might even see a freak with a power level of over 500,000. Those people are freaks that control the destiny of large organizations, and any one of them can move unhindered through the universe." Lu Yin's spacecraft entered the centipede's broken appendage, but it was attacked before it could even land. A strange power passed through the spacecraft and crushed towards Lu Yin. Not too far away, a middle-aged man sneered. Someone who wasn't even an explorer had dared to come here? He was just an ordinary explorer, and he didn't have any hopes of competing with someone like Northgate Lai for treasures. He also didn't dare to venture too deep into the centipede's body, so he had set up an ambush at the entrance and dealt with the cultivators who weren't even explorers. He had already killed quite a few of these people, and there was a pile of wreckage on the ground. Lu Yin's attack, which should have been successful in every battle, was now useless. The spacecraft crashed into an abandoned building with a thump. The hatch opened and Lu Yin walked out with a gloomy expression. Where was everyone? The middle-aged man wasn't stupid, and he had immediately fled after his first attack had failed. He was also afraid of encountering those freaks who could challenge those above their realms, especially when he had heard that Lu Yin from the Astral Combat Academy had arrived. However, what he feared had always happened. The middle-aged man had thought that he could hide, but Lu Yin had still managed to track him down through his star energy. He wasn't very fast and he couldn't escape very far either. Lu Yin caught up to him and killed him with a single palm strike. Lu Yin snatched the cosmic ring and opened it, only to be delighted. Aside from the useless bank cards, there were also 100,000 star crystals. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. There was also a pile of useless items, and there was also a chip that he plugged into his gadget. It contained a battle technique, but Lu Yin casually tossed it away. It was useless to him since he had too many battle techniques. After setting up the spacecraft, Lu Yin looked around. It was just a single broken appendage, but it covered such a large area. The buildings extended into the distance, but they were all dilapidated. Many years had passed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 386. There was a whoosh and a figure flew past. It was a space-exploring powerhouse. Following that, one figure after another left. These space-exploring powerhouses were all rushing towards the interior of the centipede. Lu Yin inspected the buildings. Monkey, can you tell which era these buildings are from? Seventh bro, do you really think I'm an archaeologist? Everything I know was recorded by powerhouses. I don't know anything about eras, so how would I know these things? Lu Yin casually pushed aside a wall, but it crumbled to dust when it hit the ground. Too much time had passed and nothing could be preserved. There weren't even any words on the buildings. To be able to place their family in such a huge centipede, this family must be quite powerful. The materials they used to build their buildings must be extraordinary, but even so, they've been reduced to dust. You can only imagine how old they were. Lu Yin was puzzled. That centipede's corpse was perfectly preserved. Why didn't it disappear with the passage of time? I don't know. Logically speaking, it should have disappeared. The monkey was puzzled as well. Right, seventh bro, put the spacecraft into your cosmic ring, the monkey suddenly said. Lu Yin frowned. I can't fit it in a spacecraft. It's too big. You're talking about a normal cosmic ring. The one you're wearing right now was given to you by Northgate Lie. It might work, the monkey said. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he returned to where the spacecraft had landed to try it out. Unfortunately, he still couldn't fit it in. The spacecraft was too big, and a cosmic ring could only store items that were 1 square meter in size. He would have to dismantle the spacecraft in order to fit it in. Forget it, I'll wait until I get a better one, Lu Yin said helplessly. At that moment, another spacecraft crashed nearby. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat and he slowly approached it. This was a small spacecraft that could fit over 100 people. The doors opened and the people inside walked out one by one. They all wore the same uniform and it was obvious that they were mercenaries. However, they weren't very strong. Finally, a middle-aged man with a muscular body walked out. He had a fierce gaze and he immediately saw Lu Yin walking over. The man had a cigarette in his mouth and he exhaled fiercely. White smoke formed a circle that slowly dissipated. Go, bring him over, the man ordered. A few mercenaries immediately surrounded Lu Yin and brought him over to the man. When did you get in? The man glanced at Lu Yin and asked casually. Lu Yin looked at the man. You should have universal armor. The middle-aged man frowned. What are you answering? When did you come in? Give me a set of universal armor, Lu Yin answered. Everyone looked at Lu Yin strangely. The middle-aged man was furious. I'm asking you a question. Answer me honestly or I'll kill you. Lu Yin frowned, and the air around his body revolved before spreading out in all directions to sweep through everyone. An intense pressure immediately enveloped the area, and even though the middle-aged man was an explorer, he was still forced back several steps by this pressure. He looked at Lu Yin in shock. How could a Lemeter be so strong? Wait a minute, this person looks very familiar. I said, give me a set of universal armor, and I won't make things difficult for you, Lu Yin said slowly. The middle-aged man immediately tossed a set of universal armor over to Lu Yin. He did not say a single word and was very decisive. Lu Yin inspected it, nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. The middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief as he watched Lu Yin's departing figure. This young man was too frightening. For a Lemeter to have such strength, he must be a freakish genius from a great power, and such a person could not be provoked. The surface of their bodies could deflect most attacks, and although they didn't have much attack power, there were too many of them. Anyone who fell into a sea of worms would be easily squeezed to death. Many powerhouses had already died, and once they died, their corpses would be eaten by the worms. It was a terrifying scene. They should be parasites, the monkey said solemnly. Luin raised his brows. The centipede's been dead for countless years. Where did these parasites come from? You'll have to ask them about that. Who released the parasites? You should know that some organisms have parasites that can freeze themselves. If no one destroys them, they can live forever. They're different from humans, and some organisms can even achieve true immortality. These people were probably waiting for more people to join them. Luin had changed his appearance in a low-key manner, as he didn't want to be recognized as a pawn that would lead the charge for someone else. The area was very wide, and Lu Yin's group gathered in one area. Far away from them, Northgate Lai and the other youths from the Northline Flow Zone had gathered together and were walking forward. This group was led by Northgate Lai, and although they came from different families, they were very united. This was the rule of the Northline Flow Zone, to be united against outsiders. Lily and Northgate Gang and the others were also in the group. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 387. Lily Ann's heart was heavy. She had noticed that there were a few corpses that had died in an abnormal manner. There were no visible wounds on their bodies. She told Northgate Lai about this, but he didn't seem to care. Big Sis and there are too many strange battle techniques in the universe. Some battle techniques can leave no scars, but in reality, they target the internal organs of the human body. It's not that there aren't any scars, it's just that you can't see them. That's very normal. All we can say is that there's an expert in front of us, Northgate Gang said. Lillian frowned. Was it that simple? It wasn't her first day exploring the universe. How could she not tell if she had any scars? But since Northgate Lai didn't care, there was nothing she could do. With a hong sound, a tower-like building in the distance collapsed, turning into dust. Everyone was already used to it. The buildings here were too old and couldn't be preserved at all. Even the words had disappeared. Northgate Lai casually glanced around. Just as he was about to leave, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a stone slab that had yet to completely turn to dust. He didn't know where the stone slab had fallen from, but there were traces of human carvings on it. His breathing was ragged and he suddenly rushed forward. Lily Ann and the others saw that Northgate Lai was acting strangely and immediately followed him. Northgate Lai tore through the void and appeared in front of the stone slab. He stared at the diagram on the stone slab as if he wanted to imprint it into his mind. Behind him, Lily Ann and the others had already arrived. Northgate Lai's eyes flashed and star energy swept out from the soles of his feet, turning the stone slab into dust. This action was very discreet and Lily Ann and the others did not notice it at all. By the time they arrived beside Northgate Lai, all they saw was a pile of dust. "Brother Lai, what did you see?" someone asked. Everyone stared at Northgate Lai with expectant eyes. Northgate Lai sighed. "I only saw a picture, but before I could see it clearly, the stone slab turned to dust." "What pattern?" the others asked impatiently, staring at Northgate Lai. Northgate Lai thought for a moment and then used his star energy to form a diagram in the air. Rather than calling it a diagram, it would be more accurate to call it a line. 9 circular objects surrounded an unknown object in the center. Everyone was confused, not understanding what it meant at all. Northgate Lai was helpless. It's been a long time and the patterns and colors have long since disappeared. All that's left are these lines. Of course, not everyone believed in Northgate Lai. But so what if they didn't? They couldn't force him to answer. Not to mention Northgate Lai's strength, Northgate Tai Sui was watching from outside. Lillian gave Northgate Lai a serious look before looking elsewhere. Everyone stopped thinking about it and looked at other places, trying to find the written records that had not disappeared. Since there were pictures left behind, it meant that not everything had been destroyed. Northgate Lai put on an act of looking around, but his mind was filled with the image. The image wasn't completely destroyed and there were still some patterns. He didn't know exactly what they were, but he was certain that 9 circular objects surrounded a flower in the center. He had to tell the old ancestor about this pattern after he got out. With the old ancestor's knowledge, he might know about it. Not too far away from Northgate Lai's group, a few people from the Tempest Flow Zone were walking together. Their leader was the man with the scorpion tattoo on his face. At this moment he was different from the rest of the group, and his face was filled with excitement, to the point where he seemed to have forgotten himself. Everyone hurriedly retreated and countless attacks landed on the wave of parasites. However, only a small portion of the attacks were effective, and most of the attacks were negated. These parasites had astonishing defenses. Only explorers' attacks are effective. Everyone else retreat immediately. Someone shouted. Many of the cultivators who had yet to become explorers paled, and they all retreated. Lu Yin probed with his skybeast claw and tore apart a parasite. He was shocked to find that this parasite had no internal organs, and it was just a disgusting milky white mass of fat. Seventh bro, let's retreat. There's too many of them. Look at the sky. The monkey shouted. Lu Yin looked up and saw that many powerhouses were attacking the wave of parasites in the sky, but many of them jumped down and crashed into them. Some fell into the wave of parasites and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The area in front of them was filled with white parasites that turned the ground white. Lu Yin continuously retreated. He could kill the parasites, but there were too many of them. Increasing his attack range meant that his attack power would decrease, and it would also consume more energy. He was not so selfless as to help others. Many spatial cracks appeared in the void, and many people tried to push the parasites into them. Even so, the endless wave of parasites continued to exist, and it did not seem to have decreased in number. Someone shouted, and several explorers joined forces to tear open a giant spatial crack that descended into the wave of parasites. Many of the parasites were immediately sucked into the spatial crack and disappeared. When the crowd saw that this method was effective, they immediately followed suit, and the number of parasites visibly decreased. The situation seemed to be improving, but the monkey's next words pushed Lu Yin's mood to rock bottom. How many parasites are there in a creature's body? Hundreds of millions, and it's impossible to count them all. To a centipede, these parasites are just parasites. Seventh bro, how many do you think there are? Lu Yin's scalp went numb as he imagined hundreds of millions of parasites swarming towards him. No matter how many spatial cracks there were, they would not be able to devour all of them. The most he had seen so far were a few 100,000 parasites, and if that number increased by 100 times, he would lose all desire to fight. The most worrisome thing was that with so many parasites appearing, the buildings would be affected and destroyed. Even if there was anything left inside, it would be destroyed by the parasites. Many people already had thoughts of leaving. Lu Yin retreated again and again while attacking from time to time. Although his attacks were not many, they were effective, and they were much stronger than those of the explorers. Every time he attacked, he was able to eliminate a portion of the parasites. Suddenly, a phantom appeared in the distance and pierced through the void. It streaked across the sky, and an explorer fell straight into the wave of parasites. Lu Yin's pupils shrank when he saw that it was a pike. A phantom pike had pierced through the explorer and killed him. So that was how it was. Those people who had been scared to death had all been killed by the pike's attack. The pike was a phantom and ordinary people could not see it. Lu Yin relied on his serious art, his domain, and his lock-breaking tool to just barely see it. Although the phantom pike's killing was horrifying, Lu Yin relaxed. At the very least, he knew what had caused those people's deaths. Humans were naturally afraid of the unknown, and if he could not find the cause of their deaths, he would not have dared to enter. But where had the phantom pike come from? A new problem had arisen, and there was definitely no one alive inside. Could it be these parasites? Lu Yin retreated as he stared into the distance. Not long after, another phantom pike appeared and streaked across the sky before disappearing. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This time the phantom pike did not attack anyone. Could it be that the direction was random? In order to prove his conjecture, Lu Yin increased the intensity of his attacks and coordinated with many other powerhouses to tear open spatial tiers. The wave of parasites decreased at a visible rate, and they were no longer as overwhelming as they had been at the start. Everyone was barely able to stop the wave from advancing. Another phantom pike shot out, but this time, it brushed past an explorer's shoulder. That explorer did not sense anything and continued to attack the wave of parasites. After that, another pike shot out from time to time in different directions, but only one of them was aimed at a person. Fortunately, Lu Yin had secretly pushed away the person who was about to be hit, or else there would have been another strange corpse on the ground. He was now certain that these phantom pikes were not attacking anyone, but rather were shooting out randomly. Where was the source? These were all phantom pikes. Could it be that there was an exceptional pike among them? When he thought of this, Lu Yin's heart grew fervent, and he hoped to obtain it. Some people stayed behind to resist the wave of parasites, wanting to explore further, while others left. The mercenary group that Lu Yin had encountered earlier was one of them. Captain, you're still the wisest one. There are so many parasites that we can't kill them all, and who knows how many more are inside. We made the right choice in retreating, someone flattered. Someone else immediately agreed. Otherwise, the Northgate family would not have needed to hide Northgate Taisue's existence, as they could have directly intimidated their neighbors. The people from the Blaze realm were amazed as they watched the countless parasites battle with the cultivators. This was the first time they had encountered such bugs, and their defenses were comparable to an explorer's. However, they did not have much attack power and they could not move quickly either. They were like ordinary creatures wearing the shell of an explorer. "You come here." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out in Lu Yin's ear. He turned around and saw Jared. Jared was pointing at Lu Yin. "Didn't you hear? Come here immediately." Lu Yin was stunned, but then he remembered that he had changed his appearance. Normal cultivators would be easily discovered if they changed their appearance, or else everyone in the universe would try to frame them. However, Lu Yin had cultivated the invisible aura technique, which hid the drawbacks of changing his appearance, so it was very difficult to detect. "Do you need something from me?" Lu Yin asked as he walked over to the group from the Blaze realm. Jared's eyes were cold. "Go and find a corpse that died strangely." Lu Yin was astonished. "Me?" Jared frowned. "I'll say it again. Find a corpse that died strangely or you'll die." Lu Yin was furious, but he glanced at the group from the Blaze realm, especially the two elders in front of him. A trace of fear flashed through his eyes, but he nodded and ran forward. There was a corpse there that had not been killed by the pike, but rather by the impact of the parasites. However, it did not matter since it was just a temporary measure. Soon, Lu Yin was carrying a corpse and tossing it onto the ground. The people from the Blaze realm hurriedly looked over. "He died from impact, not some strange death," one of the elders spoke up. He then stared at Lu Yin with a cold gaze. Lu Yin explained, "This person died strangely and fell into the wave of parasites. That's how he ended up like this. One after the other, there's no gap in time." The elder looked at the wave of parasites and reluctantly accepted this explanation. "Then tell me, what's so strange about a strange death?" Jared asked coldly. Lu Yin replied, "He was scared to death. There are ghosts here." "Nonsense, there are no ghosts in the universe," Jared shouted angrily. To the side, another elder coldly said, "All right, there's no need to argue about this." He then looked at Lu Yin. "You can leave now." "Wait, have you seen this person before?" Jared raised his gadget and tapped on the screen. Lu Yin's face appeared on it. Lu Yin shook his head and decisively replied, "No." Jared frowned and waved his hand impatiently. "Let's go." Lu Yin did not go very far. He appeared at the edge of the domain's range and eavesdropped on the conversation. "Do you really believe in ghosts?" Jared asked. One of the elders sighed. "It doesn't matter if you believe it or not, attacks that can wipe out spiritual force do exist. We have to be careful." "Senior, I think our first priority is still to find Lu Yin," Jared said. "Lu Yin is one of the targets. He has a grudge with the Blaze realm and the Astral Combat Academy, and he destroyed Firesmelt Planet just as it was about to join us. He doesn't respect the Blaze realm at all. The sect has ordered us to deal with this matter," the elder in the lead said. Jared was excited. "With the two of you helping, we can definitely kill Lu Yin. We don't necessarily have to kill him. If he's willing to submit to the Blaze realm, we can also subdue him. Senior, I know this person very well. He's arrogant and has no respect for his elders. It's impossible to get him to join the Blaze realm, so we have to kill him to solve any future problems for the sect. This is also Master's wish." The elder in the lead glanced at Jared. "This person has a complicated background. He's from both the 10 Arbiters Council and the Lockbreaker Society. It's rumored that he has the support of an even stronger powerhouse. Killing him will be troublesome." Jared spoke in a low voice. "It wouldn't be easy to kill him in the outside world, but we're inside the centipede's body. The deeper we go, the harder it will be to connect to the network. As long as the two of you act quickly, he won't have a chance to ask for help or leave behind any video evidence. There won't be any worries. If the two of you are willing to help me, I promise to share the Karmic Flame Sword with you." The two elders' eyes lit up when they heard about the Karmic Flame Sword. They looked at each other and nodded. "All right, this matter needs to be kept a secret. Otherwise, the sect will be in trouble." "Senior, don't worry." Jared smiled coldly. In the distance, Lu Yin's face sank. It turned out that he was also one of the Blaze Realm's targets. The Blaze Realm already held a grudge against him for what had happened on Firesmelt Planet, and with Jared's bewitchment, the Blaze Realm's desire to kill him would only increase. Since that was the case, they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Since the two elders had been sent to deal with him, they definitely had some tricks up their sleeves. Lu Yin didn't want to fight them head-on, so he glanced at the wave of parasites in the distance and used flash to disappear. More than 10 powerhouses were attacking the parasites in one direction when they suddenly heard a gust of wind and then nothing else. Lu Yin quickly dealt with the powerhouses and tossed them far away. He then let the parasites in and used his domain to conceal his aura before hiding on the back of one of the parasites. Countless parasites rushed in, and the first to bear the brunt of the attack were the people from the Blaze Realm. The location that Lu Yin was searching for was the closest to the Blaze Realms group. The Blaze Realms group had been leisurely at the back, but they hadn't expected the parasites to reach them in the blink of an eye. However, they didn't care as they were stronger than the average explorer. Even Jared had the ability to break through the parasites' defenses, so there was no need for him to break through to the explorer realm. This was the strength of a great power's battle techniques. Very quickly, the temperature within a 10-kilometer radius spread. The Blaze Realms group attacked and killed the parasites much faster than the others. Their attacks didn't differentiate between friend and foe, and the endless heat quickly spread. Many cultivators were affected and they cursed out loud. However, the Blaze Realms group didn't care at all. In the smaller flow zones, the powers of the greater flow zones had always been fearless. Lu Yin hid among the parasites and quickly approached Jared. He raised a hand and slapped out. His fight with this person in the Astral Combat Academy hadn't been that big. This person had tried to ban Lu Yin in the trial zones, and Lu Yin had also taught the Blaze Realms group a lesson when he had banned the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin had thought that it was over, but he hadn't expected this person to want to kill him in the real world. This made Lu Yin want to kill him. The universe had always been about survival of the fittest, and Lu Yin wouldn't hold back. Lu Yin's palm landed on Jared's body without any hesitation. He had thought that he would be able to kill Jared, but the latter's body was extremely hard. Jared was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. Flames rose from his body as pieces of metal melted and fell to the ground. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity that Jared was wearing a ring armor. From the looks of it, it was a ring armor unique to the Blaze Realm that could withstand an attack from an explorer. In order to not expose his identity, Lu Yin hadn't used overlaying stacks, which had allowed Jared to escape with his life. Jared's heavy injuries attracted the attention of the Blaze Realms group, and several of them attacked Lu Yin together. Lu Yin easily dodged their attacks and accelerated towards Jared. He wanted to kill him, but he was blocked by an elder from the Blaze Realm. The elder's surging flames transformed into a roaring lion that viciously attacked Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 389. This power shocked Lu Yin, as the flaming lion was actually enveloped by four-line battle force, causing the void to distort. On the other side, the old man in the lead shouted and raised a hand. The flames transformed into a lion as well, and the four-line battle force viciously charged towards Lu Yin. Two flaming lions enveloped in four-line battle force surrounded Lu Yin and tried to kill him. Lu Yin had never underestimated the older generation's powerhouses. These people might have been very ordinary when they were young, but as time passed, some of these old fellows were not weak at all. They were much weaker than the geniuses of the same generation, but they had a huge advantage over the younger generation. These advantages could be transformed into terrifying battle prowess. The void around Lu Yin was scorched by the flames, and he had nowhere to run. He raised his arms and pressed down on one of the flaming lions. He frowned and exerted force with both hands, causing his four-line battle force to explode. With a bang, the two flaming lions dissipated. The next moment, the two elders closed in. "Junior, how dare you ambush someone from the Blaze Realm?" Lu Yin raised his arms in front of him to block, but he was sent flying by the intense heat. The two elders were used to working together and they attacked Lu Yin at the same time. However, Lu Yin did not continue fighting as he had already sensed their strength. He could not defeat them without revealing his identity, so he might as well borrow their strength to leave. Lu Yin wanted to leave, but the people from the Blaze Realm could not stop him. They could only watch as he disappeared. Jared was helped up by a disciple from the Blaze Realm, but he spat out another mouthful of blood. He was still in shock as he had almost died just now. Fortunately, he had put on a battle technique. The two old men came before Jared, their expressions solemn. "Who is that person? He was able to injure you with a single palm and escape from us. He must be a freak of the Lemeters." Jared's eyes lit up. Luin, it must be him. The elder in the lead shook his head. Probably not. If it was Luin, you would already be dead. Jared wanted to retort, but he could not. Indeed, with Lu Yin's strength he really would have died if he had attacked. But who else could it be other than Lu Yin? He was an area master of the Astral Combat Academy, and he was considered a genius even among Limiters. The two elders in front of him were the elites of the explorers, and they were adept at working together. They were strong enough to fight against someone at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. To be able to escape from their hands, Jared really could not think of anyone else with such strength. Perhaps that person was Lu Yin, but he didn't want to expose his identity and be hunted down by the sect. That's why he didn't use too much force, allowing junior apprentice brother Jared to luckily escape with his life, another old man guessed. Jared retorted, "Yes, that must be it. He's Lu Yin." The other disciples from the Blaze realm were busy destroying the parasites, and the two elders stopped guessing. Lu Yin had already escaped, so what if he was Lu Yin? It was a pity that they hadn't been able to catch him. They would have to be careful for the rest of their journey. If Lu Yin was determined to launch a sneak attack, neither of them could guarantee that they would be able to withstand it. Jared simply snatched the armor from a disciple of the Blaze realm and put it on. He was already scared. He had been so close to death just now, and he was so heavily injured that even Shamrock Enterprises medicine couldn't heal him in a short period of time. He wanted to retreat. In the distance, Lu Yin appeared and he looked back in surprise. These two old fellows were really strong. They had four-line battle force, the Blaze Realm's battle techniques, and their battle armor. It would be impossible to deal with them without exposing his identity. Forget it, he would just wait a little longer. It was impossible for them to leave, so there would always be a chance. He didn't want to exhaust too much of his strength in a place like this. No one knew what dangers were waiting for him ahead. Seventh bro, you've finally experienced the strength of a great power. Those two old fellows might have been ordinary disciples when they were young, or else they wouldn't have remained as explorers for so many years. But they've cultivated for so many years that they've even grasped battle force. If they work together, they can deal with you. This is the terror of a great power, and they have many disciples like that. The monkey gloated. Lu Yin looked up. It doesn't matter. Wait until I'm a little stronger. What's the point of having so many disciples then? What I mean is that you can't fight alone anymore. If someone else had helped you just now, that brat would have died without a doubt. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. What are you trying to say? It's simple. I know that you want to rule the Great U Empire and then gradually push forward until you have unparalleled power. That's the big picture, but you can't always be alone when adventuring in the universe. That's too disadvantageous. You need to find teammates. Lu Yin muttered to himself. The monkey's words made sense, and he really did need to find some helpers. Didn't you want to go to the Cosmic Sea? How can you do it without any teammates? Alone? What a joke. Even if the 10 arbiters wanted to go to the Cosmic Sea, they wouldn't be alone. Then what kind of teammates do you think I should find? Lu Yin asked. The monkey rolled his eyes. How would I know? At the very least, they need to be pleasing to the eye and have enough strength. Seventh bro, I've realized that you're too utilitarian at times, and you only have eyes for the disciples of the great powers. Actually, many independent cultivators aren't weak, and they don't have any organizations to hold them back. The human domain's top 100 rankings aren't all disciples of the great powers. The monkey's words seemed to open up a new door for Lu Yin. He had always been limited to the great powers, but in reality, many independent cultivators were worth roping in. Out of all the cultivators in the universe, independent cultivators made up the majority. For example, most of the mercenary groups were formed by independent cultivators. The greatest advantage of independent cultivators was that they weren't tied down by any organizations. There were no conflicts of interest and they were easier to control. Monkey, you spoke well today, Lu Yin said. The monkey was pleased. Of course. Seventh bro, I'll give you a suggestion. As long as you take it to heart, it'll be of great benefit to you in the future. It'll also be very beneficial for you as you explore the Cosmic Sea. Lu Yin looked forward to it. Go ahead. Look for more big-breasted girls. No one would want to kill a big-breasted girl. They're pleasing to the eye, and they can soften the enemy's killing intent. Plus. Before the monkey could finish his sentence, Lu Yin blocked him off. He had been serious for less than 3 minutes. Still, this suggestion was quite tempting. After a few days, the parasites were finally eliminated. At this point, even the people from the Blaze realm were exhausted, but no one was willing to rest. Instead, they all headed deeper in. The group was still at the broken limb, but they weren't far from where the limb and the torso met. Not long after, the group met up with another group of people and they all headed deeper in. They met quite a few people along the way and some of them didn't encounter any parasites at all. Although they didn't encounter any parasites, more and more people were killed by the phantom spears. The deeper they went, the more people died mysteriously, and many of them felt like retreating. Half a day later, the group passed by a large pile of parasite corpses and saw Northgate Lie's group. They seemed to have been here for quite some time, but they didn't move forward. According to their observations, this was the end of the limb, and if they continued forward, they would enter the torso of the centipede's body. The powerhouses from the Blaze realm parted the group and Jared walked out. His face was still pale, but he was much better now. Although he wouldn't fully recover in a short period of time, he could still speak. "Brother Lie, long time no see," Jared greeted Northgate Lie politely. Northgate Lie looked at Jared with a puzzled expression. "You are?" Jared didn't get angry. "Jared, disciple of the Blaze realm's Poison Flame." Northgate Lie suddenly understood. "So you're Lord Poison Flame's disciple. I remember now. We've met before in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone." Jared smiled. "That's right. I've never forgotten Brother Lie's elegance. I didn't expect to see you here again." Northgate Lie nodded and looked past Jared to see the group from the Blaze realm. His gaze paused on the two elders and then he asked Jared, "Brother Jared, why are you guys so late? Did you encounter some parasites?" Jared smiled bitterly and told him about the parasite wave. "I thought that there weren't many of them, but I didn't expect that most of them would run in your direction. I'm sorry to have delayed you." Jared was puzzled. "Brother Lie, why didn't you guys go in?" Northgate Lie stepped aside and waved his hand. The people in front of him moved aside and the people from the Blaze realm looked over. They saw a spear stabbed into the ground in the distance, and around the spear were a dozen corpses. They had all died in the same manner as if they had been frightened to death. The people from the Blaze realm were shocked. "What's this? Everyone should know that people have died mysteriously along the way, and it's actually because of this spear. The closer you get, the easier it is for you to die mysteriously. This is an invisible attack," Northgate Lie explained helplessly. Around him, Lily Ann and the others were equally helpless. This attack couldn't be avoided because it couldn't be seen, and the spear was stuck at the intersection between the legs and the torso. If they didn't cross it, they wouldn't be able to enter, which was very troublesome. Jared and the others finally understood the reason for their strange deaths, and they couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. This invisible attack was indeed aimed at one spiritual force, and this attack was the most frightening. "Brother Lie, how do we get in?" Jared asked. Everyone was trapped within the legs and they couldn't enter the torso. The strongest person present was undoubtedly Northgate Lie. Although there were many explorers from the older generation present, it was very difficult to surpass an expert from the top 100 rankings. Only an expert from the older generation who had been a freak in their youth would be able to deal with him. The two elders from the Blaze realm had needed to work together to deal with Luin, and it was the same for Northgate Lie. Furthermore, the top 100 rankings was a symbol of his status, which meant that he would definitely become an absolute expert in the future. Coupled with his status, most people wouldn't want to steal the limelight from someone like him. Northgate Lie pointed to a middle-aged man standing in a corner. "This is a lockbreaker. Only a lockbreaker can neutralize the invisible killing intent created by the spear." Jared was shocked. "We actually need a lockbreaker? Is there only one lockbreaker here?" Northgate Lie nodded. "One lockbreaker isn't enough. We need at least a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker or several discerning elementary lockbreakers, and they can't be ordinary discerning elementary lockbreakers. If we don't have a lockbreaker, then we can't enter?" Jared was unwilling to accept this. Northgate Lie did not answer. His meaning was simple: it was impossible for an explorer to break through the spear's killing intent, and they could only neutralize it with a lockbreaker. "We've already ordered people to return the way we came. The closer we are to outer space, the better the network connection will be. We'll request for lockbreakers from the outside world to come over, but it might take some time," Northgate Gang interrupted. Jared excused himself and then met up with the people from the Blaze realm to discuss something. Everyone was waiting for lockbreakers, but there were too few of them. There were thousands of people present, but there was only one lockbreaker. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 390. Lillian suddenly said, "Brother Lie, Luin is also a lockbreaker." Northgate Lie's eyes flashed and he nodded. "I know. Tempest Flowzone, Zhong, and the others had also arrived and were quietly waiting. Lu Yin observed for a while and also knew that the crowd was waiting for a lockbreaker. Seventh bro, you're not going to show yourself? Many people will be grateful to you if you show up now. Lu Yin replied, they'll only be grateful if I show up last. If I show up now, they'll think that it's only natural for me to help. Are you really going to help them enter? The monkey was curious. Lu Yin was also considering the situation. His secret sidestep could completely avoid the danger and enter the torso, but he wasn't sure what dangers lay within. He would rather have someone scout the area, but if there was something good inside, he would have to compete with these people. Northgate Lie was already difficult enough to deal with, and there were also the hidden experts from the Blaze realm. I've decided. I'll let them pass, Lu Yin said with certainty. The monkey was confused. Why? I won't destroy the spear. They'll need lockbreakers to help them enter, and it'll be the same if they come out. Lu Yin's lips curled up. The monkey was shocked. Catching a turtle in a jar? Seventh bro, you're too evil. Lu Yin wanted to catch a turtle in a jar. If they wanted to come out, then they could either charge through on their own or not compete with him. Even if someone could pass through the spear's danger on their own, Lu Yin could interfere. As long as no stronger lockbreakers appeared, this was his home ground. But now the problem was that he had to hurry. Otherwise it would be troublesome if a stronger lockbreaker appeared. Lu Yin reverted to his original appearance and used Flash to appear not too far away from Northgate Lie and the others, giving them a fright. Sorry for being late, everyone. I heard that they needed lockbreakers, Lu Yin said with a smile. Everyone was speechless. How could he have known that they needed lockbreakers when he had just arrived? It was obvious that he had arrived much earlier, but no one bothered to argue with him. Northgate Lie politely asked, Brother Lu, you should have heard of the situation. How about it? Are you confident? Lu Yin looked around and saw the hostile gazes of the people from the Blaze realm, the expectant gazes of Lily Ann and the others, and the disdainful gaze of the lockbreaker in the distance. He stepped forward and approached the spear. Just as Lu Yin was about 100 meters away from the spear, the lockbreaker warned him, be careful. Don't disturb its aura or else the invisible attacks will increase, which will increase the number of casualties. Everyone hurriedly stopped Lu Yin when they heard this. They were afraid that he would do something that would affect others. Lu Yin frowned as this lockbreaker was quite sinister. He had forced Lu Yin into a corner the moment he had arrived, and if Lu Yin's lockbreaking failed, this lockbreaker would be able to push all the blame onto Lu Yin. May I ask who this is? Lu Yin looked at the middle-aged man and asked. The middle-aged man was displeased. 4 stars discerning elementary lockbreaker, but he did not report his name. What a coincidence. I'm also a 4 stars discerning junior lockbreaker. Back on Savage Ape Planet, Lu Yin and the others had worked together to unlock the tree-shaped source box, which had raised his strength to 4 stars. He had only been 1 step away from 3 stars, and the tree-shaped source box had been a perceptive intermediate source box. If they had not worked together, Lu Yin would have been able to successfully unlock it on his own, which would have raised him to 5 stars. Although he was only 4 stars now, he had crossed 2 stars. The crowd was shocked, as they had not expected Lu Yin to become a 4 stars discerning junior lockbreaker at such a young age. There were not many lockbreakers at his age in the society, and only the 5 prodigies had reached 4 stars at such a young age. Even now, including Dao Bo and Sharon, there were not many lockbreakers who had reached Lu Yin's level at such a young age. Northgate Lie was shocked as well. Lu Yin had not been promoted for long, and they were not aware that he had reached 4 stars so quickly. This person's lock-breaking talent was just as astonishing as his combat talent. What? You're 4 stars as well? The middle-aged lockbreaker was shocked. Lu Yin raised his gadget and tapped on his screen. The middle-aged lockbreaker was stunned when he saw the 4-star symbol on Lu Yin's lockbreaker page. When he looked at Lu Yin again, his gaze was no longer arrogant, but rather humble. It was as if he could see the rise of the society's powerhouses in the future. I'm really sorry. I thought that you didn't have any contributions, but I didn't expect you to be a genius lockbreaker, the middle-aged lockbreaker said apologetically, his attitude changing drastically. Lu Yin did not say anything else and instead looked at the sourcebox catalog on his page. The video of him unlocking the tree-shaped sourcebox had a high purchase rate, and he had earned quite a bit of money. Although he had to split the profits with the Lockbreaker Society, he had still received quite a bit. If he had not opened this page, he would have almost forgotten about it. This was also a way to earn money, and as his fame increased, the money would come in even faster. Lu Yin closed his screen and stared at the pike in front of him as he took a step forward. At this moment, no one tried to stop him and they all watched on nervously. Compared to the tree-shaped source box, this pike was much easier to deal with. Lu Yin dodged all of the phantom pike images that were shot out from time to time, and he even reminded the people behind him to avoid them. This made everyone's confidence in him grow. The middle-aged lockbreaker sighed in amazement. At most, he could sense danger ahead of time, but he could not sense its exact location or direction. This was the difference between them. As they got closer and closer to the pike, Lu Yin could see that the void around the pike was enveloped by a sharp aura. The phantom pike was born from this sharp aura, and it was also because of this sharp aura that the group's path forward was blocked. He reached out and touched the sharp energy. This energy was based on the pike, and it condensed star energy into something that was similar to an offensive battle technique. No wonder you need to unlock a source box. This thing is like a simplified version of a predecessor's strength, the monkey exclaimed. But after so many years, much of its strength has disappeared. If this was just set up, then you're all finished, seventh bro. Lu Yin touched the sharp energy and tried to break down the star energy. There was some effect, but it was very slow. With his current speed, it would take him at least a few days to open up a path. He turned around and looked at the middle-aged lockbreaker. Let's work together and follow the direction I tell you. I'll guarantee your safety. The middle-aged lockbreaker subconsciously wanted to refuse, as he hoped to work with more lockbreakers. However, Northgate Lai and the others were all staring at him. Although they did not dare to do anything, the middle-aged lockbreaker still felt a lot of pressure. If he refused, it would be embarrassing if word got out. Helpless, the middle-aged lockbreaker approached Lu Yin step by step. Lu Yin pointed him in a direction and avoided the phantom pike images that appeared from time to time. Soon, the middle-aged lockbreaker arrived at Lu Yin's side. Let's begin. We'll unlock in this direction. The middle-aged lockbreaker did not object, and the two began to unlock at the same time. Outside, everyone watched on anxiously. Jared's eyes were sinister, and he looked at the two elders from the Blaze realm helplessly. We can't move for now, or else we won't be able to come out once we enter. The two elders nodded. We'll act according to the situation. Just as the monkey had said, after so many years, the sharp energy that had been born from the pike had been greatly worn down. Lu Yin and the middle-aged lockbreaker continued to unlock for an entire day. On the second day, another lockbreaker appeared. Unfortunately, it was only a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, but having one more person was always a good thing. After another 20 hours, Lu Yin finally spoke up. Alright, you guys can go in now. The two lockbreakers were delighted, and they stepped over the pike and entered the centipede's torso. They were the first to step inside. Northgate Lai and the others widened their eyes and looked at Lu Yin expectantly. Lu Yin had not completely removed the sharp energy so he could do it. But why would he rely on this pike to seal off everyone's path of retreat? I'll draw a path on the ground that everyone can follow to enter. However, I'll make it clear that this path will only be effective for one day. After that, it won't be usable and you'll need to unlock it again if you want to enter or exit, Lu Yin announced loudly. Someone in the crowd shouted, Brother Lu, why don't you succeed in one try? That way it'll be easier for everyone to enter and exit. Lu Yin looked up. Are you saying that you want me to unlock for you guys while you go in and explore? Sure, but I want 90% of everything that you guys find. That's too greedy, someone exclaimed. No one took Lu Yin's words to heart. He wasn't stupid, so why would he unlock for them? Northgate Lai was the first to walk towards the torso, and he looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Thank you for your help, Brother Lu. Don't worry, the Northgate family will repay you generously once we get out. That's more like it, Lu Yin thought to himself, though he maintained a polite expression. One by one they all walked in. Lillian whispered to Lu Yin, be careful of the Blaze realm. Although a path had been opened up in the sharp energy, the phantom pike had not completely disappeared and would occasionally reappear. Fortunately, Lu Yin had warned them, which made them feel much more at ease. However, it didn't take long for another person to die to the phantom pike. Jared glared at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, why didn't you warn us? The person who had died was from the Blaze realm, and the people from the Blaze realm looked at Lu Yin with unfriendly gazes. Lu Yin casually replied, I didn't see anything. Jared was furious, but he was stopped by the old man who calmly looked at Lu Yin. Little brother, being kind to others is also being kind to yourself. I hope you know what's best for you. Lu Yin sneered. I'm already being kind to you by letting you pass. If you spout any more nonsense, I'll throw you out. What did you say? Jared was furious, but then he coughed violently. His injuries were too severe, and he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yin glanced at him from the corner of his eyes, but he didn't even look back as he walked further in. The people from the Blaze realm were helpless, and the two old men looked at each other with cold killing intent. This person had to be killed. The centipede's body was huge, and the group didn't know which direction to take after arriving at the torso. In the end, many of them split up, with some going right, some going left, and some going in a straight line. Lu Yin followed Northgate Lie's group to the left. For some reason, the people from the Blaze realm followed Northgate Lie's group as well, and soon there were several hundred people in the group. That's strange. Were these buildings built after or before the centipede's death? If they were built before, then where did the organs go? Someone asked. It should be after the centipede's death. That can't be right. This thing has been hiding in another space ever since it died. If not for Ancestor Northgate accidentally tearing through the void during his battle with the enemy, who knows how long this thing would have remained hidden. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 391. While everyone was discussing this, there was a crack as the ground cracked open. Nearby, a building collapsed into dust, revealing a patch of white underneath. Many cultivators ran over excitedly, thinking that they had discovered something, but they soon felt their scalps go numb. It's all parasites. Be careful, don't alarm them. Everyone looked at their feet. Could it be that there were parasites down there? That meant that they were standing within a wave of parasites. This idea horrified everyone, and they immediately flew into the air, not daring to touch the ground for fear that the parasites would awaken. Someone suddenly spoke up. Do you guys think that the entire centipede is filled with parasites? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. If that was the case, then it would be terrifying. With these parasites' defenses, even a hunter would find it difficult to charge out, let alone them. The centipede was so large that if it was filled with parasites, then it could drown many planets. The sheer number of parasites was enough to make anyone want to vomit. Northgate gang barked, "What's there to be afraid of? Our Northgate family's ancestor is here. So what if they're all parasites?" Everyone relaxed. Right, there was an old monster outside with a power level in the hundreds of thousands. That old monster could destroy a large area if he wanted to. Everyone carefully flew forward, as they were worried that some idiot would alarm the parasites. That would be troublesome. The further in they went, the greater the pressure they felt. Suddenly, the person at the very front fell down and died. Everyone was horrified, and they all turned to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It's that attack again. There must be a pike up ahead. Everyone froze in place, not daring to move. Brother Lu, could I trouble you to remind us again? Northgate Lie asked. Everyone looked at Lu Yin expectantly. Lu Yin shrugged. I'm sorry, Brother Northgate. I used up too much of my energy earlier and I really don't have any more energy. Northgate Lie's eyes flashed. How can Brother Lu recover your energy? Lu Yin looked up at the sky and then at the crowd. He calculated that there were more than 300 people here, and each person had 10,000 star crystals. Wouldn't that be 3 million star crystals? That was equivalent to 30 star essence. He had borrowed 50 star essence from Lulu, which meant that he would be able to repay more than half of his debt. As he thought about it, he grew excited. Why hadn't he thought of this before? If he had known, he wouldn't have helped these people lock break and just charged them entrance fees. Back then there had been 1,000 people present. Not only would he have been able to repay Lulu's debt, but he would have also been able to make a fortune. It was a pity that he had forgotten. Ahem, well, everyone knows that lock breaking consumes a lot of energy, so I'll have to buy some tonics to eat when I get out. Unfortunately, I don't have the money, Lu Yin said slowly, feeling a little embarrassed. Was he being too explicit? The monkey was embarrassed. Seventh bro, asking for money is an illness that needs to be treated. Northgate Lie's lips curled into a smile. He had already guessed that Lu Xian liked money, and it was good that Lu Xian had some hobbies. As he thought about it, he asked, how much does Brother Lu need? 10,000 star crystals per person. That's not a lot, is it? Northgate Lie nodded. Not much. He then tossed over a Mavis Bank crystal card. There's 300,000 star crystals inside. My Northgate family is paying for the various members of the Northline Flow Zone. There were less than 30 members of the Northline Flow Zone who had followed Northgate Lie in this direction, so 300,000 was more than enough. Lu Yin looked at the others. Everyone, the deeper you go, the more likely you'll encounter spears, and the more frequent those invisible attacks will be. Are you sure you don't need me to remind you? No one was too conflicted, as 10,000 was still within their reach. Soon, Lu Yin began to collect the money, and he did so quite quickly. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, Craner from the Blaze Realm had agreed to pay 20,000 star crystals. To these people from the inner verse, 10,000 or 20,000 was still within their reach, but 100,000 wasn't much. That poor bastard Afan had already given them an explanation. The elder from the Blaze Realm tossed a Mavis Bank crystal card to Lu Yin, which contained the money from the Blaze Realm's disciples. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. He had already earned 3 million star crystals in such a short period of time. This money was too easy to earn. Right, he should extort some more when he returned to the Northline flow zone. Lu Yin felt like he had grasped a business opportunity for the future. Earning money from lockbreaking wasn't the only way, the true path to wealth lay here. Wherever lockbreakers were needed, there would be business opportunities. Brother Lu, I've already received the money. Please remind us, Northgate Lai said courteously. Lu Yin smiled. Don't worry, Brother Northgate. Of course. His expression suddenly changed, and he reached out with a hand that turned into a claw and pushed a young cultivator 100 meters away. Everyone was confused. Lu Yin said, Fortunately, I made it in time. Brother, you didn't lose out on 10,000. The cultivator who had been pushed away by Lu Yin was stunned. He had almost died just then. He looked at Lu Yin with gratitude. 10,000 for a life was definitely worth it. Everyone's hair stood on end, and they subconsciously moved closer to Lu Yin, not daring to stray too far away. Lu Yin was pleased. This was his home ground. The deeper they went, the more illusory spears appeared, and Lu Yin's reminders rang out from time to time. Everyone's expressions grew uglier. This was too frequent. Was this for real? They were all stunned the entire time. Look, what's that? Someone suddenly cried out. Everyone looked into the distance and saw a tall building that looked like an ancient sacrificial altar. There were many buildings along the way, but they were all very ordinary and looked more like places for ordinary people to live. The altar, however, was different. It was the most important place for a clan, and the presence of an altar proved that they had arrived at the heart of the clan. Everyone increased their speed by quite a bit. Lu Yin suddenly shouted, Be careful. That shorty in front crouched down. Up ahead, dozens of people crouched down together to avoid the illusory spears. Lu Yin was speechless when he saw this scene. Were they not confident in their own height? Of course, there were also those who were confident in their height. A man who looked like a bamboo pole leaped past the crowd and was the first to charge forward. He was not afraid of death. Northgate Lai's brows rose. He wanted to give chase, but he was also worried about the illusory spears. That person had no misgivings, and he quickly shook off the crowd. Up ahead, many buildings had been reduced to dust, revealing the altar in the distance and its surroundings. There were many ancient buildings that looked much more majestic than the ones they had seen before. If what they had encountered before was a small tribe, then what they saw now was an ancient city. The bamboo man excitedly rushed into the city and towards the altar. He was from the Tempest Flow Zone's Fire Scorpion sect, and he had unintentionally heard of an ancient legend. He had deliberately walked in the opposite direction from Hezhong's group, afraid that Hezhong would snatch away all the benefits. That idiot Hezhong had thought that he was the only one among the disciples who knew that secret, but he did not know that Northgate Lai knew it as well. The moment he saw the altar, he disregarded his own life and rushed forward, all for the sake of that sliver of hope. If that sliver of hope came true, then his future would change. For this reason he would not hesitate to risk his life. So what if he died? He would rather die than have a bright future. He got closer and closer to the altar. Northgate Lai's eyes went wide and he clenched his fists, wanting to give chase. The bamboo man excitedly stared at the altar. He saw the words, the images, and the scene that caused his scalp to go numb. 5 spears. The bamboo man was terrified and he did not dare to get any closer. There was a thump as he quickly descended, and the moment his feet touched the ground, the entire city was reduced to ashes. Everyone stared blankly, as no one had expected such a thing to happen. An enormous ancient city had been reduced to dust because of a light sound. Northgate Lai was furious. You're courting death. He quickly rushed to the bamboo man's side and slapped the man's head. The man's eyes were still fixed on the altar, and his eyes were bloodshot as he slowly collapsed to the ground, completely dead. The others also rushed over and looked at the vanishing city with pity. They did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy for the bamboo man's death. If not for him, the city would not have disappeared. At the very least, they would have been able to see more of it, and perhaps they would have been able to discover something useful. However, the city had already disappeared and everyone was helpless. They could only look at the altar. Be careful. Everyone back off. Lu Yin sternly warned as he grabbed a few people and pulled them back. Everyone looked up and saw the scene that the bamboo man had just seen. There were 5 spears, and beneath each of them was a dried corpse. The head, hands, and feet had all been pierced through by the spears. The 5 spears had nailed this person to the ground. Everyone immediately retreated, feeling a chill run down their backs. They had been inside the centipede's body for so long, and even the words had disappeared. Now they were actually looking at an ancient dried corpse. This corpse's age was definitely far beyond their imagination. A corpse from ancient times. 5 spears dismembered it. How cruel. The monkey was horrified. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the altar. What kind of person would have such a deep hatred for this person to be dismembered by 5 spears? And on top of that, they had done it right on top of the altar. Northgate Lai and the rest silently looked at the altar and the dried corpse, their eyes flickering. There were also words on the altar, and everyone tried their best to memorize them. At that moment, cracks appeared on the altar, and it turned to dust just like the other buildings. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they stared at the dried corpse. Fortunately, the corpse had not turned to dust. This ancient corpse was very valuable for research, but the 5 spears made it so that no one dared to approach it. 1 spear was enough to kill everyone, let alone 5. Hey look, there's something there. Lillian cried out. Everyone looked over and saw that the altar had disappeared, and the dried corpse had been dismembered by the 5 spears. There were black words on the corpse's left hand, and 3 spears had fallen about 100 meters away from the corpse. The moment they saw the spears, everyone's eyes lit up. Lu Yin, Northgate Lai, the powerhouses from the Blaze Realm, and the other hidden experts all moved to snatch the spears. The 3 spears had fallen to the side, and they posed no threat at all. Only a fool would not try to snatch them. Suddenly, the centipede's body trembled, and an ancient voice rang out in everyone's ears. Everyone retreat immediately. Violators will be killed without mercy. This was Northgate Taisue's voice. He had joined forces with many powerhouses to relocate the centipede's body, and he would not allow anyone else to touch the things inside. Lu Yin and the rest ignored him and they all moved to snatch the spears. Lu Yin and Northgate Lai were the closest to the 3 spears. Brother Lu, the Northgate family is willing to pay a high price for these spears. Please don't interfere. Northgate Lai shouted at Lu Yin as he dodged the spears. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 392. Although this person could not see the phantom spears, he had the ability to dodge them and had been hiding his strength all this time. How much? Lu Yin asked, but his movements were not slow as he reached out to grab the 3 spears. Northgate Lai panicked, but he did not have time to speak. He raised a hand to attack Lu Yin, but he was slower than Lu Yin, so he could only attack. Lu Yin did not dare to be careless, and he turned around to exchange blows with Northgate Lai. A terrifying gale swept out, causing the ground to crack apart and startling countless parasites. At that moment, the 2 elders from the Blaze Realm arrived and tried to get past Lu Yin and Northgate Lai to snatch the spears. Lu Yin and Northgate Lai separated at the same time, each of them dealing with an elder. The elder from the Blaze Realm anxiously shouted, "Northgate Lai, you dare oppose the Blaze Realm? Blaze Realm, you dare oppose the 10 Arbiters' Council?" Lu Yin shouted back. The elder was furious, and he raised his hand to summon a flaming lion with 4-line battle force, causing the temperature to rise. In the distance, the remaining people were not to be outdone, and they all rushed forward in an attempt to snatch the 3 spears. From underground, the parasites twisted their bodies and rushed out, causing the scene to become chaotic. Some of the hidden powerhouses unleashed their full strength, and at this moment, besides Lu Yin, the other Lemeters could not even get close. The intense battle caused the star energy to become chaotic. Not too far away on the altar, the 5 spears trembled for a moment before phantom spears shot out one after another, instantly killing a dozen people. Lu Yin grabbed the elder from the Blaze Realm by the arm and raised a palm. 5-line battle force erupted as 30 stacks viciously slapped out. Originally, the 2 elders had needed to work together to fight against Lu Yin, but now that he was alone, the elder wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Lu Yin's palm landed on his back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and die. The other elder from the Blaze Realm was defeated by Northgate Lai, but Northgate Lai did not kill him. A phantom spear flashed past, and Northgate Lai hurriedly dodged to the side. He looked up and saw that Lu Yin had already arrived beside the 3 spears and was about to grab them. Northgate Lai grew anxious. Just as Lu Yin was about to grab the spears, a sense of danger suddenly appeared. A pair of cold, emotionless eyes appeared in front of him, followed by a violent wave of energy that rushed towards Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin dodged with flash and then raised his leg to kick out. There was a thump, and a figure was sent flying back more than 10 meters. Lu Yin looked over and saw a stranger, but he was very strong. With a whoosh, the figure attacked again, completely unfazed by Lu Yin's attack. Very few people could ignore Lu Yin's attacks. Although he did not use the overlaying stacks technique, Lu Yin's physical strength was something that even an elite explorer would not be able to withstand. However, Lu Yin continued to attack as if nothing had happened. Lu Yin refused to give up. He used Flash Step and fused his overlaying stacks into his leg, kicking out once more. The silhouette's eyes were cold as he growled. His eyes suddenly turned scarlet as he punched out. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. It was a Corpse King. Bunga Berserk attack exploded out like a sudden clap of thunder. A gigantic crack in the void flew out like a bolt of lightning, affecting quite a few cultivators. Even Northgate Lai, who had just rushed over, was shocked and hurriedly stopped. In the distance, Lily Ann and the others were overwhelmed with shock. Where did such a powerful expert come from? The Corpse King was forced back by Lu Yin's kick once more. Its scarlet eyes closed as it did not want to be seen. However, it did not approach Lu Yin again. Lu Yin looked at the Corpse King fearfully. To be honest, he was a little apprehensive of the Neo-Human Alliance, especially after his recent encounter with the gray-eyed Corpse King. The power that the Corpse King had displayed had terrified him. If this Corpse King in front of him could also use the Corpse King transformation, then he would be in trouble. One cultivator after another mysteriously died as the phantom spears continued to attack with increasing frequency. Quite a few people had already withdrawn from the fight. Northgate Lai sensed the danger and hurriedly dodged. He panted heavily as he looked at Lu Yin, unwilling to give up. Lu Yin waved his hand and stored the 3 spears into his cosmic ring. He exhaled. He had obtained them. Countless parasites surged out from underground. The centipede's body shook even more violently. Lu Yin did not want to stay any longer, as he could not guarantee that Northgate Taisui would not kill him. "7th bro, let's go. I've memorized it," the monkey said. When they had snatched the 3 spears, Lu Yin had asked the monkey to use his innate gift of shadow to approach the corpse and record the black text. He had thought that it would be easy, but he had not expected the monkey to take so long to memorize it. Lu Yin glanced over. "Where's the text?" "Don't look." "I wiped it," the monkey said excitedly. "Why did you wipe it?" "The more people who know about it, the less valuable the text is." "You don't understand. This is called the rarer something is, the more valuable it is." "Nobody noticed it, right?" Lu Yin asked as he agreed with the monkey's words. "Don't worry. These people will just think that the text was swept away by the shockwaves of the battle. Aside from me, there shouldn't be anyone else who has memorized it," the monkey said confidently. "Let's go." Lu Yin barked and he quickly retraced his steps. Northgate Lai shouted, "Brother Lu, you can't take it all for yourself. The Northgate family is willing to pay a high price for it." Jared did not have time to think about how Lu Yin had killed a powerhouse from the Blaze Realm, and he also shouted, "My Blaze Realm is also willing to pay a high price for it. At the same time, we'll protect Brother Lu's life and allow you to safely return to the Outerverse." Quite a few people spoke up as they all wanted to obtain the spears. Lu Yin ignored them and quickly rushed out. However, he still turned back to look at the Corpse King, but it had already disappeared without a trace. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, as the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King was more bizarre than anyone else's. The tremors grew more intense, and the attacks from the phantom spears became more frequent. Many people had already died. With Lu Yin's speed, no one could keep up with him once he charged out at full speed, not even Northgate Lai. Not long after, Lu Yin returned to the intersection between the legs and the torso. There he saw a group of people anxiously waiting for him, including the middle-aged lockbreaker who was anxiously lock-breaking. Lu Yin was delighted when he saw this. Without him, this group of people would not be able to leave. Northgate Taisui had already placed the centipede's body inside, and he would not allow anyone else to enter. In other words, the only person who could help these people leave was Lu Yin. The middle-aged lockbreaker was delighted when he saw Lu Yin. "Mr. Lu, please help us get everyone out of here as soon as possible." Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw a vast expanse of white approaching. Sure enough, there were parasites appearing in another direction as well, and there were even more. Perhaps the entire centipede's body was filled with parasites. If you want to leave, you have to agree to one condition. Lu Yin shouted. What is it? Someone hurriedly asked. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Everyone must swear that the moment you leave the centipede's body, you will disguise yourselves as Lu Yin. No one is allowed to stay, and you must leave the Northline flow zone immediately. The crowd was not stupid, and when they heard Lu Yin's condition, they immediately knew that he had either obtained something good and was afraid that it would be stolen by the Northline flow zone, or that he had offended someone. However, no one cared and they all agreed. Soon, everyone finished swearing their oaths. Lu Yin walked over to the middle-aged lockbreaker's side and began to lockbreak. Not long after, Northgate Lai was the first to arrive. He immediately rushed over when he saw Lu Yin, but he was stopped by the others. Brother Northgate, no matter what happened over there, Lu Yin is currently opening a path for everyone to escape. Brother Northgate, please put aside your grudges for now. Northgate Lai frowned and rushed out again. If he wanted to take action, no one could stop him. However, before he could get very far, he suddenly stopped and looked in front of him in shock. Why are you here? Lu Yin, who was in the middle of lockbreaking, turned around. Was there someone here who could stop Northgate Lai? The others were shocked as well. Northgate Lai was an expert on the top 100 rankings, but there was actually someone who could stop him, and this person was also very young. If there's any grudges, let's talk outside, the youth who had blocked Northgate Lai said coldly. This person's appearance was ordinary, and he was dressed simply. He did not carry any weapons and there was nothing special about him. He looked just like an ordinary person, but his appearance caused Northgate Lai to feel apprehensive. Northgate Lai's expression turned serious. Do you think you can stop me? Qinshin, you place too much importance on the top 100 rankings. Many people behind him cried out in surprise. Everyone had heard of Qinshin before. He was ranked 88th on the top 100 rankings, and he was known as the Heavenly Network's Qinshin. Lu Yin was astonished, as another expert from the top 100 rankings had appeared. There were far more than 100 top 100 rankings in the universe when including the flow zones. On average, one top 100 rankings was not enough for each weave. Even if the outerverse weaves were not included, there were still more than 100 flow zones of various sizes in the innerverse. The chances of encountering an expert from the top 100 rankings were far too low, but two of them had suddenly appeared here. No matter what Northgate Lai said, he did not act in the end. If the top 100 rankings were meaningless, then no one would fight over it. Since Qinshin was ranked ahead of Northgate Lai, there had to be a reason for it. Lily and the others soon arrived, and when they found out that the person blocking them was an expert on the top 100 rankings, they were similarly shocked, and no one dared to act rashly. Brother Lu, think carefully. Even if you leave the centipede's body, you're still in the Northline flow zone. With Ancestor Northgate here, do you think you can escape? Northgate Lai did not care about being exposed and he shouted directly. This was the Northline flow zone, and Northgate Taisue's existence gave him the greatest confidence. Lu Yin did not answer. On the other side, He Zhong's eyes flashed. Had Lu Yin obtained something? Lu Yin, there are some things that you can't take away. You better be sensible. Northgate Gang shouted. Lu Yin frowned. Everyone, the insect wave is about to arrive, and these people are blocking everyone's escape route. With their strength they can leave, but most people won't be able to. Do as you see fit. Lu Yin's words caused Northgate Lai and the others to look at him with hostility, and even many of the people who had been chasing Lu Yin blocked his path. Brother Northgate, if you have any grievances, we can talk about them after we leave. You don't want everyone to die here, right? That's right, Brother Northgate. Please give us some face. Brother Northgate. Northgate Lai's gaze turned cold. Fine, I won't attack you while we're inside the centipede's body. Brother Lu, be smart and make your own decision. This is the Northline flow zone. To Northgate Lai, handing over the spear to his family was completely different from asking his family to steal it. However, there was no way for him to steal it now. Lu Yin's stubbornness and stupidity had exceeded his expectations, so he could only give up. But just as he had said, this was the Northline flow zone, and Lu Yin could not escape. Lillian did not understand. Lu Yin was not stupid, so why would he not hand over the spear? There was no way he could escape. Qinshin looked at Lu Yin. What had this person obtained? Seventh bro, are you sure you can escape? That's an old monster with a power level in the hundreds of thousands, the monkey questioned. Lu Yin calmly replied, I can't escape, but handing over the spear to Northgate Lai and the Northgate family are two different things. What do you mean? The monkey did not understand. Luin did not explain. If he was so easily forced to hand over the spear, then no one would care about him in the future. He wanted everyone to know that he was not someone who could be easily bullied. Even if he walked down a path of no return, he still had the ability to survive. Against an old monster with a power level in the hundreds of thousands, Astral 10 could not be relied on. He also did not want to expose his relationship with Heizage Leon. Thus there was only one way out. But before that he would do his best to escape. Even if someone wanted to capture him, that old monster would have to put in some effort. He wanted everyone to know that Luin would not be threatened and that he would be amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 393. The insect wave quickly appeared and everyone began to fight against the parasites. This place had been unlocked once before, and the second time was not as complicated. In less than half a day, Luin had opened up a path to leave. Unfortunately, he had to rush out. He had originally planned to charge entrance fees, but that was no longer appropriate. Otherwise, he would incur the wrath of the crowd, and if some people died because of him, it would be tantamount to starting a feud. It was not worth it. However, he had already found a new way to make money, and his future was promising. Luin was looking forward to it. Northgate Lai did not act against Luin again, and many people were curious about what Luin had obtained. However, no one believed that he could escape, and it was only a matter of time before he handed it over. After a while, Luin was the first to reach the edge of the broken limb. He boarded his personal spacecraft, and the explorers immediately rushed out. Many Limeters also boarded their spacecraft and rushed out as well. Northgate Lai's speed was about the same as Qin Chen's, and they both rushed out of the broken limb at the same time. Northgate Lai was just about to say a few words to Qin Chen when he saw a scene that left him speechless. Qin Chen had turned into Luin. Northgate Lai blinked in confusion. "What are you doing?" Qin Chen calmly replied, "See you later." He then accelerated out of the limb and flew off into the distance. Northgate Lai was stunned in place, unable to react for a long time. Lillian appeared behind him. "What's wrong, Brother Lai?" Northgate Lai's expression changed, and he suddenly attacked a personal spacecraft that was flying off into the distance, forcefully stopping it. He stared at the person inside and saw that it was another Luin. To be more precise, it was Luin. Lillian was shocked. "What's going on?" Northgate Lai was furious and he glared at the person inside the spacecraft. "Why did you turn into Luin?" The person trembled in fear. "Luin used lock breaking as a condition to force us to swear that we would turn into him and leave the Northline flow zone." Northgate Lai was shocked and he looked behind him. Explorer after explorer flew out of the broken limb and a few of them looked like Luin. What was even more hilarious was that a small spacecraft flew past, and the dozens of people on it all turned into Luin. Cultivators cared about their hearts, and since they had sworn an oath, they would not go back on it unless it was something too important. Thus, the scene that Northgate Lai was witnessing had occurred. This scene was astonishing as it had never happened before, and Northgate Lai did not know what to do. It wasn't just Northgate Lai. Outside the centipede's body, many of the cruisers and stronger powerhouses who were helping Northgate Taisui hold up the centipede's body were also stunned. How could there be so many Luin? There were many people who had entered the centipede's body, and they all rushed out one by one. Some joined up with the powerhouses while others left immediately. Qin Chen, for example, flew off into the distance like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. He was still wearing Lu Yin's appearance. At this point, the real Luin had already flown quite a distance away. He turned back to look, hoping that he could escape. This method was to buy time. However, before he could rejoice for long, the spaceship suddenly stopped. No, it should be said that the entire starry sky stopped. The void was dragged by an indescribably terrifying force, and all the spaceships in an unknown area were forcefully dragged back. Luin sighed. There really was no way to escape. An old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands had unimaginable strength. "Seventh bro, just accept your fate." Actually, the pikes aren't that important. That corpse was nailed to death by 5 pikes, and the pikes weren't retrieved. You should know that they aren't that important. What's really important are the words, the monkey said helplessly. Luin sat peacefully within the spacecraft. He knew that the monkey was right and the pikes were just weapons. He did not care too much about them, but he did not accept threats. Was this his fate? Not necessarily. The centipede's body was placed in outer space not too far away from the Northgate family. Many powerhouses had used a planet as a foundation to create a continent out of thin air for the centipede's body. At this moment, more than 100 powerhouses stood in outer space, not daring to make the slightest sound. Northgate Taisui was shrouded in the void, and no one knew where he was looking. With Northgate Taisui at the center, the entire universe was like a giant whirlpool. Everything in outer space was pulled in, regardless of whether it was a person, a spacecraft, an astral beast, or even a celestial phenomenon. Nothing could escape Northgate Taisui's power. This power caused even enlighters like Boss Northgate, Granny Chan, and Tai Sa to tremble. They were not even on the same level. With a bang, a spacecraft exploded, and the man inside returned to his original appearance in a panic. Northgate Kong waved his hand and the man was taken away. Then another spacecraft exploded. Spacecraft after spacecraft exploded. Regardless of whether they had changed their appearances or not, as long as they were in a spacecraft, they were all captured. Even explorers could not escape, and none of those who had entered the centipede's body could escape. Even the nearby shipping spacecraft and military forces were unable to escape. Everyone was forcefully placed on a planet not too far away. Qin was there as well, and he stared expressionlessly at outer space. Jared sneered. This Luin had been blinded by greed. How could he possibly escape from an old freak whose power level was in the hundreds of thousands? He was too naive. The Blaze realm had suffered heavy losses during this trip to the centipede's body. 2 elders had died, one at Lu Yin's hands. The other had not died, but Jared had sent him on his way. As for the culprit, it was still Lu Yin. From now on, the Blaze realm's enmity with Lu Yin would grow, and this was Jared's greatest gain. Northgate Lai stood beside Northgate Kong, his eyes fierce as he glared at the people who had taken on Lu Yin's appearance. A small spacecraft's hatch opened, and dozens of people who had taken on Lu Yin's appearance walked out. They were all timid, and Northgate Kong's face darkened. He impatiently waved for them to be taken away. Everyone in the surrounding space had been captured, and Northgate Kong inspected them one by one. Actually, he did not need to do it himself, but since Northgate Taisui had spoken, he had to do it himself, which made him rather unhappy. With a bang, a spacecraft exploded, but there was nothing inside. Northgate Kong frowned. No one. Where was everyone? On a planet, a wooden-faced man quietly looked at the sky. Next to him was the middle-aged captain who had spat out smoke rings. Next to him were dozens of mercenaries. Brother, you're very calm. Not bad. Only with this kind of mentality can one survive in the universe. It's been a long time since I've seen a youth as calm as you, the captain lamented as he looked at the wooden-faced man. On the other side, Qin glanced over. Actually, although the universe is dangerous, as long as one's heart is as steady as a rock, has the courage to face difficulties, and is willing to sacrifice for their companions, one will be able to make a name for themselves. The captain sighed once more, and the atmosphere around him suddenly turned heavy. The wooden-faced man's expression did not change, and he continued to look at the sky. The captain blew out a smoke ring. I've sacrificed too much for my companions. Captain, we pledge our lives to serve you. The dozens of mercenaries shouted, attracting quite a few people's attention. Qin frowned and glanced at them strangely again. Jared growled from nearby, "Shut up." The captain pursed his lips. The wooden-faced man glanced at Jared. "Shut up." He said it well, and I'm touched. Jared was furious and he clenched his fists. "Kid, do you know who you're talking to? I'm from the Blaze realm. I'm from the Ice realm." The wooden-faced man curled his lips. Jared was so angry that he trembled. The captain sighed as he looked at the wooden-faced man. "Little brother, do you want to join my mercenary group? I like you." "Brother, you'll have a bright future if you follow the captain," the dozens of mercenaries shouted. Qin glanced over again and was left speechless. At this moment, Northgate Taisui turned around in outer space. His gaze swept past all the powerhouses and landed on the planet where the captive had been placed. The void around his body distorted, and his appearance could not be seen. However, his eyes seemed to appear in everyone's hearts, and they felt like they were being oppressed by the vast stars. Finally, Northgate Taisui's gaze landed on the wooden-faced man. "Come out, kid." The man was pulled out and his appearance changed. He was Luin. Luin was helpless. When the spacecraft had been captured, he had deliberately put on his universal armor and snuck into the small spacecraft. He had been placed on the planet with the dozens of Luins, but he had still been found. The moment he was pulled out, the captain and everyone else were stunned. Wasn't this Luin? How had he gotten in? Qin Chen's eyes narrowed. This person was rather interesting. Jared was furious. So it was this bastard. The middle-aged captain swallowed his saliva. Had he said too much just now? In outer space, countless people watched as Lu Yin's body was covered in a layer of star energy, making him look like a marionette. This layer of star energy ensured that he would not explode in space. In reality, Northgate Taisui did not know that Lu Yin would not explode even without the protection of star energy. His strength as a Lemmeter was enough to survive in space. Northgate Lai sneered when he saw Lu Yin being pulled out. He had already said that Lu Yin would not be able to escape. Lillian frowned. This was too unwise. Poison Flame's gaze turned sharp. He had hoped that Lu Yin would escape so that the Blaze Realm could take action. In front of such great benefits, Lu Yin's status would not be able to protect him. Alright kid. As a representative of the 10 Arbiters Council, you were able to witness the Northline Flow Zone's Northgate platform competition. My Northline Flow Zone has treated you with great respect, but leaving without saying goodbye is a little too much, Northgate Kong said calmly. Everything was under control. Lu Yin apologized. I'm sorry, Northgate family leader. I have urgent matters to attend to and must leave. Northgate Kong nodded. You can leave, but shouldn't you share what you obtained from the centipede's body? Kid, you're a smart person, so there's no need for me to spell it out so clearly. Don't worry, I won't let you leave empty-handed. If not for Northgate Taisui, Astral 10 would have been able to guarantee Lu Yin's safety. However, at this moment, Lu Yin did not even have any thoughts of contacting Astral 10. His goal had been clear from the start. He would only keep one of the 3 pikes, but even if he had to hand it over, he would not be threatened. Family leader Northgate, are you referring to the 3 pikes that I obtained from the centipede's body? Lu Yin asked loudly. Many people were shocked. It was actually the pikes. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 394. Everyone left the centipede's body and had long since told everyone what had happened, especially the fact that the invisible attack had come from a pike. Such a pike was definitely not ordinary. There were also many who knew that Lu Yin had obtained 3 pikes, but they were not surprised. Northgate Kong smiled. Kid, there's no point in talking too much. Or perhaps, who are you waiting for to take you away? You're underestimating the Northgate family. Lu Yin was helpless. Northgate family head, I'm very curious. Although the spear has an attack that can kill spiritual force, it's only effective against the weak. You can ask Northgate Lai who's behind you and he'll be able to avoid the attack. It's not that useful to your Northgate family. You don't need to worry about that. Hand them over. Northgate Lai barked. Lu Yin sighed. I'm sorry, Northgate family head, but you're too late. I'll keep one for myself, but the other 2 have already been given to someone else. Northgate Kong's face sank. Kid, don't think too highly of yourself. Your identity is indeed troublesome, but it's not enough to render my family helpless. If you think that you can rely on your identity to safely roam the universe, then that's child's play. Lu Yin's identity was enough to strike fear into the outerverse, but it was not enough to stop the innerverse's great powers. When the benefits reached a certain level, one could calculate the gains and losses. To the Northgate family, the ancient item within the centipede's body was extremely valuable, and it was enough for them to bear the responsibility of the Lockbreaker Society and the 10 Arbiters Council. However, with Northgate Taisui around, the Northgate family was not afraid. The 10 Arbiters Council would not recklessly go against an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands just for Lu Yin. Even if Lu Yin died, there would still be someone to help cover up the truth. As long as both sides could maintain their dignity, the Northgate family would be able to settle this matter by paying a small price. As for the Lockbreaker Society, they would also have to pay a small price. The rules seemed fair, but there would always be a group of people who were above the rules, and the only thing that mattered was whether something was worth it or not. Nobody would break the rules in a battle between the younger generation, but things were different now. The pikes came from ancient times, and the Northgate family had to keep them. Lu Yin raised his gadget and tapped on a screen. Northgate family head, the person I'm giving them to has a sensitive identity. Why don't you have a chat with him? An old man appeared on the screen. His black and white hair was mixed with a trace of gray, which was the symbol of the Night King clan. This old man was Night King Yuanjing. The Day Knight clan had been keeping a low profile as of late, and all of their focus had been placed on the Astral Beast domain in order to rescue the third Night King. The information that Lu Yin had given them had not been wrong, and they had indeed found the entrance to the great realm of nothingness. However, things were not that simple. Even if they managed to enter the great realm of nothingness, they would find it difficult to rescue the third Night King. They would encounter all sorts of dangers which gave Night King Yuanjing and the rest a headache. Night King Yuanjing was just about to contact Lu Yin. Even though he knew that Lu Yin probably did not know anything, he was still looking forward to it. However, before he could reach out to Lu Yin had already contacted him. Night King Yuanjing was delighted to see Lu Yin. "Little Yin, how did you find the time to contact Grandpa Yuanjing?" Night King Yuanjing's appearance not only shocked Northgate Kong and the others, but even Northgate Taisui looked over. The Night King clan was not something that the Northline Flow Zone could afford to provoke. Many people felt their hearts skip a beat. Didn't Lu Yin have a grudge with the Day-Night clan? How could he still contact the Night King clan? Lu Yin was also delighted to see Night King Yuanjing. "Grandpa Yuanjing, Little Yin obtained 3 pikes from an ancient centipede. I was planning on giving one to Zhua Day-Night, but I couldn't contact her. Does Grandpa Yuanjing know where she is?" Night King Yuanjing's eyes lit up. "Ancient centipede? Little Yin, where did you get that ancient centipede?" Lu Yin pointed his gadget into the distance, and a giant centipede appeared before Night King Yuanjing's eyes. Night King Yuanjing was astonished. "It really is an ancient centipede." Suddenly, Night King Yuanjing's pupils shrank when he saw Northgate Taisui. The scene fell silent for a moment. Northgate Taisui looked at Night King Yuanjing, and the distorted void around his body calmed down. His appearance appeared before everyone's eyes, and he looked like an ordinary old man. Night King Yuanjing hesitated when he saw Northgate Taisui's appearance. "You look familiar." Northgate Taisui spoke with an aged tone. "So it's an expert from the Night King clan. I haven't seen you in a long time." Night King Yuanjing's eyes flickered, and he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Northgate Taisui." Northgate Taisui laughed. "You're quite knowledgeable if you can recognize me." Night King Yuanjing sighed. "It's rumored that Senior Northgate Taisui has gone into seclusion and hasn't appeared for many years. I never thought that I would be lucky enough to meet Senior today." Northgate Taisui shook his head and smiled bitterly. "What's there to meet with an old man like me?" He then glanced at Lu Yin. "Kid, you're quite capable to be able to bring out the Night King clan. My Northgate family isn't greedy, so you can keep one for yourself and gift one to the Day-Night clan. As for the last one, my Northgate family will purchase it. How about it?" Night King Yuanjing looked at Lu Yin. He wasn't stupid, and he knew that Lu Yin was using him to avoid disaster. However, he didn't care, as this was the prestige of the Night King clan. Even an old monster with a power level in the hundreds of thousands would still have to give the Night King clan face. Besides, they had also obtained a spear from the ancient centipede. Lu Yin was curious as to whether or not this spear could bring back any information from ancient times. Furthermore, the Northline Flow Zone did not have the ability to monopolize this centipede. Lu Yin relaxed as he had made the right bet. Northgate Taisui was also afraid of the Night King clan, but Lu Yin did not know whether to be happy or worried. The Night King clan was too overbearing, and it would be troublesome to make an enemy out of them. Lu Yin had already gone too far on the road to becoming their enemy. At this moment, Lu Yin's emotions were very complicated. Because he had brought out Night King Yuanjing, the Northgate family had become fearful and had achieved his goal, but because the Night King clan was too powerful, he was worried about his future. However, now was not the time to think about such things. He took out a spear and threw it at Northgate Kong. Since Senior has spoken, this Junior has no reason to disobey. Northgate Kong's mouth twitched. Why wasn't Lu Yin so obedient earlier? Northgate Lai's face sank as the nature of the situation had changed. A puny Lemmeter had actually taken the initiative and had even provoked the ancestor to personally speak up. This was too humiliating for them. Lu Yin looked at Night King Yuanjing and smiled. "Grandpa Yuanjing, there's also a spear for Zhua Day-Night. Where is she?" Night King Yuanjing smiled. "That girl has a wild personality and I'm not too sure either. How about this? You keep it for now and there'll be a banquet soon. You can personally give it to her then." Lu Yin was confused. "Banquet?" Night King Yuanjing smiled. "It's hosted by my Night King clan, and it's a grand banquet for the younger generation to exchange knowledge. Jinwu will also be there. Little Yin, you can get closer to him. After all, he's one of the top elites of the younger generation." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Arbiter Jinwu would also be there. Banquet? He did not refuse, as this was an invitation from Night King Yuanjing. If he refused, it would be too disrespectful. However, he was a little apprehensive about going to the Night King clan. He wouldn't be assassinated, right? With the Night King clan's strength, even if they killed him, no one would dare to say a word. No, he had to think of a way. Hyzage Leon could protect him, but he really did not want to reveal his relationship with the Pirate King. It would affect his reputation too much. After ending his conversation with Night King Yuanjing, Lu Yin looked at Northgate Kong and smiled. Northgate family head, how much is the Northgate family willing to pay for this spear? Northgate Kong looked at the spear in his hand. He could not tell what material it was made of, but it had an invisible sharp aura. This aura could attack one's spiritual force, but it was not very effective. At most, it could be used against ordinary explorers, but elite explorers would be able to avoid it. There were no written records on the spear, so its overall value was not as high as Lu Yin had expected. It was no wonder why this brat had been so straightforward. Brother Lu, how much do you want? Northgate Lai asked. It was not appropriate for Northgate Kong to be involved in such matters, as he did not want to discuss the price with a junior. Lu Yin thought about it. How much can you pay? How much do you want? Can you give me as much as I want? That depends on whether it's worth it or not. That's right. Just tell me how much it's worth. Northgate Lai was furious. He was an expert on the top 100 rankings, but he was actually haggling with this person. It was too embarrassing. Northgate Kong casually tossed a cosmic ring to Lu Yin. There's 100-star essence inside. That should be enough. He then left without looking back. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. 100-star essence was a sum he had never seen before. In addition to what he had obtained from the centipede's body and what he had left, he now had nearly 150-star essence, which was roughly 15 million star crystals. How much money was that? It was a bit of a headache for him to hold on to. That spear was definitely not worth that much, but Northgate Kong did not want to waste his breath on Lu Yin. He also understood that Lu Yin had made such a big deal because he did not want to be threatened, and he did not want to open his mouth. The Northgate family had been treated as a stepping stone, and they had to be treated as a stepping stone. This was the effect that Lu Yin had wanted. Even an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands could not threaten him, so anyone who wanted to make a move against him would have to open their eyes. However, after this incident, Lu Yin and the Northgate family would be at odds. It would be very difficult for him to smoothly control the younger generation of the Northline Flow Zone unless he defeated Northgate Lai. Lu Yin looked up and coincidentally met Northgate Lai's gaze. Northgate Lai bore a grudge against Lu Yin. If Lu Yin had been able to snatch the spear from the centipede's body, then he would not have had to deal with this matter. The Northgate family had even sent out Northgate Taisui, but he could not even threaten a junior. This was a loss of face, and the family would place all of this on Lu Yin's head. Brother Lu, we'll meet again at the Nightfall banquet. I'd like to see your skills then, Northgate Lai said coldly. Lu Yin smiled. Alright, we'll meet again at the Nightfall banquet. Northgate Taisui removed the seal on outer space and everyone could leave. Many people looked at Lu Yin in amazement and admiration. He had guts, and even Northgate Taisui could not threaten him. Jared looked at Lu Yin with even more shock. Qin Shin sized up Lu Yin seriously before leaving. He would also appear at the Nightfall banquet, and they would meet again at that time. Right now there was an awkward situation. There were no more spacecraft, and almost all of the people who had been captured had been destroyed. Everyone was now searching for a new spacecraft. Lu Yin was still fine, as Lillian had immediately contacted him and gifted him a spacecraft as a gesture of goodwill. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 395. Although Lu Yin had some animosity with the Northgate family, he had also exposed his abilities, so many people were still trying to get on his good side. Brother Lu, the spear should be useless to you. You haven't learned any spear fighting skills. Why don't you sell it to my Lily family? Lillian took the opportunity to ask. Her eyes blinked as if she was looking forward to it. Lu Yin shrugged. Sorry, but I want to keep it as a souvenir. Lillian rolled her eyes. Alright, feel free to contact me if you want to sell it. My Lily family has the money. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. As long as he agreed, he would immediately receive another 100-star essence. However, he decided against it after thinking about it for a while. This sort of weapon that could attack spiritual force was still worth studying. Right, Miss Anne, is the Northgate platform competition over? Lu Yin asked. Lillian replied, It's over. The Northgate family won, so you can report to the 10 arbiters now. Luin nodded and then piloted a spacecraft towards Astral 10's location. "Seventh bro, why didn't you sell the spear? It's not that useful, and it might have been a standard weapon in ancient times. Didn't you see that Night King Yuanjing didn't care about it? The Day-Night clan also has such a weapon, and the Northgate family wants to buy it so that they can study the centipede more conveniently. Besides, it's easy to covet it if you carry it around." "I know, I don't need you to remind me. Right, have you translated the words I asked you to record?" "What did it say?" Luin asked. The monkey rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm omniscient? Who knows how ancient these words are, and civilizations might have been wiped out multiple times. How could they be so easily translated? This thing involves all sorts of mysteries of the universe, all sorts of knowledge, all sorts of cultures, and all sorts of—" All right, take your time translating," Luin hurriedly said. News of what had happened in the Northline flow zone quickly spread, and with the network connecting the entire universe, news spread faster and faster. Northgate Taisue's reappearance, the ancient centipede's appearance, and the corpse that had been split apart by 5 spears within the centipede's body attracted the interest of countless people. The Blaze Realm, the Ross Empire, the Sylvan Dragon Clan, the Beast Tamers Flow Zone's first grade hall, second grade hall, and so on and so forth. Although Northgate Taisui was capable of suppressing many people, he would definitely have to compromise when facing a powerhouse from a major faction. The ancient centipede could not belong to the Northgate family alone. Amidst these events, Luin had been in the limelight. He had stolen 3 pikes and had the Night King clan as his backer. All of this news had made Luin even more famous. Luin was the most famous of the publicly acknowledged candidates for the 10 Arbiters. Within the Northgate family study, Northgate Kong had an ugly expression on his face as he glared at Northgate Lai. "The ancestor is very disappointed in you. You can't even deal with a Lemeter Jr. The resources that the family has invested in you have all been wasted." Northgate Lai respectfully replied, "Father, although Luin is a Lemeter, his strength cannot be measured by common sense. This person definitely has the strength to fight against someone on the top 100 rankings. There's no need to quibble. You failed this time, so the clan will naturally punish you," Northgate Kong said impatiently. Northgate Lai looked up. "Father, Luin wasn't the only one who benefited from this trip to the centipede's body." Northgate Kong's eyes lit up and he looked at Northgate Lai. "What do you mean?" Northgate Lai slowly answered, "I saw a pattern inside the centipede's body and memorized it. I didn't let anyone else see it." He then raised his hand and used his star energy to manifest the pattern that he had seen inside the centipede's body. He had destroyed this pattern when Lily Ann and the others had arrived, so no one besides him had seen it clearly. Suddenly the void distorted, and Northgate Taisui walked out and studied the pattern carefully. Northgate Lai lowered his head and respectfully stood to the side. After a while, neither Northgate Taisui nor Northgate Kong were able to figure out anything. Northgate Taisui shook his head and sighed. "It's too ancient, and all of its information has been lost in the river of time. There's no way to verify it." He then slowly disappeared, but before he disappeared he said, "Not bad, Junior. Follow the ancestor and show off the Northgate family's might at the Nightfall banquet." Northgate Lai was delighted, as the ancestor was going to personally instruct him. He looked at Northgate Kong. Northgate Kong nodded. "Go. Cultivate well with the ancestor. As long as Luin cannot defeat you, he will not be able to control the younger generation of the Northline flow zone." Northgate Lai nodded. He had been very confident that he could defeat Luin, but now that he was following the ancestor, his sights were no longer limited to Luin, but rather to the top of the top 100 rankings. Although the Northline flow zone was a small flow zone, it was still equivalent to a weave in the outerverse. It would take at least a week for a normal spacecraft to reach Astral 10. If it was a black hole-grade aurora, then it would only take a few hours. Luin felt pity for the destroyed black hole-grade aurora as he examined the spear. He hadn't had the time to examine it before, but now, he carefully examined the spear. It was cold to the touch and it was not light. There were no words or images on it, only black bloodstains that had gradually disappeared. Luin did not know what material this spear was made of, but it gave off a natural pressure when he held it. Luin tried to bend it, but he found that it was abnormally tough. Even with his strength, it was difficult to break it, and only overlaying stacks could break it. It was a weapon that was very suitable for explorers. This spear is useless against powerhouses above the explorer realm. Does that mean that the person inside the centipede's body was only an explorer? But how can an explorer not decay after so many years? Even the words on the walls have decayed. Luin was puzzled. It's simple. Either these 3 spears are different from the ones that were stabbed into the corpse, or an absolute powerhouse transformed the decaying into something magical and used these spears to kill a powerhouse who hasn't decayed after so many years. It's just like how 7th Bro can easily kill an explorer with a pair of chopsticks, the monkey explained. These were the only 2 possibilities. Lu Yin gripped the spear tightly as the latter was most likely the case. He did not know what kind of powerhouse could survive so many years without decaying, nor did he know what kind of person could kill such a powerhouse. The universe was too vast, and it had experienced the destruction of more than one civilization. Much ancient information was in the hands of powerful civilizations, and he was suddenly very interested in this information. At this moment his gadget beeped. It was a notification that he could not refuse from the 10 Arbiters Council. Lu Yin looked over and saw that when Sansi had personally sent him a notification, asking him to report everything that had happened in the Northline flow zone. Lu Yin knew that the 10 Arbiters wanted to know more about the centipede's body and Northgate Taisui, so he did not hesitate or hide anything. He wrote down everything in detail and sent it to Wen Sansi. By the way, monkey, how long do you think Northgate Taisui has been alive for? I don't know. That kind of old freak can live for tens of thousands of years and freeze himself for no reason. Who knows when he'll come out again? Maybe he's still alive even after your grandson is dead. The monkey pouted. Lu Yin frowned as the monkey's words were unpleasant. Northgate Taisui or the 3rd Night King? Who's stronger? The monkey boasted, 7th Bro, how can you compare Northgate Taisui to the 3rd Night King? That's the 3rd Night King. He's one of the top 3 powerhouses in the entire history of the Night King clan. Although I don't know his exact power level, he's definitely stronger than Northgate Taisui. They're not even on the same level. Otherwise, why do you think Northgate Taisui is afraid of Night King Yuanjing? If Northgate Taisui could compare to the 3rd Night King, then the Northgate family would have ascended to the heavens long ago. Through Northgate Taisui, Lu Yin could directly sense the power that could topple the universe. It was only then that Lu Yin understood the implications of revealing the 3rd Night King's existence to the Night King clan. Once the 3rd Night King was safely released, then the Night King clan would ascend to the heavens. Are you sure that the 3rd Night King won't be able to escape? Lu Yin was still worried. I'm sure, absolutely sure. You have to believe that the Void Wanderer ancestor has lived for countless years, and that kind of abnormal strength has been tempered over the years. Although it doesn't necessarily have much attack power, it's enough to drag out a single person. Even if the entire Night King clan was sacrificed, it still wouldn't be enough to drag him out. Besides, do you think that the other powerful clans in the Astral Beast domain are just decorations? Lu Yin was still worried. The Day-Night clan had existed for a very long time, and who knew what kind of abilities they had. However, he could no longer interfere in this matter, so he could only resign himself to fate. If the descendants of the Day-Night clan's Day King bloodline found out that he had revealed the 3rd Night King's whereabouts, they would definitely hate him to death. A few days later, Lu Yin arrived at Astral 10. As soon as he arrived, he heard news that Big Pao and Little Pao had become explorers and had successfully graduated. The 2 had been adopted by Astral 10 since they were young, and the other students had gradually left Astral 10. In the end, only the 2 of them had remained. Actually, with their abilities they could have broken through long ago, but they had never wanted to leave. Now that Astral 10 had stabilized, and with Lu Yin overseeing it, the 2 of them had finally decided to break through to the explorer realm and roam the universe. An academy was an academy after all. The universe was where the strong lived. Lu Yin saw Big Pao and Little Pao at the trial zone entrance as well as Xia Luo, Michelle, Hui Day-Night and a few other students. No one was surprised by Lu Yin's return, as they had all heard about what had happened in the Northline flow zone. They were all shocked that Lu Yin had dared to negotiate with an old freak whose power level was in the hundreds of thousands. Congratulations on successfully graduating, seniors, Lu Yin said with a smile. Big Pao flipped his hair. Graduation is a must. Junior, wait for me. I'll challenge the top 100 rankings in a while and scout for you. Alright, stop bragging. Even if we work together, we can't beat someone at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. Little Pao was speechless. Big Pao rolled his eyes. I'm not bragging. It's a goal. It's youth. Lu Yin smiled. I'm looking forward to the moment when Senior enters the top 100 rankings. Ha, Junior has good taste. Don't worry, Senior's Flame God Spear excels at subduing the top. Big Pao laughed happily. Subduing the top? 7th Bro, stay away from him. This guy's thoughts aren't pure. The monkey shrieked. Where do you plan to go after graduation? Lu Yin asked. Little Pao replied, Chaos Flow Zone. Luin was shocked. Chaos Flow Zone, one of the 8 great flow zones? Little Pao nodded, but he didn't say anything else. He smiled at Luin. Junior will leave Astral 10 to you. This is our home, so I hope that you can protect it well. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 396. Luin nodded and looked at the others. When he saw Michelle, he felt a little awkward. I'll help you comprehend Battle Force. Michelle frowned. There's no need, I've already comprehended it. Then Battle Force appeared around her body. It was the same as when Luin had first comprehended it, and although it had yet to reach the level of one line, it was indeed Battle Force. Comprehending Battle Force and not comprehending Battle Force were 2 different concepts. Michelle's strength had reached a new level. During this period of time, Luin had improved very quickly, but the others had not been slow either. Being able to enter the Astral Combat Academy was a testament to one's talent, and everyone had broken through to the Limiter realm. Astral 10's overall strength was considered to be in the upper echelons of the Astral Combat Academy. However, this only applied to them, as the students who entered Astral 10 in the future might not be lucky enough to be taught by so many mentors. After chatting with everyone for a while, Luin was about to go find old Kai, but Xia Luo stopped him. Do you know where Silver is? Xia Luo asked. Luin shook his head. Xia Luo was helpless. It looks like he really has gone missing. He then looked at Luin. Brother Lu, will you go to the Cosmic Sea in the future? Luin was surprised. Why do you ask? Just curious, Xia Luo replied. Luin thought about it. Maybe. If it's possible, please take me with you. I also want to explore the cosmic ocean, Xia Luo said. Luin nodded. All right, I'll contact you when the time comes. After a few simple words, Xia Luo left. Luin had never been able to see through him, but Xia Luo had never shown any enmity towards him, nor had he ever harmed him. More importantly, this person had a primeval surname that allowed him to freely roam the universe. Entering Astral 10 proved that his surname was legitimate, but Luin had scouted the internet and found no strong family with the surname Xia. Forget it, Luin decided to ignore him. The universe's various powers were intricate and complicated, and Luin didn't even know which powers there were, let alone guess Xia Luo's identity. Lulu hadn't returned yet, but he had enough money on him to pay off his debt. He didn't like owing others, but since she wasn't back yet, he decided to wait until the next time they met. It was only 50 star essence, and Luin already had a way to become rich. It was too simple. Old Kai, your student has returned, Luin said respectfully from the treasury. Old Kai looked up. You're more troublesome than I thought. Luin was confused. Cause trouble? The students didn't cause any trouble. Is that so? News of your exploits in the Northline Flow Zone have already spread. Old Kai rolled his eyes. That can't be. I didn't do anything. Kid, do you know what the rebirth of Northgate Taisui means? Aside from certain places and events, old freaks with power levels over 400,000 won't appear. However, if they do, it means that they have complete control over the entire Northline Flow Zone. There's only one Northgate Taisui in the entire Northline Flow Zone, and he's the stabilizing force of the Northline Flow Zone. When he appears, even the Blaze Realm and the Sword Sect have to give him face. You actually managed to take advantage of him, which means that this matter is far more influential than you becoming the champion of the Tournament of the Strongest. Luin knew that Northgate Taisui's appearance would have great influence, but he had not expected it to be this great. Old Kai, I'm just borrowing the Night King clan's power to protect myself. I didn't do anything. Old Kai solemnly replied, the process isn't important, the results are. The courage, methods, and background that you've displayed during this entire incident have all surpassed the standards of a normal student. Right now, you're no longer an ordinary student in everyone's eyes. You're like Night Queen Yanqing, a freakish genius with a powerful background. Do you know what this means? When he saw Lu Yin's confused expression, Old Kai laughed. It means that someone wants to deal with you, and it won't just be you alone. They'll also use all of your resources. Once they make a move, you'll definitely die with no chance of survival. Your enemy will target you with the same mindset as Night Queen Yanqing, and they'll take into account all possible contingencies. Luin frowned. When he had first arrived in the Northline Flow Zone, he had been hunted down by a hunter. Now, if someone wanted to attack him again, not only would they send out hunters, but they might even send out peak hunters like Poison Flame. Someone like that would kill him without any chance of survival, and he would die without knowing why. Not even a trace of information would be leaked. Lu Yin had racked his brains, and he had even used Night King Yuanjing to show that he would not be threatened. This was equivalent to pushing himself to the edge of a cliff. If someone decided to deal with him, it would definitely be a thunderous blow. However, Lu Yin did not regret his actions, as the strength that he had displayed had already surpassed the protection that his status provided him. Once news of the Northline flow zone spread, it would put an end to any potential attacks. There were pros and cons to this. Right now, what he lacked was a power similar to Rabbit Lei's ability to launch a counterattack. When he saw Old Kai's calm demeanor, Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he respectfully asked, "Old Kai, I'm from Astral 10. Does Astral 10 have a way to protect me?" Old Kai raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? You want us old fellows to stay close to you and protect you?" "Of course not. It's just that this is the treasury and I hope to obtain some self-defense items," Lu Yin said expectantly. Old Kai's eyes narrowed and he licked his lips. "This is a self-defense item. The treasure pavilion does have it, but..." Old Kai's right hand tapped lightly on the table. Every time he tapped, his thumb rubbed against his index finger and middle finger. Then he tapped the table again, repeating the same action. This action was obviously asking for money, but it wasn't too obvious. Accompanied by the sound of tapping on the table, it strangely had an unfathomable aura. Lu Yin stared at Old Kai's fingers and waves surged in his heart. This action was too cool and he thought back to the many times he had asked people for money. His actions were vulgar, inelegant and stingy, but Old Kai's action was too grand. It was easy to understand without appearing unscrupulous. It was the quintessence of asking for money that had been honed over countless years. Lu Yin stared blankly. He knew what his greatest gain today was. This action, this grand action of asking for money. Old Kai coughed when he saw Lu Yin staring at his right hand. "Kid, why are you in a daze?" Lu Yin stared blankly for a moment before coming to his senses. He subconsciously said, "Old Kai, I really need to learn more from you." Old Kai was baffled. Lu Yin had just realized that Old Kai had purposely used what had happened in the Northline flow zone to scare him. This old man's desire for money was no less than Lu Yin's. "I exchanged my spear for some money in the Northline flow zone, and I want to donate it to the academy. Would you be willing to accept it?" Lu Yin asked carefully, afraid that he would ruin the elegant, unfathomable action of asking for money. Old Kai smiled and looked at Lu Yin with gratification. "You've grown up, kid. You know how to repay the academy. Very good, very good. Give it to me. The academy is planning to recruit new students soon, so we need a lot of money." Lu Yin's face twitched and he reluctantly took out a Mavis Bank card. "There are 1,000,000 star crystals in this card. Please accept it on behalf of the academy." Old Kai's eyes lit up, but he did not seem too excited. His fingers continued to tap on the table leisurely. It was clearly not enough. That was what the old man meant. "Seventh bro, is this your grandfather?" "He's the same. Being greedy for money is part of your family's tradition," the monkey said. Lu Yin's face darkened, and he blocked the monkey before taking out another card. "There are 1,000,000 star crystals in this card. Please accept it, Old Kai." Old Kai's breathing quickened and his lips curled up. However, he did not accept the card and instead looked up at the sky. Lu Yin gulped and his expression turned even uglier. The old man knew that he had scammed the Northgate family out of 100-star essence, and he was not going to take it all away. That was 100-star essence, which was equivalent to 10,000,000 star crystals. That was too much. However, Lu Yin would not skimp on the money that he had to spend. Since the old man had mentioned the dangers that Lu Yin would encounter in the future, it was obvious that he had made preparations. Lu Yin could only say that this amount of money was not enough to meet his expectations. Lu Yin steeled his heart and took out 30-star essence, along with the 2,000,000 star crystals that he had received earlier, and handed them all to Old Kai. Old Kai laughed heartily and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. "You're filial, kid. Not bad, you're a good kid. The academy did not nurture you for nothing. Good, good, good. However, you've contributed to the academy, so the academy will not treat you unfairly. Take this." Old Kai tossed the item over to Lu Yin. It was a square object that was about the size of a palm and had a strange frame made of green bamboo. There was a black metal ball in the center that was sealed on 3 sides, and the last side was completely open. Lu Yin felt strange as he held the item. "Old Kai, what's this?" "This is called a money bomb, kid. Don't underestimate it. If you hold it properly and aim it at your enemy, it can launch an attack that can instantly kill a hunter. Of course, you have to catch them off guard, old Kai explained in a sinister tone. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as he looked at the item in his hand. This thing can instantly kill a hunter? Old Kai proudly replied, of course. This is my secret weapon and it's the only one in the entire universe. Lu Yin felt like he had been cheated. What, you don't trust me? Old Kai was unhappy. Lu Yin stared at the money bomb as he truly did not trust the old man. After all, it was a life-saving item, and he had spent almost 50 star essence just to obtain this item. He felt a little indignant about it. However, he had already spent the money, and old Kai's expression told him that he could not get it back. Helpless, Lu Yin put it away and bitterly thanked old Kai. Thank you for the gift, mentor. Old Kai stroked his mustache. One money bomb costs 50 star essence, 2 for 80 star essence, and 3 for 100 star essence. You can have as many as you want. Kid, you have to patronize my business more in the future, ha. Lu Yin's face darkened as he left. 50 star essences were gone just like that, and Lu Yin's heart ached. He'd thought that old Kai would give him something that looked like a bluff, something that could scare off his enemies. Instead, he'd given him something so lousy. As he walked, Lu Yin felt indignant, but he did not dare ask old Kai for a refund. After some thought, he decided to head to the Sand Ocean. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 397. Coco and Zora were together in the Sand Ocean, and the giant syringe was especially eye-catching. Lu Yin's appearance made Coco very happy. Brother Lu, you're back. Lu Yin smiled and nodded at her. I heard that you sparred with the students from Shangwu Academy? How did it feel? Coco pouted. I couldn't beat them. Lu Yin laughed heartily. Every time he faced Coco, he was always happy. Don't be discouraged. Your strength lies in healing, not fighting. But then he suddenly paused. Healing? Was Coco's healing ability even useful? Hearing Lu Yin's encouragement, Coco resolutely carried the syringe. Brother Lu, don't worry. I'll definitely treat my injured companions well. Lu Yin laughed dryly. I'll do my best. After bidding farewell to Zora, Lu Yin headed deeper into the Sand Ocean to look for the Sand Master. It didn't take long for Lu Yin to find the Sand Master. The Sand Master held the money bomb in his hands with a helpless expression. What do you want to ask? Student wants to know if this thing is useful? Lu Yin asked. The Sand Master casually tossed the money bomb to Lu Yin. It's useful, but use it with caution. What do you mean? Lu Yin was puzzled. The Sand Master thought about it. If possible, try not to use it. And if you do, try not to reveal your identity. This thing has a bad reputation. Lu Yin's heart sank and he felt like he had been cheated. Old Kai said that the money bomb can instantly kill a hunter. I don't know. The Sand Master nodded. It can be used to catch them off guard, but a weapon is still a weapon. A hunter won't just stand there and let you hit them, so you have to catch them off guard. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it was effective, then it was good that he hadn't been cheated. Mentor, is there a problem with the money bomb's reputation? The Sand Master muttered to himself, seemingly unsure of what to say. He waved his hand. You'll know in the future. All right, you can leave now. This place is of no use to you. The Sand Master then left. Lu Yin was helpless. If the Sand Master didn't want to talk about it, then there was nothing he could do. After leaving the Forgotten River Sand Ocean, Lu Yin did not look for anyone. Instead, he went to a ruin in Astral 10. It was time for him to reach the peak of the Lamita realm. It had been some time since Lu Yin had broken through to the Lamita realm. For others, reaching the peak of the Lamita realm would be somewhat difficult, as they either did not have enough money or their star energy absorption rate would be too slow. However, for Lu Yin it was not that difficult. He had money and he could do whatever he wanted. In addition, he also had the Sirius technique, which allowed him to absorb star energy 9 times faster than normal. As long as he had the money, success would come naturally. Lu Yin raised his hand out of habit, and the die appeared. He still intended to roll 4 pips and enter the time-stop space to absorb star energy. He tapped out a finger and watched the die spin. Strange, why do I feel like I've forgotten something? His expression changed as he watched the die slowly come to a stop. Crap, he hadn't rolled it for so long. Could it be a 6? In the next moment, the scene in front of him changed and he saw darkness before balls of light. He was speechless. He had really rolled 6 pips. A 6 pips cost too much money, far more than any other roll. It was gone in the blink of an eye, and he wanted to find a random ball of light to merge with. Right now, the most important thing was to reach the peak of the Lamita realm, but after some thought he decided against it. Since he was destined to roll 6 pips, he could only accept his fate. However, while 6 pips was a huge cost, it was still very useful. The next moment, there was a violent explosion as the Neo-Human Alliance's experts attacked the spacecraft, causing ripples to appear in the void. These experts were all space-exploring powerhouses. Inside the spacecraft, Yulan Yer buried her head in Grandma Du's arms, looking very afraid. Grandma Du's gaze turned vicious. Neo-Human Alliance trash, how dare you attack the little princess? The Yulan court will not let you off. The Sword Sect will not let you off either. A Corpse King's eyes were bloodshot, and he charged at Grandma Du, punching her. Grandma Du shouted, and star energy appeared in front of her to block the Corpse King. Bang! The shockwave shattered the spacecraft and Grandma Du spat out a mouthful of blood. Although she was a cruiser, her physical strength was still far from being a match for the Corpse King. The Corpse King attacked again. Grandma Du pushed Yulan Yer away like a madwoman. Little princess, run. She then slammed into the Corpse King, and her body turned into an indescribably terrifying color. With her at the center, half of the spacecraft was enveloped in her venom, including the Yulan court experts and the Corpse King. Even the Explorer Realm Corpse King could not withstand Grandma Du's lethal venom, and they all melted. Yulan Yer donned her universal armor and fled the spacecraft, sorrowfully watching Grandma Du's tragic death. With a boom, the remaining half of the spacecraft exploded once again. Yulan Yer was sent flying by the shockwave, and when she looked around again, she saw that the Yulan court spacecraft was no longer in space. There was only a single Corpse King with gray eyes. Hidden in a distant spacecraft, Luin frowned. The Neo-Human Alliance had sent 2 Corpse Kings that could transform into Corpse Kings for this operation, and one of them was even a hunter. It seemed that the Neo-Human Alliance valued the Yulan court greatly. Even if it was just a guess, they had still sent out such powerhouses. It was just like how the great Yu Empire's Yu family had all died, and even their corpses had disappeared. Luin felt like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. As he received more and more information, Luin also understood why the Yulan family of the 7 courts did not have any secret techniques. It was because the Yulan family's techniques could only be passed down to a single person, which was different from the Yu secret art. The Yu secret art could be cultivated, while the Yulan secret art could only be passed down to a single person. While Luin was still receiving information, Yulan Yer watched as the gray-eyed Corpse King came closer and closer. Her expression suddenly became very calm, completely different from her previous terrified expression. It's been so many years, but you've still discovered it. That means that there really are people from the Neo-Human Alliance within the 7 courts. Yulan Yer's tone was indifferent. She was clearly only about 12 years old and she was still a very young girl, but her expression and tone made even Luin shiver. Luin ignored the information and continued to stare at outer space. Beside him, the Hunter Realm Corpse King's eyes widened, and it stared at outer space as well. Since you want to know so much, I'll fulfill your wish and let you die with a clear understanding. Yulan Yer lifted her pretty face, her eyes cold like the depths of hell. Ripples rippled out from her eyes, and Luin felt a chill run down his spine. This was not power but more like an indescribable threat that threatened all living things. Yulan's secret art, hidden time, Yulan Yer calmly said. The next moment, an unbelievable change occurred, and Lu Yin's worldview was toppled. Yulan Yer had grown up. This little girl was clearly only about 10 years old, but the moment she used the secret technique, her body began to grow, and she gradually turned into a pretty girl in her 20s. Her face was beautiful and her gaze was cold. It was like a poisonous datura flower had bloomed in outer space. This change shocked not only Luin, but even the Hunter Realm Corpse King beside him. Yulan Yer smiled. Are you surprised? This is the Yulan secret art. It can hide the changes of time and it's passed down to only one person. This is what you want. Take this secret with you and die. After she spoke, an old man appeared beside Yulan Yer. The old man had appeared without a sound, as if he had always been there and had existed since time immemorial. The moment the Hunter Realm Corpse King beside Luin saw the old man, he was shocked. 7 courts, Elder Yulan Yu Yifan. The old man looked up and swept his gaze across the area, looking at the spacecraft hidden in the distance. He tapped the void and the entire universe trembled. The next moment, everything in Lu Yin's field of vision turned to ash. Planets, celestial phenomena, and the dark heavens, everything that could be seen vanished. This was a boundless and terrifying power, and it was similar to when he had encountered Northgate Taisui. This old man had a power level in the hundreds of thousands, and he was an old monster. To the side, the Hunter Realm Corpse King's eyes turned gray before turning green. It leaped up in a futile attempt to escape. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 398. The old man shook his head in disdain. Green eyes transformation. You can't escape. The Corpse King, the spacecraft, and everyone on it, including Lu Yin, instantly turned to dust and disappeared from the heavens. Yoye was envious of this shocking scene. I wonder when I'll have such power. The old man looked at Yoye reproachfully. Nonsense. I told you to hide the secret technique, but you didn't listen. If it wasn't a hunter but a Corpse King on the same level as me, then this secret would have been exposed. Yoye stretched lazily, revealing her exquisite curves. Grandpa Fan, do you know what it feels like to be imprisoned by a secret technique? Ever since I inherited the Yo secret technique, my body hasn't been able to grow any bigger. It's very painful, so I have to release myself occasionally. The old man snorted. Fortunately, this secret has been protected. The Neo-Human Alliance's strength in the first flow zone has been weakened, and it will be some time before they can act again. Take this time to get closer to Lu Xiaoqiu and the Sword Sect and borrow their strength to protect you. I don't want to get along with losers, Yoye said unhappily. The old man was helpless. The 13 swords get stronger the further you advance. Although Lu Xiaoqiu lost, there are very few people in this universe who can be his opponent once he becomes an explorer. That Lu Yin and that person from the technocracy were just accidents. Yes, Yoye helplessly replied. In the distant Astral 10, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had just experienced death at the hands of an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands. He had never felt so close to death even when he had faced Northgate Taisui, and he had never expected to meet such a monster again so soon. More importantly, he had discovered an incredible secret. The Yo court in the first flow zone had once been a member of the Seven Courts Yo family. They had betrayed the Seven Courts and been protected by the Sword Sect, but the Sword Sect had never known that the Yo family's secret technique was in the Yo court's hands. That old man who had appeared at the end had actually come from the Seven Courts. In other words, the Yo court had never truly betrayed the Seven Courts. Otherwise, the Yo family's elder would not have appeared to protect the little princess. Also, the Yo secret technique had only been passed down to a single person, and that little princess was called Yoye. That old man had used his boundless power to destroy a part of the starry sky. Even the network couldn't transmit any information to the outside world. He thought that no one knew his secret, and he was probably the only one who knew this secret apart from a limited number of people. Aside from this, there was also the matter of the Neo-Human Alliance and the Spectre race. The Spectre race higher up that had fused with Lu Yin had too much information, and Lu Yin was unable to sort it all out for the time being. However, even if he only remembered a portion of it, it was enough to shock the universe. Lu Yin panted heavily as he tapped on his gadget and wrote down some addresses. These addresses were the locations of the Neo-Human Alliance's strongholds. Right, there was also the secret of the Spectre race. Lu Yin opened the network and searched for the Spectre clan, but the results he obtained were that there was no such clan. He then used his honor points to search for more information, but he still couldn't find anything. This clan was rather secretive and almost no one knew about them. The Spectre clan had the aura of death within their bodies. This was the most important characteristic to identify the Spectre clan. Lu Yin tried to recall what he had felt during the fusion, but he realized that he had received too much information at once, so he hadn't been able to feel it in time. This fusion had allowed him to learn too many secrets, and Lu Yin muttered to himself for a long time. He didn't know whether or not he should reveal the locations of the Neo-Human Alliance's strongholds, but in the end, he decided against it. Nobody would believe him, and even if someone did, the Neo-Human Alliance would have long since fled by the time they searched those locations. Lu Yin did not believe that they did not have any spies among the upper echelons of the various human organizations. If even the Seven Courts had been infiltrated, then there was no need to even mention the upper echelons of the various organizations. Lu Yin rubbed his temples. The more he learned, the greater the pressure he felt. The universe was too vast and there were too many organizations. The more he came into contact with those great organizations, the more Lu Yin felt that the Great Yu Empire was insignificant and insignificant. In the outerverse 72 weaves, there were probably no more than 100 almighty enlighters. What about the innerverse? There were even old monsters with power levels in the hundreds of thousands. Even deeper in the innerverse was the cosmic sea, and there was also the neoverse, which had never been revealed. The various organizations were as diverse as the stars in the night sky. Fortunately, as humans cultivated, their lifespans also increased. The more unfathomable the universe was, the greater the desire to explore and conquer it. However, the most important thing right now was to check how much money he had left. Lu Yin trembled as he opened his cosmic ring. His heart sank and he had the urge to curse out loud. The star essence that the Northgate family had given him and the leftover from before were all gone. Even the million star crystals were gone. Lu Yin howled in grief as he had become poor again. This had happened too quickly. He had only watched a show, but all of the money that he had worked so hard to earn was gone. Now he only had 100,000 star crystals and 2 million cosmic dollars left. He had originally wanted to reach the peak of the Lamita realm, but now he had to delay it again. He did not know how long he would have to delay it. Although the opportunity to earn money inside the centipede's body was good, it was not something that could be obtained at any time. As he looked at his empty cosmic ring, he had the urge to sell off the secrets that he had just obtained. Since he had no more money, there was no point in thinking too much about it. Lu Yin calmed himself down, thought about it, and then walked towards the trial zone entrance. He remembered that there were some mysterious places in the trial zones, and it was rumored that even the 10 arbiters had gone there. He wanted to give it a try. After greeting the trial master, the first place that Lu Yin went to was the Tao of Purgatory's sky platform. Every year, many students obtained Tao Bo's approval and attempted to reach the top of the sky platform, but none succeeded, including Starsabil. Lu Yin was now publicly acknowledged as the strongest person in the Astral Combat Academy. His attempt to reach the sky platform had attracted everyone's attention. I don't know if Lu Yin will succeed. The higher one goes, the more likely they are to disappear. It's too strange. I remember that Senior Dalbo also mysteriously disappeared when he was close to the top, but no one knows how. My senior's second brother-in-law's cousin's sister said that she doesn't know either, a fatty mumbled. The moment he finished speaking, the gazes of the people around him turned unfriendly. If you don't know, then why are you still talking? Does anyone know which arbiter was at the top of the sky platform? Someone suddenly asked. No one answered. Even if they knew, they would not dare to say it. The names of the 10 arbiters could not be casually mentioned. Lu Yin walked to the bottom of the sky platform and looked up. The sky was distorting, but he did not think too much about it. He stepped onto the first sphere and his entire body suddenly felt different. It was as if an indescribable power had appeared. It could not be seen or touched, and it did not affect his body at all. However, for some reason, it caused his heart to palpitate. He muttered to himself for a moment before stepping onto the second sphere. Just like that, he walked up step by step. Everyone looked at Lu Yin and more people gathered around him. Feng Shang, Lu Xiaoyan, and even Starsabil had appeared. The higher Lu Yin went, the more obvious that indescribable power became. However, it did not affect him at all. He did not know where this power came from, and he could not tell what kind of power it was. Even old monsters like Northgate Taisui and the 7 Courts Elders with power levels in the hundreds of thousands were powerful, but they were still traceable. However, the power that surrounded Lu Yin's body was untraceable, and it made Lu Yin's heart skip a beat. He did not know how powerful the 10 arbiters who had reached the peak had been back in the Astral Combat Academy, but he had tied the Divine Fist's record, so he was confident that his strength was no weaker than that of the 10 arbiters. The inexplicable sense of danger grew stronger. Lu Yin's body was not injured, and there were no external attacks. However, his entire body began to turn transparent. Everyone held their breaths. He was about to disappear. This was it. They had seen this scene many times before, and all of the losers had mysteriously disappeared like this. Lu Yin was shocked. This should not be happening. Could it be that he was weaker than that 10 arbiters? How was that possible? The 10 arbiters had also been limiters when they reached the top of the sky platform because explorers were not allowed to enter. This meant that Lu Yin's current strength could not compare to the 10 arbiters when they had been limiters. Then just how strong were the 10 arbiters? Was the Divine Fist's record fake? No one would reveal all of their trump cards. This phrase suddenly appeared in Lu Yin's mind. The Divine Fist's record was left for future generations to surpass, but what future generations could surpass was always the record on the surface. No one knew the Divine Fist's true strength. Through the sky platform, Luin could clearly feel the invincible strength of the 10 Arbiters. Everyone had underestimated the 10 Arbiters. Their strength was unparalleled and unfathomable. Lu Yin's body became more and more transparent as his existence was being erased. He still did not have the qualifications to reach the top of the sky platform. However, just as Lu Yin was about to completely disappear, his body suddenly solidified once more, and that inexplicable power rapidly weakened. The crowd did not understand, but they could only see the result. Lu Yin had reached the top. The sky platform had existed for countless years in the trial zones, but only a few had ever reached the top. According to the records, only a few students had ever reached the top, and of those few, only the 10 Arbiters had been Lemeters. The others had all been explorers who had made an exception to reach the top. Lu Yin was the second Lemeter in history to reach the top. The moment Lu Yin reached the top, all of the Astral Combat Academy's headmasters opened their eyes at the same time. At that moment, Lu Yin's name was recorded in the history of the Astral Combat Academy. A Lemeter who can reach the top of the sky platform. What a genius, an old voice said from Astral 6. The sky platform exists only to encourage and pass down inheritances, not to test Lemeters. Since ancient times, only explorers have reached the top, but in recent years 2 Lemeters have reached the top. The universe has indeed changed, a voice from Astral 2 said. That's a good thing. The faster the younger generation grows, the more at ease we old folks will feel, a voice from Astral 5 said. If they grow too quickly, they won't be able to temper their minds. The 10 Arbiters' Council is too tyrannical, and they're easily broken, a voice from Astral 9 said. It doesn't matter. It's a good thing for young people to have some drive. This kid will probably go to the ocean of death next. The Tao of Heaven's ocean of death and the Tao of Purgatory's sky platform, hee, an old voice from Astral 1 said. It's a pity that this kid came from Astral 10. That old guy doesn't even know that his academy has produced a genius. What a pity, a voice from Astral 4 said. In the Tao of Purgatory, Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Just as his body was about to completely disappear, he had suddenly recited the Stonewall Scriptures. He had always felt that reciting the Stonewall Scriptures would always have a miraculous effect whenever he encountered a problem that he could not solve. Sure enough, it had worked again this time. The Stonewall Scriptures seemed to have given him a cheat, and it had forcefully dispersed that strange aura, allowing him to successfully reach the top. It was a pity that he had not relied on his own abilities to reach the top. He was still a bit weaker than the 10 Arbiters when they had been Lemeters, but he did not know how much weaker he was. Speaking of which, Lu Yin's current strength was already quite abnormal. His Dai, his various fortuitous encounters, and his inexplicably powerful body had all been combined together, but he still could not catch up to the 10 Arbiters. He really did not know how the 10 Arbiters had cultivated. Regardless, he had reached the top. At this moment, he felt as if he had stepped into another space. Half of his body was on the sky platform, while the other half had already sunk into the distorted void. The scene that he saw was completely different from the others. He saw countless strange runes that seemed to have cut up the entire Tao of Purgatory. This was the true appearance of the trial zones, the legacy of the Rune Technology Society. Seventh bro, what did you see? Tell me about it. The monkey shouted. Half of Lu Yin's body was on the sky platform, so the monkey could not see what Lu Yin was seeing. Lu Yin did not know how to describe it either. Seeing was one thing, but not understanding was another. He had a confused expression on his face, as he had no idea what the benefits of reaching the top were. It would be better for him to experience a battle between ancient powerhouses. Below him, countless people were also watching anxiously. No one had seen the 10 Arbiters reach the top, as they had all been chased away. No one knew which Arbiter had reached the top, and Lu Yin was the only one in recent years to reach the top. Many people were still hoping that he would draw out an ancient inheritance to broaden their horizons, but after waiting for a long time, there was no reaction. Why does it feel like Lu Yin has been cut in half? Someone muttered. The others looked up, and it did indeed look like it. Seventh bro, half of your butt is exposed. Do you feel unsafe? The monkey asked. Lu Yin looked at the countless runes in the sky and frowned. The more he looked, the more dizzy he felt. His eyes began to ache, and 2 streams of tears unconsciously flowed down his cheeks. He closed his eyes, not daring to open them again. However, when he did so, his body actually began to slowly disappear, which frightened him so much that he immediately opened his eyes again. He opened them, but they were so sore that he could not bear it. It was as if someone had used a strong light to stab his eyes. He wanted to close them, but he did not dare to. He was not stupid, and he knew that there had to be a reason for his eyes to ache. With his strength, it was impossible for his eyes to ache for no reason. Perhaps it had something to do with the reward for reaching the top. Lu Yin forced himself to keep his eyes open, and he stared at the countless runes until he felt dizzy. Inexplicably, he began to recite the Stonewall scriptures again, but they were ineffective this time as well. Finally, he could not take it anymore. He closed his eyes and his body suddenly vanished from the Tao of Purgatory, just like the previous failures. Below him, all the students were silent. Did he succeed or fail? No one knew, because no one knew what the person who had reached the top looked like. On Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes, but then subconsciously closed them. It was too sore. What was going on? Brother Lu, what's wrong? Coco's voice traveled over. Aside from her, Zora, Xia Luo and the rest were all present, and they had all seen Lu Yin reach the top. Lu Yin waved a hand and closed his eyes. It's nothing. Let me rest for a while. Coco was worried. Brother Lu, what's wrong with your eyes? Are you sick? Coco, let me give you an injection. Lu Yin immediately waved a hand and closed his eyes. There's no need, Coco. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. I'll be fine after a nap. Coco felt that it was a pity and she grunted. Since Lu Yin was in such a state, the others did not want to disturb him and they all left. Lu Yin leaned against the Trial Zone Mountain and tried to open his eyes. A glimmer of light entered his eyes, and there were also traces of lines. Lines? Aren't these runes? Lu Yin was startled and he immediately opened his eyes to look around. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 400. He could not see it himself, but if anyone else saw his eyes, they would discover that they had changed. They were deeper, like the starry sky, and carried an indescribable dignity. He looked around and sure enough the space around him had changed. There were a few lines that could also be called runes. What had happened to his eyes? Even with his domain and serious art activated and a lock-breaking tool in hand, he could not see these things. Now he could see them with just his eyes. His eyes had changed. Ordinary people could only see space, but cultivators could see the flow of star energy. The stronger they were, the more obvious they could see. This was especially true for lock breakers, as they could control the flow of star energy and use their perception of star energy to unlock. Domain experts could also sense the changes in star energy. When Lu Yin had first obtained the Giant Emperor's third eye, he had been able to see space even more deeply. When he had comprehended his domain and combined the three, his vision had surpassed many people, and he had even surpassed most lock breakers. However, those were different from what he could see now. These were runes. Lu Yin did not know what these runes were, but could they be manifestations of energy on a deeper level? Also, were his eyes all right? He wanted to ask the trial master about this, but for some reason he did not feel like doing so. There were some things that happened to him that might not happen to others, and revealing too much would not do him any good. Lu Yin rubbed his eyes and exhaled. He looked around. Would he see lines in everything in the future? That would not do. He tried to withdraw his star energy from his eyes, and the lines disappeared. Sure enough, everything was based on star energy. Seventh bro, what did you see in the sky platform? The monkey was very curious. Lu Yin calmly replied, what do you think I saw? How would I know? The monkey rolled his eyes. Lu Yin did not argue with him. The damned monkey seemed to be threatened, but in reality he knew better than anyone what he should and should not say. He would not hide anything that he could tell him, and he would not reveal anything that he did not want to. Xia Luo and the others left to give Lu Yin some time to rest. He really did need to rest, and he mainly wanted to see if there were any problems with his eyes. If there were, he could ask the trial master for help. In a corner of the universe, there was a planet that was surrounded by layers of cyclones that formed an incomparably sturdy protective net. Below the net was a group of powerhouses, and the weakest of them was an explorer. The strongest was a hunter dressed in imperial robes. These people looked no different from ordinary people, but their legs were especially long. Each of them was more than 3 meters tall. This group of space-exploring powerhouses looked up at the sky, and their eyes filled with unprecedented worry and fear. Outside Cyclone Continent's protective net, a long-haired young man had his hands in his pockets as he leisurely looked down. This is your last chance. Accept the 10 Arbiters' Council's right to judge, educate, and adjudicate the younger generation of Cyclone Continent. Below the cyclone barrier, the middle-aged man in imperial robes spoke in a deafening voice. Outsider, the Cyclone continent does not accept threats, nor is it willing to come into contact with the outside world. Please leave. The young man raised his head and helplessly flicked his hair. To be honest, I don't like dealing with this sort of thing. It's too dirty, but who told you to be in my territory? He then vanished. The entire space remained unchanged and there was no sense of strangeness. It was as if the young man had never appeared. Below the protective net, many of the powerhouses were stunned. Where had he gone? The next moment, the entire planet trembled, and the cyclones that had surrounded the planet for countless years were stripped away layer by an invisible force. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank, and he suddenly stared at a spot in the void. He raised a hand to attack, and the void distorted to reveal the long-haired young man. He did not even turn around, allowing the hunter to attack. However, the hunter's attack strangely disappeared as it neared the long-haired young man. It vanished without a trace and not even a single ripple appeared. Many of the powerhouses from Cyclone Continent were shocked, and they all looked on in confusion. The long-haired youth turned around and smirked. I am one of the 10 arbiters and I cannot be attacked. The 10 arbiters. He then raised his hand and aimed it at the hunter in imperial robes. The hunter then vanished, vanishing from this space. All of the powerhouses from Cyclone Continent were stunned. What was this? I gave you a chance but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, there's no need for you to continue existing, the long-haired young man said leisurely as he smiled and glanced at the enormous planet below. Not long after, the planet that had once surrounded the cyclones disappeared from outer space. It was like a speck of dust that had vanished without a trace. The long-haired young man flipped through his gadget in boredom. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he laughed. He actually reached the top of the sky platform. Interesting. I wonder if he opened his eyes. My path is not lonely. Lu Yin stayed at the trial zone mountain for 2 days, but his eyes did not feel any discomfort. He finally relaxed. During these 2 days, Coco and the others did not disturb him. Big Pow and Little Pow had already left Astral 10 for Chaos Flow Zone. Lu Yin walked out of the trial zone mountain and arrived at the trial zone entrance. He then respectfully said to the trial master, Mentor, this student has some questions to ask. The trial master opened his murky eyes. If you want to ask a question, you must first grab a teleportation stone. 1 stone for 1 question. Lu Yin nodded. He was not surprised and walked towards the teleportation stone. Currently, Astral 10 had 3 teleportation stones. One of them was fixed while the other 2 had been snatched by Lu Yin. Aside from him, no one else had managed to snatch a teleportation stone. Xia Luo and the others were very strong, but the chances of encountering someone stronger in the ported battles were too high. Lu Yin had been defeated many times, let alone Xia Luo and the others. Lu Yin's record in the ported battles was 134 wins and 108 losses. His best win streak was 19, which was quite good. However, that was in the past. Now, after being strengthened by the strengthening fruits twice, his power had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. He wanted to increase his winning streak to 30 matches, as that was one of the qualifications to challenge the top 100 rankings. To challenge the top 100 rankings, one could not just directly start a fight as the other party had the right to refuse. In fact, the Astral Combat Academy even encouraged people to refuse in order to maintain the authority of the top 100 rankings. If anyone could challenge the top 100 rankings, then it would be too much of a joke. The top 100 rankings experts would be annoyed to no end, and they would not be able to kill everyone. Thus, generally speaking, those who did not have the qualifications to challenge the top 100 rankings would not be accepted. However, once accepted, the challenge would still be valid. For example, if Lu Yin defeated Northgate Lai, then he would be able to enter the top 100 rankings. Lu Yin's previous battle with Northgate Lai was also one of the reasons why he had wanted to enter the top 100 rankings. However, after some thought, he decided against it. The greater his fame, the more benefits it would bring, but if someone wanted to attack him, the intensity of the attacks would be different as well. He had not been threatened by Northgate Taisui, which had exposed his powerful network of connections. If his enemies wanted to deal with him, they would definitely consider Night King Yuanjing, which would target his network of connections. If he entered the top 100 rankings, then the attacks targeting him would be even stronger. Not only would they target his network of connections, but they would also target him personally. Being famous was not necessarily a good thing. As soon as he stepped into the range of the teleportation stone, Lu Yin's vision blurred as he activated the battle for the teleportation stone. Winning 15 matches in a row was not too difficult for Lu Yin. As long as his luck was not bad, there were less than 100 people in the younger generation who could defeat him. In the 16th match, his opponent was actually a sentinel. Lu Yin was speechless as he felt like he was looking at a newbie. At this moment, the newbie's heart was crumbling as he stared dumbfoundedly at the two bright red words in front of him. 7th Bro. Yesterday his senior brother had told him about the situation of the red names, and his tone had been filled with fear and reverence for them. Today he had encountered one. Screw you. The newbie had just cursed in his heart when his entire body disappeared. Lu Yin exhaled and snatched another teleportation stone. It was not enough, so he continued. Victory in the 17th match, victory in the 18th match, victory in the 19th match, victory. At this point, Lu Yin had reached his peak, but it was still not enough. Soon he had won the 22nd match and then the 23rd match, victory, bang. The floating stone shattered, and the figure in front of him dissipated. Lu Yin looked up. He had won the 30th match. After winning 30 matches in a row, he now had the qualifications to challenge someone on the top 100 rankings. There were several qualifications to challenge someone on the top 100 rankings, and he could challenge anyone as long as he met any one of them. This meant that he could challenge anyone on the top 100 rankings as long as he had the confidence to do so. Of course, his opponent could still refuse, but rejecting someone who had the qualifications to challenge someone would be seen as a sign of fear, which had a different meaning. As long as he had the qualifications, he could challenge anyone on the top 100 rankings at any time. Lu Yin opened his eyes. Lu Xiaoqiu should be there soon. With his strength, he should be able to win 30 matches in a row. Although there were many youths in the universe, the division between them was very obvious. The 10 arbiters were always at the peak, and below them were the top 100 rankings. There might be hidden powerhouses, but there were not many. Lu Yin was confident that there were less than 100 people in the universe who could defeat him, and those who could defeat Lu Xiaoqiu would not exceed a few hundred either. More importantly, he and Lu Xiaoqiu were still limiters. Once they broke through to the explorer realm, there would be very few people in the universe who could defeat them. There were only 2 matches left before he could snatch the next teleportation stone, so Lu Yin continued to enter the ported battles. Just like the previous battle, the scene that appeared was still the sky. Countless giant rocks floated in the sky while white clouds circled the area. It was a beautiful scene. Across from him, a tall figure appeared with the words Second War King written above his head. Lu Yin was shocked when he saw this person's nickname. War King? He remembered that there was one of the 10 arbiters who was called the War King, but this person was actually called the Second War King. This person was truly arrogant, but what was even crazier was that this person actually sat down on a rock and waved at Lu Yin. His meaning was obvious. He wanted Lu Yin to attack as he pleased. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and carefully observed this person. With such courage, he either did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, or he was truly powerful. Which type did this person belong to? Lu Yin could not tell, as he could not sense any dangerous aura from this person. He seemed like a normal person, and the more he acted like this, the more abnormal it was. Sui Feng had been too tired recently, and he had not had a single month of vacation. He had not been able to accumulate drafts, so he was really tired. Thank you, brothers, for your continued support. Thank you. Actually, Sui Feng had thought about working full-time, but there were many brothers who liked to read this novel, and there were also many who read pirated versions. His income was too low, and he would not even be able to support himself if he worked full-time. He would have to go to work, but his promise of 2 chapters a day would not change. Once again, thank you for your support. Today is Children's Day, and Sui Feng wishes all of you to live younger and younger. I'll add a chapter at 2 p.m. Thank you. If possible, Sui Feng asks all of you to support the original version. Thank you. The palm print disappeared, and it was impossible to tell that he had been attacked. Lu Yin watched in astonishment as the space around him distorted, and an intense sense of danger welled up within him. Suddenly, the Second War King faced Lu Yin and viciously opened his mouth to roar. Lu Yin felt the space in front of him shatter as everything turned white. The Second War King seemed to have transformed into a demon as he shattered the void. Everything that Lu Yin saw and heard turned into nothingness, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already at the trial zone entrance. Defeated. Lu Yin looked at his own hands. He had been easily defeated. The Second War King was too abnormally powerful. Not only had he been able to withstand Lu Yin's strongest attack, but he had also been able to instantly kill Lu Yin. Facing the second War King was like facing Wendy Yushan. Lu Yin had been unable to retaliate at all. This person was definitely in the top 20 of the top 100 rankings, and Lu Yin had a feeling that he was even stronger than Wendy Yushan. Lu Yin, 164 victories, 109 defeats. The trial master suddenly spoke up, his aged voice echoing out. Outside the teleportation stone, Michelle was shocked and looked at Lu Yin. You lost. Lu Yin had not expected Michelle to be here, and he nodded. Yes, I lost. Michelle was in disbelief, as there were very few people in the younger generation who could defeat Lu Yin. Did you run into an expert from the top 100 rankings? Lu Yin shrugged. I'm not sure, but I think so. What's his name? Michelle asked. Lu Yin replied, this is a ported battle, so there's only a nickname. There's no name. What's the nickname? Maybe I know who it is. Michelle was very curious, as anyone who could defeat Lu Yin was definitely a top expert of the younger generation. Lu Yin replied, the second War King. Michelle's eyes narrowed and she shook her head. No wonder you lost. You lost without any suspense. Do you know who it is? Lu Yin was curious. Michelle nodded and looked at Lu Yin. I sympathize with you because you ran into the fourth on the top 100 rankings, Avery. Lu Yin was shocked. He knew that the second War King's ranking should be very high, but he had not expected it to be this high. What did it mean to be fourth on the top 100 rankings? He was definitely the next 10 arbiters, and as long as the 10 arbiters abdicated, they would still be part of the younger generation. Being fourth on the top 100 rankings meant that there were no more than 20 people in the entire universe who could defeat him, and that included the 10 arbiters. You ran into Avery, so it's not strange that you lost. He should have allowed you to attack him, right? Did you hurt him? Michelle asked curiously. Lu Yin thought about it. Maybe not. Michelle was not surprised, and she stepped into the teleportation stone's range. Lu Yin was still immersed in his shock. His luck was too bad. No, it was too good. He had gotten a taste of the strength of the top 5 in the top 100 rankings. Avery? There would definitely be a battle in the future. After losing to Avery, Lu Yin's hopes of snatching another teleportation stone had been dashed. Of course, he could continue to participate in ported battles, but the chances of encountering a freak like Avery were not high. He should be able to snatch a few more teleportation stones, but he did not have the energy to do so. He walked up to the trial master and said, Mentor, I managed to snatch a teleportation stone. The trial master grunted. Ask away. Lu Yin took out the half of the white fruit from his cosmic ring. I would like to ask about the use of this fruit. The trial master looked at the white fruit in Lu Yin's hand, and his gaze gradually deepened. After a while he said, it's filled with vitality. In ancient times, when technology was not advanced, this fruit was a treasure used to treat serious injuries. But now technology has advanced, and its ability to treat injuries and illnesses has greatly increased. A fruit of this level is not very valuable, and it can at most be used as a catalyst to create medicine. Lu Yin asked, Mentor, are you saying that this fruit is not very valuable? Is it because there's only half of it left? First, it's not old enough. Second, there's only half of it left, so it's not very valuable. Lu Yin asked again, if it's an old fruit that's filled with vitality, would it be very valuable? The trial master replied, it's impossible to estimate. There are some fruits that are filled with vitality that can bring someone back to life. Unfortunately, the age of those fruits is too high, and they only exist in the hands of the superpowers. Ordinary people cannot see them. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he put the white fruit away. I understand. Thank you for your explanation. To others, half a fruit was indeed useless, but to Lu Yin, it was extremely valuable. As long as he had money, he could turn this fruit into a spirit, and bringing the dead back to life would no longer be a dream. This thing was equivalent to another life. Using a strengthening fruit to exchange for this was worth it. Lu Yin felt that he should find more natural treasures, but he couldn't think of anything else. He didn't have any money, and he didn't even have the resources to cultivate. He had to think of a way to earn money. The Great Yu Empire was currently expanding all over the Frostwave Weave, and while it had gathered many resources, it had also consumed a lot of them. It was barely able to fill the gap in funds from the war with the Ross Empire, so it was temporarily impossible for it to take money from the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin returned to the Trial Zone Mountain, intending to cross the Ocean of Death and see what was on the other side. The Tao of Purgatory's Sky Platform and the Tao of Heaven's Ocean of Death were not random phrases. Since he had returned to Astral 10, he naturally wanted to take a look. Otherwise, if he became an explorer one day, he wouldn't be able to enter the trial zones. Brother Lu, are you going to the Tao of Heaven? Coco asked as she walked over with Zora by her side. Luine nodded. I want to take a look at the ocean of death. Coco was excited. That's great. Let's go together. Luine was surprised. You want to go too? Coco nodded. The ocean of death isn't the sky platform, so we can form a team to go. Me and Sister Zora want to go as well. Luine didn't refuse as he thought of the cosmic sea. Perhaps he could use the ocean of death to get used to it in advance. One person would never be able to accomplish anything. Since you're going to the ocean of death, why don't you count me in? Xia Luo walked over with a smile. There were only the 4 of them at the trial zone mountain, so Luine nodded. All right, I'll see you on the shores of the ocean of death. All right, let's go together. Coco was very excited. Xia Luo watched Lu Yin's back and smiled. He then sat down cross-legged and entered the Tao of Heaven. Ever since Lu Yin had ascended the sky platform, many people had guessed that he would go to the ocean of death. After all, with his strength, there was no telling when he would break through to the explorer realm. If he wanted to enter the ocean of death as an explorer, he would have to obtain the Academy's approval. The process was rather troublesome, so there was a high chance that he would attempt it right now. Many students had waited on the shores of the ocean of death for this speculation. Their efforts paid off, and they had finally waited for Lu Yin to arrive. The waters of the ocean of death were turbid, and anything that fell into it would sink. Even birds would find it difficult to cross. It was rumored that there was an island on the other side of the ocean of death where countless ancient powerhouses' skeletons were buried. There were even inheritances there, but no one could verify these rumors. Even one of the 10 arbiters had avoided talking about it after crossing the ocean of death. Quang Wang's situation was tragic. Of the 9 trial zones, the ocean of death was the most useless. Even the sky platform could increase Dao Bo's chances of receiving an inheritance. Only the ocean of death was a place where Quang Wang could do nothing but enjoy the scenery. Quang Wang had always been filled with resentment towards the ocean of death. He had tried to cross it multiple times, but he had failed each time. This time he planned to follow Lu Yin. June 1st, Children's Day. Winborn hopes that all of his brothers will be as happy and pure as they were when they were children. I'll add a new chapter at 2 p.m. Thank you all for your support. If possible, please tip me. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 402. When they saw Lu Yin appear, many students were eager to give it a try. Teams could be formed to cross the ocean of death, and many wanted to follow Lu Yin. Who knew, they might even be able to reach the legendary island. Lu Yin stood on the shore of the ocean of death and gazed into the distance. The water and the sky were one color, and it was a vast expanse of dark yellow. It was like the yellow springs that buried all living beings, and it was a chilling sight. Was there really an inheritance on the other side of the Dead Sea? Were the 10 arbiters who had ascended the sky platform and the 10 arbiters who had crossed the ocean of death the same person? Or had more than one of the 10 arbiters succeeded? Lu Yin was very curious about all of this. Long time no see, Brother Lu. Quang Wang walked over from nearby, casually pushing back a few students who had tried to strike up a conversation with Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Quang Wang and smiled. Long time no see. Senior, you're becoming more and more elegant. Quang Wang laughed. These people all want to cross the ocean of death with you, but they aren't qualified. Lu Yin did not deny it. He was not a bad person, but he was not a good person either. If he brought along another person, then it would be even more dangerous. There was no need for him to try it out for no reason. Aside from Coco and the rest, the others would need to be strong enough to follow him. For example, Quang Wang's appearance made it obvious that he wanted to cross the ocean of death as well. Brother Lu, let's not beat around the bush. I hope to cross the ocean of death with you. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them, Quang Wang said heroically. Lu Yin was tempted and he looked at Quang Wang. Quang Wang should be very rich. After some thought, he said, I heard that Senior is from the Beast Tamers Flow Zone's Divine Grade Hall. That's right, said Quang Wang proudly. Lu Yin looked at Quang Wang. Is the Divine Grade Hall very rich? Quang Wang was stunned and he stared blankly at Lu Yin. He had not expected Lu Yin to ask such a question. When he saw Lu Yin's curious gaze, Quang Wang dryly replied, he should be very rich. I don't know. Oh, Lu Yin grunted as he tapped the air with his right hand. His 3 fingers rubbed against the air with each tap. His actions were exactly the same as old Kai's, filled with a noble, elegant, and mysterious aura, the action of asking for money. Kwang Wang looked at Lu Yin and waited for him to continue. However, he discovered that Lu Yin was no longer speaking. Instead, he heard a strange tapping sound that caused the void to tremble. Kwang Wang lowered his head and saw Lu Yin's actions. His mouth stiffened. "Brother Lu, how much do you want?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. Sure enough, this action was both obvious and generous as well as noble and reserved. "Let's see how much you think it's worth." Kwang Wang nodded and stared blankly at Lu Yin. "Alright, I'll send you the money when we get out." Lu Yin happily told Kwang Wang about his Mavis bank account, and that he had money again. Of course it wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. At this moment, Kwang Wang's heart was filled with complex emotions. He had never thought that the most powerful person in the Astral Combat Academy would be such a person. Asking for money was too tacky. Shouldn't experts have the demeanor of an expert? When he saw Lu Yin's delighted expression, Kwang Wang turned his head away. This person's understanding of experts might be wrong. Soon Xia Luo arrived, followed by Coco and Zola. "Senior, how did you guys cross the river in the past?" Kwang Wang replied, "The ocean of death has a strange ability to decompose star energy, and it's even more so for life forms. That's why you can only use star energy to form a boat." The group then boarded the small boat and headed towards the depths of the ocean of death. Many students watched from the shore, and quite a few decided to team up and follow behind Lu Yin's group. Wuda was one of them. After the Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest, his newspaper had become more and more popular. Although he was still often hunted down with the help of external funds, many of his students had joined him as well. There were now more than 10 people who had decided to team up and cross the ocean of death. Besides Wu Da's group, many others had joined forces as well. They probably felt that there was a high chance of reaching the end of the ocean of death by following Lu Yin's group. Everyone was silent as they sat on the small star energy boat. Star energy appeared on Lu Yin's fingertips, and when he touched the water, he frowned. Something wasn't right. This wasn't just decomposition. This feeling was similar to the sky platform. It was rejection. Star energy gathered in his eyes, and when he opened them, he saw that the entire ocean of death was filled with rune lines. The rune lines represented by Zora's star energy were just like the small boat in the middle of the ocean that could disintegrate at any moment. Furthermore, the deeper they went, the more rune lines there were. Lu Yin couldn't even measure how many there were, but it far exceeded Avery's. This was the true face of the ocean of death. He looked up again and saw that the entire trial zone was formed by an enormous amount of rune lines. It wasn't a natural environment, and the amount of rune lines represented was enough to make him faint. Everything formed by a natural environment had far fewer rune lines than the ocean of death. The monkey had said that rune technology had flourished for a period of time, and its combat methods had been very strange. It had directly erased an opponent's rune lines, which was a form of erasure. In that case, if Lu Yin wanted to erase the ocean of death, he could also erase the rune lines. However, Lu Yin didn't know how to erase another person's rune lines. He didn't understand such a power. He removed the star energy from his eyes and everything returned to normal. The small boat steadily headed towards the depths of the ocean of death. More than 10 small boats followed behind them. One day later, while the group was resting, Coco suddenly cried out, "Ah, if we die in the ocean of death, won't the Tao of Heaven appear in the ocean of death again?" Kwang Wang was startled by Coco's words and he rolled his eyes. "No, the ocean of death is very special. If you die in the ocean of death and enter the Tao of Heaven again, you'll only appear on the coast." "That's good." Coco patted her chest. Lu Yin looked at Zora and saw that her face was ugly and slightly pale. He filled his eyes with star energy again, and after observing for a while, he determined that Zora's star energy would run out in at most half a day. A day and a half? That was less than half of what she had expected, which meant that the ocean of death star energy rejection had doubled. Lu Yin looked back and saw that none of the small boats had fallen behind, and they were all following behind them. "Be careful." Feng Shang barked as he released his green domain. He raised a hand and slapped to the left. Everyone looked over and saw a war spirit wielding a spear that was thrusting towards the group. Feng Shang's palm collided with the war spirit's spear, causing the small boat to sway and the war spirit's spear to shatter. Feng Shang's eyes flashed, and a stream of air revolved around his palm. Whirlwind slash. With a whoosh, the void split apart, and the war spirit was instantly obliterated by the whirlwind slash. Zora heaved a sigh of relief. Coco cried out, "There are war spirits here?" Quang Wang nodded and solemnly said, "That's right. There are war spirits in the ocean of death." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zora asked with an ugly expression. Quang Wang helplessly replied, "I forgot." Everyone was speechless. The appearance of a war spirit means that the person who formed it has crossed the ocean of death. Everyone be careful. If we're unlucky, we might run into one of the 10 arbiters, Feng Shang said as he licked his lips. Coco was afraid. "Senior, don't scare us." Feng Shang smiled bitterly. "I'm not scaring anyone. No one knows how a war spirit forms. Perhaps your war spirit will form in the next second as well. Do you remember the Astral Combat Tournament? Brother Lu and Lu Xiaoqiu were having a good fight when their war spirits suddenly formed and ran away. Lu Yin recalled that during the Astral Combat Tournament, he and Lu Xiaoqiu had both formed war spirits during their battle. I heard that quite a few students died at the hands of the 13 swords. That was Lu Xiaoqiu's war spirit. I wonder who was unlucky enough to run into Brother Lu's war spirit," Quang Wang gloated. Feng Shang glanced at him. "No matter who it is, it won't end well for them, including you." Quang Wang pursed his lips as Feng Shang was right. With Lu Yin's power level during the Astral Combat Tournament, his war spirit could easily crush them all. If we can really run into one of the 10 arbiters' war spirits, then this trip won't have been in vain, Xia Luo said with some interest. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he looked at the ocean of death. He hoped to run into one of the 10 arbiters' war spirits and experience their strength when they were still Limeters. He did not believe that the difference between them was that great. Third update, brothers, happy holidays. Dream of your childhood, and I hope that everyone will always maintain that most sincere happiness and innocence. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 403. Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out. Everyone turned around to look. A small boat had been smashed into pieces. Several students on the boat had been killed by a fighting soul. They had no power to fight back. Quang Wang's expression changed. A realm master's battle prowess? This war spirit's original form is a realm master from the academy. Lu Yin raised his hand and aimed his palm at the war spirit. Space render palm. The air pressure formed by the space-splitting palm crossed the surface of the Dead Sea and fiercely attacked the fighting soul. The fighting soul turned around and stretched out both of its palms, colliding with the air pressure formed by the space-splitting palm. However, in an instant, its body collapsed and disappeared into the Dead Sea. Lu Yin's space render palm had easily killed a realm master, which shocked Feng Shang and Quang Wang. How had this guy become so strong? Lu Yin retracted his hand. It was not that he wanted to help anyone, but since this war spirit had appeared, if he did not destroy it, it would continue to attack until everyone was destroyed. In the end, he would still have to take action, so he might as well deal with it now. "Thank you for your help, Chief Disciple Lu." "Thank you." In the distance, many students were grateful. Feng Shang looked at Lu Yin in amazement. "Brother Lu, your strength has long since surpassed the limits of the Astral Combat Academy students. 30 stacks is rumored to have tied the record of the 10 arbiters. You really are strong." "Pervert," Quang Wang muttered. Lu Yin smiled and shook his head. "The records of the 10 arbiters only exist in legends, and no one knows exactly what they are. Brother Feng, there's no need to place too much importance on them." Feng Shang sighed and looked towards the depths of the ocean of death. The 10 arbiters are the benchmark of the younger generation, and they are the benchmark of this universe. Everyone's goal is to surpass the 10 arbiters, but not a single person has managed to do so. 30 stacks is the record that the 10 arbiters left behind. At this point, Feng Shang looked at Lu Yin seriously. If Brother Lu can surpass that, then it will definitely be recorded in the annals of history. That's not a good thing. Feng Shang looked at him seriously, but he didn't say anything. To the side, Xia Luo glanced at Lu Yin. He didn't say anything either, but there was an inexplicable smile on his face. Another half a day passed and Zora's face was pale. It was obvious that she could not hold on any longer. "Coco, take her place," Lu Yin said. "Oh," Coco replied, and she hurriedly used her star energy to form a boat. Zola said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I didn't think that I wouldn't even last 2 days." Lu Yin shook his head. "The deeper you go, the greater the ocean of death's ability to decompose star energy. You don't have to blame yourself, anyone else would have done the same." Feng Shang nodded. "That's right. Quite a few people have changed boats behind you. You're not bad." "It's considered average," Kwang Wang said lazily. Coco frowned and glared at Kwang Wang. Sister Zora isn't average. She's definitely one of the top students in the Astral Combat Academy. Kwang Wang sneered. He wasn't making fun of Zola. This was his attitude. However, this attitude made Coco very unhappy. The little girl rarely got angry, but as long as it involved Zola, she would get serious. Now, in her eyes, Kwang Wang was looking down on Zola. This made her very unhappy, so she took out the syringe and stared straight at Kwang Wang. Both Kwang Wang and Feng Shang were stunned. What is this? Coco glared at Kwang Wang. I want to give you an injection. Are you kidding? I'm not sick. Kwang Wang shrieked. Even someone like him panicked when faced with such a long syringe. Kwang Wang's expression turned serious. One of us would have died. Coco's face went pale. Lu Yin's brows rose. Was the attack diverted? I don't know. I've been to the ocean of death several times, and I've encountered such a situation before. The illusion seemed to be attacking Tubo, but it was actually attacking one of us. If we were hit by the illusion, one of us would have had their spiritual force wiped out and died, Kwang Wang explained. Zora hugged Coco tightly. Women were naturally afraid of such strange scenes, and she subconsciously looked towards the depths of the ocean of death to see if there was an end. However, the moment she turned her head, a pair of blood-red eyes stared straight at her. Blood flowed from the eyes and dripped onto Zora's hands. The blood was cold and Zora's entire body turned cold. Her pupils shrank as she screamed in fear. Lu Yin and the others immediately looked over, but they couldn't see anything. Coco jumped in fright and hugged Zora. Sister Zora, what's wrong? Everyone looked at Zora. Zora was still in shock, and her eyes flickered as she gasped for breath. Her face was pale. I saw a pair of blood-red faces. Kwang Wang said, this is an illusion. Remember, you must defend against the illusion's attacks because being hit means death. Lu Yin frowned. This was very troublesome. Couldn't they sense it beforehand? He suddenly thought of something, and star energy condensed in his eyes as he looked at the ocean of death. At this moment, the ocean of death had become countless rune lines in his eyes, and many of them were gradually condensing behind Coco. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 404. Lu Yin suddenly attacked, aiming a palm behind Coco. His palm energy pierced through the void and dissipated on the surface of the ocean of death without causing any ripples. Kwang Wang looked at Lu Yin in shock. You saw an illusion? Lu Yin did not know how to explain it. He had not seen it, but it should be said that he had seen the illusion in advance and destroyed it. I could sense it. Impossible, no one has ever been able to sense an illusion in advance, Kwang Wang immediately said. What you saw might be what the illusion wanted you to see. The others agreed with Kwang Wang. Lu Yin could not explain this as the ocean of death and the sky platform came from the same source. His eyes had mutated on the sky platform, and he had seen the rune lines as soon as he entered the ocean of death. This was definitely not an illusion, but he could not explain this to Kwang Wang. You don't have to worry about that. In any case, you guys don't have to worry. I can deal with the illusion in advance and focus on crossing the ocean of death, Lu Yin said confidently. Kwang Wang wanted to say something but Xia Luo interrupted him. Regardless of whether Lu Yin is telling the truth or not, we can't change anything. Just listen to him and attack the next time we see an illusion. Kwang Wang nodded as Xia Luo was right. Alright, everyone, remember to attack immediately if you see an illusion. Zora was still in shock and Coco comforted her. Kwang Wang and Feng Shang's expressions were not good. Only Xia Luo remained calm as if he trusted Lu Yin. Seventh bro, this place is haunted, the monkey spoke up. He had not spoken in a long time, and he could not hold it in any longer. Lu Yin's eyes scanned his surroundings, and he casually sent out another palm strike to disperse the condensed rune lines. This time, the rune lines appeared beside Kwang Wang, who thought that Lu Yin was attacking him and almost retaliated. While Lu Yin's side was fine, Shamrock Enterprises and the Spirit Hunters' boats also entered the illusion's location. Lu Yin turned around and his pupils shrank. The Spirit Hunter's boat was completely enveloped by rune lines, and even he could not see through them to see the people inside. Everything pointed to disaster. As expected, the Spirit Hunters were quickly finished. Now only Lu Yin and Shamrock Enterprises were left. But not long after, the students from Shamrock Enterprises also disappeared into the ocean of death. In the end, they were the only ones left. The boat went deeper and deeper into the ocean of death, and 2 more days passed. Xia Luo was gradually unable to hold on any longer, and his replacement was Kuang Wang. Compared to Feng Shang, Kuang Wang's strength was not as good in the ocean of death. By now, they had already been traversing the ocean of death for about 5 days. The Star Energy boat's speed was neither fast nor slow, and they had already traversed a very long distance in these 5 days. However, they still couldn't see the end of the ocean of death. The seawater became murkier and murkier. When one looked at the bottom of the sea through the surface, one would feel like one was being devoured. Lu Yin maintained star energy in his eyes as he observed his surroundings, ready to act at any moment. Kuang Wang and Feng Shang were also certain that Lu Yin could sense illusions in advance, which left Kuang Wang in disbelief. Even Star Sibyl could not do such a thing, but Lu Yin could. This completely toppled his understanding of the world. He wanted to ask several times, but he didn't. Big brother Xia, you're very tired. Do you want Kiki to give you an injection? Kiki looked at Xia Luo with concern. Xia Luo shook his head and smiled. No need, Kiki. Even someone like Xia Luo, who was always calm in the face of danger, did not dare to let Kiki have an injection. Kiki had never tried this treatment on anyone in the Astral Combat Academy, which made her feel very wronged. Zora could not bear to watch any longer. Kiki comes from the Windrift Hall. Although her syringe is very long, it doesn't pierce through the body. Instead, it follows the meridians to treat injuries and even recover one's physical strength. Her innate gift is very famous in the Windrift Hall. Kiki hurriedly nodded and looked at Xia Luo expectantly. Feng Shang could not hold back any longer. Actually, your explanation is even more horrifying. Zora was helpless. Kiki was dejected, as she had not treated anyone in a very, very long time. Be careful, there's something strange, Lu Yin suddenly said as he looked ahead. This was the first time he had revealed such an expression since entering the depths of the ocean of death. Feng Shang and the rest followed his gaze and saw a figure walking across the ocean of death, getting closer and closer. Kiki cried out and looked into the distance in fear. Zora's face also went pale as if she had seen a ghost. This was the ocean of death, but there was actually someone walking on it. Lu Yin straightened up. It should be a war spirit, and an extraordinary one at that. It could also be an illusion, Kuang Wang said. Lu Yin could not determine this, as the figure had appeared in the distance and had not formed within his field of vision. By the time he had seen it, it had already formed into a human figure with rune lines that could not be distinguished. How do you guys think an illusion is formed? Is it the same as a war spirit? Does it come from someone who has appeared before? Xia Luo slowly asked as he stared at the approaching figure. That's possible, Kuang Wang said. If that's the case, then does that mean that the illusion also has the power of someone who has appeared before as well as a spiritual force attack? Xia Luo asked. His words caused everyone to shudder, as this location was already very deep into the ocean of death. Those who could reach this location were basically all student leaders of the various academies, which meant that they were at least at the Realm Master level. A Realm Master with a spiritual force attack. Everyone subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. Wasn't this equivalent to Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword? Lu Yin had also thought of this. Everyone be careful. From now on, no matter if you encounter a war spirit or an illusion, you must face the power of Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword. How are we supposed to face that? We might as well just die. Kuang Wang was speechless. Aside from Lu Yin, no one else present was a match for Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword. The figure gradually approached, and everyone could clearly see that it was a war spirit. The war spirit suddenly attacked and pointed at the group. The void suddenly split open and a sharp edge slashed out. Feng Shang's scalp went numb. It's an innate spatial gift. Be careful. Lu Yin waved a hand and tore through the void, slicing the space in front of him horizontally to collide with the war spirit's attack. This information isn't enough to attract powerful students, Wu De lamented. He stood on the shore of the ocean of death and thought for a while before suddenly noticing Coco and Zora. His eyes lit up and he hurriedly ran over. Hello, my name is Wu De. After the 2 girls had died, they had endured their headaches and entered the Tao of Heaven once more. Just as Kuang Wang had said, they had appeared on the shore. Coco curiously sized up Wu De. Zora blocked in front of Coco. The founder of the Academy newspaper, Wu De. We've heard of you before. Why are you looking for us? Wu De rubbed his hands in embarrassment. When did the two of you die in the ocean of death? After he finished speaking, he saw that Zora and Coco's expressions were unfriendly. Wu De knew that he had said something wrong and hurriedly corrected himself. No, that's not right. I just wanted to ask where the two of you were and what you saw. Don't worry, I won't let you tell me for nothing. If you have any problems in the future, just tell me directly. Zora calmly replied, Sorry, but we were brought in by the academy leader. Unless he agrees, we can't talk about the situation inside. Wu De licked his lips. You're talking about Lu Yin, right? I'm very familiar with him. Don't worry, he won't say anything if you tell me. Zora did not believe him. Wu De continued, Lu Yin is the strongest person in the Astral Combat Academy. If I lie to you, I'm afraid that he'll shut me out. Tell me, and the two of you will be my younger sisters from now on. No older sisters. Zora frowned. This person was really thick-skinned. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 405. Coco whispered, Sister Zora, he doesn't look like he's lying. Why don't we tell him about the illusion? Illusion? What illusion? Wu Da's ears perked up. His hearing was exceptionally sensitive and his eyes glowed. Kiki jumped in fright and stopped talking. Zora glared at Wu Da, Don't think that I don't know you. You're used to being hunted down every day, and you're probably not afraid of anyone in the entire Astral Combat Academy. You're a pain in the ass, so we have nothing to say. If you want to know, ask Lu Yin. Wu Da's expression turned bitter. Sister, just tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone that you told me. Zola ignored him. Wu Da begged again and again, but it was useless. However, he didn't beg for long because more than 10 students came out to kill him. He ran faster than a rabbit. It wasn't just Wu Da. Everyone was curious about what they had encountered, but Zora and Coco simply stood by the shore and didn't say anything. Not long after, Michelle arrived as well. Dark Void, Mengyu, and the rest of Astral 10 students arrived at the shore and waited for Lu Yin's results. Astral 10's current status was completely different from before, and no one dared to make a move against them. Even if Lu Yin graduated in the future, Xia Luo and the others would not be easy to deal with. In the depths of the ocean of death, Quang Wang's star energy transformed into a boat that swayed leisurely on the surface of the ocean of death. At this location, the ocean of death was even more murky. The ocean of death's decomposition of star energy has increased, Quang Wang said solemnly. Feng Shang frowned. How long can you last? At this speed, it'll take at most 2 days. If we speed up any further, we might not even last a day, said Quang Wang. Xia Luo looked at Lu Yin and asked, That means that if we don't count Lu Yin, we can still cross the astral sea for about 3 more days. Brother Lu, how long can you last? Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before replying, I'm not sure, but the decomposition speed will increase. A conservative estimate would be a day. 4 days? It'll take us 10 days to cross the ocean of death. It'll be troublesome if we still don't reach the end, said Feng Shang helplessly. An idea suddenly flashed through Lu Yin's mind, but it disappeared in an instant. He had not been able to grasp it and he was rather annoyed. He felt that this idea would definitely be useful, but he just could not recall it. Suddenly the ocean of death began to tremble. Everyone was bewildered. Lu Yin scanned his surroundings before finally looking at the bottom of the sea. His expression changed. Be careful. Something's coming out from the bottom of the sea. That can't be right? There are creatures at the bottom of the sea? Quang Wang exclaimed. He had never heard of such a thing. No one could answer him, and not even Lu Yin knew what would emerge from the bottom of the sea. The tremors grew more and more intense. Soon, a towering pillar of water rose from the side of the small boat, brushing past Quang Wang's shoulder as it rushed upwards. Then it splashed out and fell into the sea. The few of them were at a loss. There was nothing. Xia Luo caught a glimpse of red, and when he looked at Quang Wang, his expression changed. You're injured. Quang Wang was startled. He touched his cheek and was overwhelmed with shock. The water column had touched his face just now, and just a touch was enough to injure him. The seemingly harmless water column was actually so powerful. Lu Yin's expression changed and he looked towards the bottom of the sea. He then used his star energy to forcefully change the boat's position, causing a pillar of water to shoot up into the sky and splash out like a fountain. Senior Quang Wang, leave quickly, Lu Yin said sternly. Although entering the rain list only represented one's control of star energy and not one's battle prowess, one's control of star energy represented a portion of one's strength. Lu Yin estimated that the person at the top of the rain list had been no weaker than the younger 10 arbiters. He still remembered that person's name, Xiao Qin. If Astral 10's rain list had so many powerhouses, then what about the 10 great academies? There must have been many powerhouses born there, and there must have been extremely powerful individuals among them. The war spirits formed by those people would definitely be powerful. Although it was rumored that the 10 arbiters were products of the universe's great changes, and it was impossible for the universe to produce a younger generation that could compare to the 10 arbiters, rumors were just rumors. Who knew if there were any freakish geniuses that had been born before? Some freakish geniuses were incomparably powerful in the Lamita realm, but they would weaken when they broke through to the Explorer realm. In the countless years of the Astral Combat Academy's history, there might have been a few who could compare to the 10 arbiters when they were Lamiters. That pair of eyes had cast a shadow over everyone's hearts, and with Quang Wang's lack of star energy, their time had been shortened by another day. Ahead of them was still the unknown end of the ocean of death. Lu Yin was glad that he had brought these people along. Otherwise, even if he had enough star energy, his heart would have been stifled. Another day passed and everything went smoothly. However, the ocean of death's decomposition of star energy had sped up, and Feng Shang could only hold on for another half a day. This kind of aimless journey is the most troublesome, Quang Wang said helplessly as he lay on the small boat. Be content. Who knows how many students envy us for being able to come here. Maybe you'll be able to see the end of the island in the next second. Lu Yin suddenly asked, Senior Feng, your surname is Feng. What's your relationship with the Tempest Flow Zone's Feng family? Feng Shang replied, I'm the third son of the Feng family. Lu Yin nodded. The surname Feng is very rare. I met someone called Feng Tao at the border warfront. Feng Shang smiled. He's my younger brother and he told me that he met you. Back then he didn't know his limits and even wanted to challenge you in silver. Ah. Lu Yin laughed. Although he hadn't spent much time at the border warfront, that place had left a deep impression on him. There were strange astral beasts, iron-willed soldiers, and a merciless battlefield. That was a place where men should be. Right, Brother Lu, you seem to be really short on money, right? Quang Wang asked. After interacting with Lu Yin for a few days, the two had become much more familiar with each other, and Quang Wang no longer had any misgivings. Lu Yin shrugged. I'm used to being poor. Aside from my innate gift, cultivation is also a waste of resources. Without money I can't do anything. Quang Wang's eyes lit up. Actually, you can go to our Beast Tamer's Flow Zone to catch astral beasts. No matter what you catch, there'll be people who want it. Don't listen to him. There are so many people who go to the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone to catch astral beasts every year, and there's not much money to be made. Besides, the Divine Grade Hall, First Grade Hall, and Second Grade Hall all have specialized teams to catch astral beasts. Outsiders can't get involved, Feng Shang ruthlessly exposed. Quang Wang was annoyed. Is Brother Lu an average person? With Brother Lu's ability, you can catch rare astral beasts at any time and sell them for sky-high prices. Feng Shang sneered. You're talking about rare astral beasts yourself. It's not a matter of whether or not you can catch them but whether or not you can even find them. Don't blame others for your lack of luck. What's the point of staying in the ported battles and tormenting those newbies? Don't spout nonsense. I'm just trying to increase my combat experience. Besides, I've died quite a few times. I even ran into an expert from the top 100 rankings a while ago. You asked for it. Right, Brother Lu, did you run into any experts from the top 100 rankings in the ported battles? Feng Shang suddenly asked. Quang Wang and Xia Luo were curious as well. Lu Yin nodded. Avery. Avery? Quang Wang and Feng Shang cried out in surprise, and they looked at Lu Yin sympathetically. He must have lost quite miserably and he must have been completely crushed. Xia Luo answered, Avery. He's ranked 4th on the top 100 rankings. His defense is extremely powerful and he calls himself the Second War King. He's from the Spirit Seal Flow Zone's Nightmare Barbarian tribe and has an innate gift of sound. He then looked at Lu Yin with interest. I'm curious, did he use any sound techniques against you? Feng Shang and Quang Wang also stared at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin thought about it. Yes. The three of them looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Brother Lu, your strength is definitely high enough to make Avery acknowledge you, Feng Shang exclaimed. What's wrong? Lu Yin was confused. Feng Shang explained, Avery has a special characteristic when facing his opponents. He'll let his opponent attack first, and he'll only use sound techniques if he acknowledges his opponent's strength. If his opponent's strength doesn't satisfy him, he'll just use his physical strength to crush them. Many people in the universe call this Avery's dividing line. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 406. Avery usually doesn't refuse challenges. Many people want to gain his recognition, but it's very difficult. Generally speaking, only experts on the top 100 rankings can meet Avery's requirements. Brother Lu, your strength has reached that level, Xia Luo said. Luyin was shocked. This Avery is really arrogant. He has the right to be arrogant, Feng Shang said. Quang Wang rolled his eyes. It was annoying to hear his name being mentioned all the time. Seventh bro, we have to teach this Avery a lesson when we have the time. What's with Abu's line? Show off, we have to beat him up. After we beat him up, we'll set a standard for the harem. The monkey shouted. Luyin suddenly thought of a problem. Isn't the Soul Dream tribe in the Spirit Seal flow zone? The Soul Dream tribe uses musical battle techniques, which are quite similar to the Dire Barbarian clans. The Dire Barbarian clan and the Soul Dream tribe have been enemies for generations. Their hatred runs deeper than anyone else's, Xia Luo said. This was the first time Luyin had heard of this, so he was rather curious. Rumor has it that the Dire Barbarian clan has a tradition of snatching beauties from the Soul Dream tribe as wives. Whoever manages to do so is a warrior. The Soul Dream tribe also has a tradition of killing anyone from the Dire Barbarian clan without mercy. Killing a member of the Dire Barbarian clan is equivalent to being a warrior of the Dire Barbarian clan. These two clans have been killing each other for countless years. How interesting. Luyin laughed. The Dire Barbarian clan is very arrogant, and Avery is the epitome of arrogance, Feng Shang continued. Quang Wang rolled his eyes. His name was always mentioned. Focus on controlling the boat. Don't overturn it. No need. Luyin stood up and stretched his arms. Prepare for battle. It'll be very tiring. Feng Shang and the others were puzzled as they hadn't seen anything. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked straight ahead. In his eyes, the entire ocean of death was churning as countless rune lines converged in front of him, gradually forming human figures. These were war spirits that had the ability to attack spiritual force. At this moment, Feng Shang and the others also saw them, and their expressions turned ugly. 1, 2, 3, 7, 9. Quang Wang was stunned. 9 war spirits, and they should all have the strength of a realm master. We're in trouble. Feng Shang smiled bitterly. This should be our end. Xia Luo's gaze was solemn, and even his expression changed. Luyin took a few steps forward and walked in front of them. I'll try my best to pull as many as I can. The rest will be up to you guys. He then used Flash to vanish as 5-line battle force appeared around his body. Sirius activated his domain and unleashed a palm strike at the 9 war spirits in front of him. The wind from his palm covered the sky as he attempted to engulf all 9 war spirits. With his battle prowess, so what if 9 world overlords joined forces? He wanted nothing more than to deal with all of them by himself. The result was just as Luyin had hoped, and the 9 war spirits all attacked him at the same time. They completely ignored Feng Shang and the others as more war spirits appeared in the surroundings. Quang Wang said in a low voice, "That's impossible. How could there be so many war spirits in such a deep place? There must be some fake ones among them." Feng Shang shouted, "Who cares if it's fake or not? Let's fight." In an instant, the battle in the depths of the ocean of death began. During the Astral Combat Tournament, Luyin had already possessed the strength to crush realm masters, and now he was even more terrifying. A war spirit had been dispersed by a single palm strike from him, but these war spirits were able to enter the depths of the ocean of death. Each of them had their own abilities and innate battle techniques. These war spirits were all monstrous geniuses from the Astral Combat Academy. Although they could not compare to the top 100 rankings in terms of absolute power, they had all sorts of tricks up their sleeves. Even if Luyin wanted to destroy all of them, it would take some time. There were 2 lock breakers among them, and they used their lock-breaking techniques to neutralize Luyin's overlaying stacks. One of the lock-breaker war spirits gave Luyin a familiar feeling, as their fighting style was exactly the same as Dao Bo's. Could it be Dao Bo? The war spirit's domain collided with Luyin's, and the war spirit's battle force collided with Luyin's, causing the ocean of death to tremble. Behind them, Feng Shang and the others were facing a bitter battle as they were surrounded by 7 war spirits. Kuang Wang was the first to fall, as his azure dragon was dispersed by a war spirit's 4-line battle force the moment it was released. His emperor butterfly grass was also torn apart by another war spirit, and he was the first to die. Feng Shang was not faring much better. His 7 spinning slash destroyed a war spirit, but he was also heavily injured by another war spirit. In comparison, Xia Luo was actually the one who was able to hold on the longest. His lock-breaking techniques could neutralize the war spirit's attacks, but he definitely would not be able to hold on for much longer. Lu Yin defeated 3 war spirits in a row, and then a fierce attack came crashing down from the top of his head. To one side, a war spirit slashed out with its sword, tearing through the void. On the other side, a strange cold wind appeared in the ocean of death, and it tried to freeze Lu Yin. Although there were many attacks, none of them reached the limit of what Lu Yin could withstand. The war spirits were dealt with one by one, and by the time he destroyed the last war spirit, Xia Luo had perished together with another war spirit. 16 war spirits attacked Lu Yin, 8 of which were fake while the other 8 were real. Aside from Lu Yin, no one else could withstand the combined attacks of 8 realm masters. Lu Yin floated a meter above the ocean of death and looked up. He could not fly any higher, and as he thought about it, the star energy beneath his feet transformed into a boat, and he stood atop it. In the end he was the only one left. The ocean of death was not easy to cross. He did not know if this was the most difficult part, but it probably was not. Among the past generations of Astral Combat Academy students, there should have been 10 realm masters who had joined forces to cross the ocean of death, but they had still been defeated. This proved that the ocean of death had the power to wipe out 10 realm masters working together. The Astral Combat Academy's 10 realm masters working together was enough to contend with an expert from the top 100 rankings, and the power of the attacks just now had not reached the level of the top 100 rankings. While Lu Yin was thinking about this, a war spirit slowly appeared in the distance. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. He stared at the war spirit. It was very strong. The war spirit approached Lu Yin step by step. An umbrella formed from star energy in its hand. It walked across the ocean of death and walked out of the black and yellow fog. When it was about 100 meters away from Lu Yin, it lowered the umbrella and pointed the tip at Lu Yin. Strange insects flew out from the umbrella and rushed towards Lu Yin. These insects were like centipedes that had grown 100 times in size. They were ferocious and terrifying, and they tore through the void as they passed. Lu Yin's scalp went numb and he waved a hand, causing a strong gale to push the insects away. He looked up and saw that a giant umbrella had appeared in the sky at some point, covering the entire area. Inside the umbrella was a 1,000-meter-long insect that had 5-line battle force imprinted on its body. With a whoosh, the giant insect rushed towards Lu Yin, its huge body wrapping around him in layers as it entrenched itself in the void around Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt a wave of dizziness. Not good, there's poison. He did not dare to be careless and used flash to avoid the attack. He then slapped the insect's body with a 30 stacks 40-fold shockwave palm, breaking apart a section of the insect's body. Even the 5-line battle force imprinted on the insect's body could not withstand the attack. The war spirit wielding the umbrella ferociously rushed towards Lu Yin and struck out with both of its palms. The star energy in its palms underwent a strange transformation, as if it had been compressed. Lu Yin raised his elbow and met the war spirit's attack head-on. The void transformed into a wave that swept out, and Lu Yin felt a sharp pain in his arm. What a ferocious palm strength, and its ability to compress star energy had actually reached the standard of 20 stacks. This person was definitely one of the few realm masters in the history of the Astral Combat Academy, and among the current realm masters, only Star Sibyl could contend against him. This ferocious palm strength was capable of damaging Lu Yin's spiritual force, but unfortunately, it was useless against Lu Yin. The insect entrenched itself once again, completely enveloping Lu Yin and the war spirit. The intense poisonous gas caused Lu Yin to feel dizzy. He did not hesitate and struck out with both hands. One of his palms landed on the war spirit's body while the other landed on the insect's body. The 2 palms caused both the insect and the war spirit to crumble, turning into rune lines that dissipated into the ocean of death. It was truly difficult to find someone who could match Lu Yin in the Astral Combat Academy, even if it was the past generations of students. It was a pity that Feng Shang and the other 2 had died. Otherwise, they might have been able to recognize who that war spirit was based on. The umbrella, the insect, and the 5-line battle force were all too obvious. Just as Lu Yin was about to take a break, the entire ocean of death began to boil once again. This time it was not just this space that was boiling, but rather the entire ocean of death. Lu Yin's face went pale and he leapt up into the sky. He endured the pressure and looked into the distance. Regardless of whether it was in front or behind him, the entire ocean of death was boiling as endless rune lines shot up into the sky and condensed. Lu Yin landed on the star energy boat and gritted his teeth as he looked at the scene before him. How could this be? Almost all of the rune lines in the ocean of death were being condensed, and they were all trying to force him out. Based on the strength of this force, how had the people of the past reached the end? How had the 10 arbiters done this? Just like the sky platform, Lu Yin increasingly felt that the 10 arbiters' strength was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. It had already surpassed the scope of his understanding. Seventh bro, why do I feel like my heart is palpitating? Is something terrifying about to appear? The monkey asked in a panic. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. The entire ocean of death was churning, including the shores of the ocean of death. Many students looked on in horror. The ocean of death was actually boiling. Others could not see it, but Lu Yin could see an even more terrifying scene. Endless rune lines filled the sky from the bottom to the top. These rune lines represented power, and Lu Yin was being resisted by the entire ocean of death. I can't block it. I definitely can't block it. Lu Yin kept repeating these words in his heart. This was the ocean of death, or rather, the power of the Tao of Heaven's trial zones. Seventh bro, what's going on? I feel like I can't breathe, the monkey tattoo on Lu Yin's right arm said in a panic. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Then he suddenly opened them and sat down cross-legged. Since he could not block it, then he would take a gamble. The Tao of Heaven does not allow for good communication. Leap through the heavens and lie down. The Tao of Heaven gives. Leap through the boundless expanse and lie down. Why are you chanting at a time like this? Just run. The monkey shouted. Lu Yin ignored him. From start to finish, he had not been able to recite the entire Stonewall scriptures. He could only recite a little bit at a time and gradually increase the amount. There was always a limit, and once he exceeded it, he would faint. Faced with the power of the entire ocean of death, he had to use the Stonewall scriptures to resist it. The ocean of death was destructive to spiritual force, but the Stonewall scriptures perfectly countered it. It all depended on whether the limit of the Stonewall scriptures that he could endure was enough to resist the ocean of death. Around the boat, the water of the ocean of death began to rise, and droplets of water filled the entire space. Gradually, the rune lines condensed into an attack high up in the sky. It was a finger that Lu Yin had engraved in his heart. It was a finger that he would never forget, could not shake off, and yet could not recall. A finger. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 407. Every time Lu Yin fainted, this finger would appear and crush the heavens, wanting to completely crush him. He had seen this many times, but he could not suppress his boundless rage each time. Now the ocean of death's illusion had penetrated his heart and projected this finger. The moment the jade-like finger appeared above the ocean of death, the Tao of Heaven trembled, and the 9 trial zones trembled as well. It was as if something incomparably terrifying had been projected. The various deans of the Astral Combat Academy all opened their eyes, and strange emotions welled up in their hearts. The sky was collapsing. At this moment, Lu Yin was nearing his limit from reciting the Stonewall scriptures, and he was about to faint. However, before he fainted, he opened his eyes and looked at the finger. His pupils shrank as this jade-like finger was too familiar. He stared at it as it pressed down, causing the heavens to crumble. Lu Yin saw a scene that was deeper than the void and deeper than a black hole. What was that? And the way this finger was pressing down made him see something different. He could no longer care about his rage as he stared at the finger and continued to recite the Stonewall scriptures. He did not know why, but he was still reciting the Stonewall scriptures even though he had already surpassed his limit. Lu Yin did not feel like he was about to faint, and because he was reciting the Stonewall scriptures, he could clearly see the many changes that the finger was pressing down on him. These changes, this method, this power that could crush the heavens, this was a battle technique. A single finger could traverse the heavens and suppress eternity. The ocean of death's boundless rune lines had barely managed to condense this finger, but the entire Tao of Heaven could not withstand it. All of the students were forced out of the Tao of Heaven, and it was not just the Tao of Heaven. All of the students within the 9 trial zones had died. It was as if all living things could not grow under this finger. This was a finger that reached the heavens, and it contained an unimaginable power. It was targeted only at Luin, and because of the Stonewall Scriptures, Luin could clearly see that he could learn it. The finger pressed down from above the ocean of death. An instant passed, but it also seemed like an eternity. The Tao of heaven trembled, and just as the finger was about to crush Luin, it dissipated. The ocean of death could not withstand it any longer. Even if this finger was just a phantom, the Tao of heaven's rune lines could not withstand it. This was an unparalleled power. The moment the finger disappeared, Luin completely fainted, but before he fainted, he released the monkey. The changes in the 9 trial zones attracted the attention of the Astral Combat Academy, and the 9 deans all walked out in an attempt to understand what was going on. The trial zones were too important to the Astral Combat Academy, but they were destined to be clueless. It was unknown where or when. Perhaps it was the future, or perhaps it was the past, or perhaps it existed in the long river of history. A pair of clear and beautiful eyes opened. So you're in that part of the starry sky. No one knew the reason for the change in the Tao of heaven. Although some guessed that it had something to do with Luin, everyone from Astral 10 agreed that Luin had also been forced out of the Tao of heaven. In the end, the matter was left unresolved. The ocean of death was filled with a blackish-yellow fog as usual. Luin lay on the small boat, showing no signs of waking up. The monkey sat on the boat in a daze, barely managing to keep it from dispersing. The monkey's strength was at most comparable to a realm master, which was Quang Wang's level. It would be difficult for him to maintain his current position for long. Fortunately, the little boat still had Lu Yin's star energy, or else it would have already been decomposed. Even so, the monkey estimated that he would not be able to last more than a few days. What kind of crappy place is this? There's not even a ghost here. I'm not a rower. There can't be a war spirit, right? I can't hold on any longer. That thing just now was a finger, right? Too scary. Speaking of which, 7th bro, no, I mean, how did this bastard survive? What kind of spell was he chanting? Looks like this bastard has a lot of secrets. He's always trying to hide from me. How many times have I told him that we're one and can't be separated? How many secrets do you have that can compare to progenitor Wushang's hide? There seems to be a ghost. The monkey headed in the direction of the chatterbox and did not return. While Luin was unconscious, he had been talking non-stop, and he had not even repeated himself. He had forcefully turned the lifeless ocean of death into a tea party. The little boat was noticeably thinner, and the monkey wailed, 7th bro, wake up. I can't hold on any longer. No, a man can't say that he can't hold on any longer. Speaking of which, I wonder how Sister Fengjiu is doing. She must be very lonely. Tui, can she be more lonely than me? What is this ocean of death made of? Can it be drunk? I'm actually thirsty. After an unknown amount of time, Luin felt as if his head was about to explode. He woke up in a daze, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the monkey staring straight at him. Luin frowned, and he raised a hand to slap the monkey. The monkey slammed into the little boat and cursed, "Bastard, you're crazy. Why did you hit me?" Luin rubbed his head and stood up. "Ever since I let you out, you haven't stopped talking nonsense. My headache is all because of you." The monkey felt wronged. "How can you blame me? Where are you looking? It's so lifeless and I can't even see the end of it. It's so scary, it's like a ghost. There were even war spirits that appeared earlier, which scared me to death." Luin rolled his eyes. "You're a tomb raider and you're afraid of ghosts? Speaking of which, you're a ghost yourself." "I'm a mighty monkey, not a ghost. Also, that's not called tomb raiding. That's called archaeological research." "Research?" the monkey shouted. Luin was speechless. All right, I got it. Research." He then looked at the boat and saw that there was only a thin layer left. It would probably disintegrate in a few more hours, and it had to be hard on the monkey. Luin took action and quickly solidified the boat. He recalled the monkey and looked into the distance. I wonder how much longer it will take to reach the end. He then steered the boat deeper into the sea. As the boat headed towards the ocean of death, the phantom finger appeared in Lu Yin's mind again and again. If not for the Stonewall Scriptures, he would not have been able to see those changes. Similarly, if not for that finger, the Stonewall Scriptures would have caused him to faint. They were actually resisting each other. Luin had always felt that the Stonewall Scriptures were mysterious and had a great background. That finger had confirmed his suspicions, as it was a finger that could transcend the void. Although he could not tell how strong an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands was, he had a feeling that they could not reach the level of that finger. Whether it was in his dream or in stargazing deck, he could only see that finger pressing down on him, but he could not see it clearly. Now he could clearly see that the owner of that finger was definitely a woman. That finger was a terrifying battle technique. Since it was a battle technique, he could learn it. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, as he had already seen the many transformations of that finger. To be able to transcend the heavens meant that this battle technique surpassed any attack method that he had mastered. The Sirius palm could not keep up with his current level, the Sky Beast claw was not powerful enough, and the Day-Night fist was not his forte. His attacks were too simple and he only knew overlaying stacks. If he encountered a strong opponent who could defend against overlaying stacks, he would be at a disadvantage. There were limiters who could match up to him, and some of them might be able to withstand 30 stacks. In other words, he was currently lacking a trump card. That finger had given Lu Yin hope, and he was certain that it was stronger than any battle technique. This was an intuition that could not be refuted. He had to learn it. But even if he fainted and saw that finger, it would be useless. Dreams were not controlled by humans, and he could not learn the finger's transformations in his dreams. After thinking about it, Lu Yin knew that there was only one way: stargazing deck. The first time he had ascended the stargazing deck, he had seen that finger. More importantly, the stargazing deck was controlled by one's will, and one could even use lock-breaking tools. Furthermore, he had seen the Sky Beast claw that had been engraved on Limitless. The stargazing deck not only allowed him to see that finger, but it also allowed him to see the Sky Beast claw, killing two birds with one stone. Lu Yin decided to request to ascend the stargazing deck after leaving the Ocean of Death, and he hoped that the Star Master would allow him to do so. "Seventh bro, look ahead," the monkey suddenly cried out. Lu Yin looked up and saw a different scene in the distance. It was the outline of an island. Lu Yin stood up excitedly. He had finally arrived. Ever since the Astral Combat Academy had taken control of the trial zones, very few people had been able to reach the end of the Ocean of Death. Now he had finally arrived. The boat gradually drew closer and Lu Yin could clearly see the island. It was a very ordinary island. As they got closer, Lu Yin became more cautious, afraid of encountering something. When the boat reached the shore, Lu Yin felt that it was a little surreal. Was he going to go up just like that? "Seventh bro, let's go. I want to see what's at the end of the Ocean of Death," the monkey said anxiously. Lu Yin stepped onto the island and it felt very real. It felt like soil, but it was a little sticky. He squatted down and touched the soil and his expression changed. It was blood. The soil had been soaked in blood. Lu Yin's expression turned serious, and he released his domain. Everything within 100 or even 1,000 meters had been soaked in blood, and not a single trace had been left behind. How many people had died in this process? "Seventh bro, look. There are footprints over there," the monkey cried out. Lu Yin turned around and saw a row of footprints that extended into the depths of the island. They should have been left behind by the previous arbiter. There's only one set of footprints. Could it be that only one of the 10 arbiters has been here before? The monkey guessed. Lu Yin did not know, and he walked over to the footprints and observed them. The footprints are very small. Either the person is young or it's a woman. It should be a woman. Didn't they say that one of the 10 arbiters has been here before? The monkey asked. Lu Yin agreed with the monkey's guess, and he turned to look into the depths of the island. A dark canyon opened up, and he might be able to enter the island after passing through it. Lu Yin did not hesitate and stepped into the canyon. As soon as he entered, a gust of cold wind swept past him, causing his hair to stand on end. Just as he was about to speak, there was an explosion in his head. "I can't accept this. I can't accept this. What right do you ants have to kill me? What right do you have? 5 has changed the heavens and 5 has become 6. From now on, this region of space has been covered in a veil of hypocrisy. I can't accept this. The heavens have changed, the heavens have changed. I want to rebel. I want to kill. I want to kill until this region of space flows with blood." Lu Yin covered his head and panted heavily as he looked ahead. These voices should have been left behind from ancient times, and they were accompanied by the gust of cold wind. They were filled with unwillingness and resentment. What the hell? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 408. The monkey shrieked, "Did you hear that, 7th bro?" Lu Yin didn't have time to reply. He quickly walked out of the canyon and saw that the ground was littered with corpses that had been reduced to white bones. Flags fluttered in the wind as the corpses disappeared in an instant. Lu Yin's arrival had caused a slight noise that caused everything within 10,000 meters to turn into nothingness. Just like the centipede's body, everything that had been left behind since ancient times couldn't withstand even the slightest bit of destruction. Lu Yin stared at the scene in front of him in shock. The entire island was covered in corpses. How many people had died? There had to be at least a few 100,000. The sky was filled with explosions and countless voices. We are unwilling to accept this. The younger generation has no hope. How can we accept this? I am the sixth and I will kill all the fives. The sky has changed, the sky has changed. From now on this sky is the sixth. Lu Yin crouched down and endured the bombardment of voices. Blood flowed from his eyes, ears and nostrils, dripping onto the island. The monkey didn't make any more noise, it had probably fainted. Lu Yin panted heavily and opened his mouth to try and reduce the volume of the voices, but it was no use. He even pierced his eardrums, but the voices still entered his mind and caused him to be out of his wits. Although these voices weren't attacks, the power they contained could still cause damage to Lu Yin's spiritual force. He couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful these powerhouses had been when they were alive. Lu Yin couldn't take it anymore and his body gradually trembled. He couldn't take it anymore. His gaze turned fierce as he ran forward. Even if he died, he wanted to see what the deepest part of the island was like. As he ran, the ancient objects around him quickly turned to dust. This was a trial zone, but the effects were just like reality. Lu Yin quickly rushed forward. The island wasn't large and he quickly reached its depths. His eyes narrowed when he saw 5 spears that nailed a dried corpse to the ground. It was exactly the same as the one in the centipede's body. What was the meaning of this? Was this some kind of sacrifice? Lu Yin couldn't figure it out, but before he could take a closer look, an even more ferocious voice entered his mind. Countless noises caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood as his body disappeared from the island. Not far from where Lu Yin had died, another pair of clear footprints could be seen. They were exactly the same as the ones he'd seen when he'd first entered the island. This person had also come to this place, but the outcome was unknown. At Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. His head felt like it was about to split open, and he subconsciously grabbed his head and almost fell over. Coco, Xia Luo and the others were all present, and they hurried over when they saw Lu Yin open his eyes. "Brother Lu, are you alright?" Coco asked. They all looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin took a few deep breaths and looked at the ground. He gradually recovered and waved a hand. "I'm fine. Let me rest for a bit." "Oh," Coco acknowledged, and the group left the Trial Zone Mountain to wait for Lu Yin outside. They were very curious about what was in the depths of the ocean of death, and they were certain that the changes in the Tao of Heaven were related to Lu Yin. After all, Lu Yin was the only one who had yet to emerge. Lu Yin rested in the Trial Zone Mountain for an entire day before leaving, and he was in low spirits. The Trial Master glanced at Lu Yin. "Kid, have you reached the end of the ocean of death?" Lu Yin nodded and looked at the Trial Master. "Does Mentor know anything?" The Trial Master shook his head. "I do not know." Lu Yin didn't believe him, but he didn't ask any further because Coco and the others had arrived. "Brother Lu, have you reached the end of the ocean of death?" Coco hurriedly asked. Xia Luo, Zora, Michelle, Dark Void, Mengyu and the rest were all present and they all looked at him. Lu Yin took a deep breath. "I'm here." Everyone was shocked. Even though they had some guesses, they still couldn't believe it when Lu Yin confirmed it. "What's at the end of the ocean of death? Is there really an island that's filled with the corpses of powerhouses and ancient inheritances?" Mengyu hurriedly asked. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. "If there was an ancient inheritance, then I wouldn't be in this state." He looked around at everyone and then said, "There really is an island at the end of the ocean of death, and it's also filled with the corpses of powerhouses. But aside from that, there's nothing else." They clearly didn't believe him. "Liar, there's an inheritance at the end of the ocean of death. This has been confirmed a long time ago," Coco said bluntly. Lu Yin shook his head. "I'm not lying to you and there's no need for me to do so. Perhaps someone else has obtained an inheritance, but I haven't." Everyone sighed. Regardless of whether they believed him or not, it was impossible for them to obtain any more information from Lu Yin. Xia Luo asked, "Aside from you, are there any other signs that someone else has reached the island?" Lu Yin nodded. "Yes, and the signs are very obvious. It shouldn't have been that long ago. It should be one of the rumored 10 arbiters." Xia Luo said before leaving. He didn't seem interested in the inheritance. The others also left one after another, allowing Lu Yin to rest. Lu Yin knew that they didn't believe him, but there really wasn't any inheritance. However, the information he had gathered was linked to the centipede's body. Those spears should have come from the same power, and there were also those loud noises. 5. 6. Revolution? Rebellion? Hypocrisy? Slaughter? These words echoed in Lu Yin's mind for a long time, but he didn't understand what they meant. Perhaps the trial master knew, but he didn't plan on telling Lu Yin. After 10 days in the ocean of death, his greatest gain was probably the change in that finger. Right stargazing deck. After resting for a day in the trial zone mountain, Lu Yin felt that he could go to stargazing deck now. He couldn't wait to teleport there. The Astral Combat Academy was divided into 10 academies, and one thing they all had in common was that each of them had a stargazing deck. Many people said that the stargazing deck was the most important thing in the 10 academies, not the trial zones. Lu Yin hadn't understood this before, but he gradually understood now. The stargazing deck allowed him to see the past. It also allowed him to use his lock-breaking tool to see things more clearly, as if he was actually there. This kind of power was not something that the trial zones could compare to. Student Lu Yin requests to ascend the stargazing deck, Lu Yin said loudly from below. The Star Master opened his eyes. In principle, each person only has one chance to ascend the stargazing deck. I've already given you 2 chances, so no more. Lu Yin said loudly, Mentor, you said that the same scene won't change even if I repeat it. That's why you don't allow me to do it again. However, I'm confident that I can see different things even if it's the same scene. Please give me another chance. The Star Master asked, Kid, do you think that the Academy should make an exception for you? Lu Yin was stunned and hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. The Star Master looked at Lu Yin. Since ancient times, there have been countless people with extraordinary innate gifts. It's not as if no one in Astral 10 has reached your current level. Even the 10 arbiters from back then refused to repeat their request. You should leave. Lu Yin was helpless. Even the 10 arbiters had rejected him. Mentor, can't you give me another chance? The 10 arbiters are the 10 arbiters, not Astral 10 student. I've contributed to the Academy, and bled for it. The Star Master replied, Leave. Lu Yin sighed. This old man was abnormally stubborn. If a student wants to ascend another Academy's stargazing deck, will you stop me? Lu Yin suddenly thought of this question and hurriedly asked. The Star Master replied, The other Academy's stargazing decks have nothing to do with me. However, I must remind you that no Academy allows students to ascend the stargazing decks twice. That means that students can ascend the stargazing decks in other academies, but they can't repeat it. Just like Astral 10, right? Lu Yin asked expectantly. The Star Master did not reply. Lu Yin understood. There were 10 academies and 9 stargazing decks, which meant that he could ascend the stargazing decks 9 times. He only had 9 chances to comprehend that finger technique. Lu Yin bowed to the Star Master and then left the stargazing deck. He couldn't wait to go to the other academy's stargazing decks to observe that finger technique. He really lacked a powerful battle technique. Before leaving Astral 10, Lu Yin was called over by Old Kai, who had learned that Astral 10 was going to recruit students in the Innerverse in the near future. Old Kai wanted to know if Lu Yin wanted to return. Lu Yin was Astral 10's signature student. Lu Yin calculated the days and shook his head. I don't have time in the near future. The Day-Night Clan's Day-Night Banquet is about to begin, and I've been invited. Old Kai was surprised. Day-Night Banquet? Lu Yin nodded. Old Kai's gaze and expression were strange. He muttered to himself for a while before saying, Since you've been invited, it's not good to decline. Alright, Astral 10 doesn't need you anymore. Thank you, Old Kai, Lu Yin said and then turned to leave. Old Kai suddenly said, Right, the Day-Night Clan's Day-Night Banquet is very grand. Kid, try to keep a low profile. Lu Yin was puzzled, but he still replied, Got it. I've always kept a low profile. Old Kai's mouth twitched as he couldn't tell how this kid was keeping a low profile. If anyone asks about Astral 10, just say that you're not familiar with it. Lu Yin blinked. But I'm from Astral 10. You said you weren't familiar with him. This is for your own good, said Old Kai. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. There was something wrong with this old man, and he had sensed it when the Day-Night Banquet was mentioned. Could he have stolen something from the Day-Night Clan? Old Kai felt uncomfortable under Lu Yin's gaze. Alright, hurry up and leave. I still have to make money bombs, so I don't have time for you. Right, don't use money bombs in the Day-Night Clan's territory. Remember, don't ever use them. Lu Yin was certain that this old man had offended someone from the Day-Night Clan. What a scam. Did he scam Lu Yin? There was no way he could get anything out of old Kai, so Lu Yin immediately went to look for the Sandmaster. He wanted to find out more, but the Sandmaster remained silent and said the same thing as old Kai. You have to keep a low profile during the day-night banquet. Remember, keeping a low profile is the way to go. But Sandmaster, you once said that a person needs to be bold. Boldness is the foundation for increasing battle force, Lu Yin answered seriously. The Sandmaster rolled his eyes. That depends on the time. Anyway, it's for your own good. Just do whatever that old man tells you. He won't harm you. Then tell me what happened, said Lin Feng. You don't need to know about the older generation. Remember, don't ever use money bombs. Student. All right, that's enough. Let's go. Lu Yin had been chased away by the Sandmaster, but he was still unwilling to accept it. Old Kai's attitude had been too strange, and Lu Yin could not allow himself to be cheated without knowing why. More importantly, this was the Day-Night Clan. Even if he had the backing of the pirate king Haizij Lian, at most Haizij Lian would seek revenge after his death. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 409. Lu Yin would not normally expose himself to unpredictable dangers, as this was not a training session. He was just attending a banquet, so there was no need to risk his life. Unfortunately, the Rain Master, Star Master, and Trial Master did not mention anything. Lu Yin was already considering whether or not he should reveal Haizij Lian's background when his gadget beeped. It was Lillian who had contacted him. Lu Yin was shocked. How had she managed to contact him while he was still in the academy? However, he quickly recovered. Lillian was also a student of the Astral Combat Academy, so she could naturally contact him. Hello, Miss Ano, Lu Yin greeted. Brother Lu, I hope I'm not disturbing you, Lillian replied. Not at all. What's the matter, Miss Ano? Lu Yin asked. It's nothing important. I just remembered that I haven't toured Frostwave Weave yet. Brother Lu is the uncrowned king of Frostwave Weave, so I hope that Brother Lu can take care of me when I visit Frostwave Weave. Miss Ano is too polite. I'm not some uncrowned king. Of course, if Miss Ano visits Frostwave Weave one day, I'll definitely be a good host. Just a good host? Aren't we friends? Or is Brother Lu looking down on a little girl from a small family in a small flow zone? Lillian sounded aggrieved. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, Of course not, I misspoke. If Miss Ano visits Frostwave Weave one day, I'll definitely be a good friend. I'm just kidding. Alright, it's settled then. See you in Frostwave Weave. See you in Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin hung up and muttered to himself. Lillian was the heir of Northline Flowzone's Lily family and an explorer, so there was no need for her to inform him of her trip to the Outerverse. Lu Yin thought back to her attitude when they had first met and how she had intentionally flattered him. Could it be related to Frostwave Weave? Otherwise, why would she suddenly contact him? Was there something in Frostwave Weave worth paying attention to? Lu Yin did not understand. Perhaps he was overthinking things. Lu Yin laughed. Ever since he had become the Great Yu Empire's royal regent, many things had become complicated. Perhaps she was just casually chatting to get closer to him. He didn't take the matter of Lillian to heart and rested in Astral 10 for another 2 days before heading to Astral 7, which was the closest to Astral 10. Over the past 2 days, Feng Shang and Quang Wang had both contacted him to ask about the Ocean of Death. Lu Yin and the rest of Astral 10 agreed that he had been forced out of the Ocean of Death just like everyone else. The two of them did not suspect anything, as they had never believed that Lu Yin had anything to do with the 9 trial zones. Even the headmaster had not been able to find the reason. Although there was no result from crossing the Ocean of Death, the two still transferred the money to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's account at the Mavis Bank now had an additional 5 million star crystals. It was not much, but it was not little either. After all, the two of them were still students. Astral 7 was located in the erudite flow zone, and according to the coordinates, it would take a long time for a normal spacecraft to arrive. He didn't have that much time to waste, so he had no choice but to buy an Aurora spacecraft from the treasury before he left Astral 10. It was said that Astral 10 had kept the Aurora spacecraft for a very long time, and it had been upgraded to the Radiant grade. A normal single-person Aurora spacecraft cost more than 10,000 star crystals, but a Radiant grade spacecraft cost 100 times more than that. It cost 1,000,000 star crystals. According to the market price, a radiant-grade spacecraft was not worth that much, but the market always paid attention to supply and demand. Radiant-grade spacecraft were urgently needed everywhere, and the Aurora Spacecraft Company did not sell many radiant-grade spacecraft every year. In addition, many people were in urgent need of them, so the price had skyrocketed. Fortunately, Luin could afford it. Although 1,000,000 star crystals was a painful price to pay, he had already obtained over 100 star essence, so it wasn't that painful. However, Old Kai's smug expression made Luin unhappy. With a radiant-grade spacecraft, the time it would take to reach Astral 7 was reduced by 10 times, and it would only take him less than 10 days. He could afford to waste 10 days. This time, Luin did not wait like a normal person. He used his honor points to board the Northline Flow Zone's tributary ship and headed towards the Tempest Flow Zone. The Tempest Flow Zone was very strange, and it was rumored that there were strange storms that swept through the void. These storms would automatically avoid planets, but they would not avoid spacecraft or space-exploring powerhouses. Furthermore, these storms appeared without warning. Thus, it was very dangerous to fly in the Tempest Flow Zone, as very few people could survive once they were sucked into a storm. Even after countless years, the Tempest Flow Zone had not been able to find the cause of these storms. They had even invited an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands to investigate, but he had not been able to find anything. After that, many people from the Tempest Flow Zone had moved away, and only a few powers had remained. This caused the Tempest Flow Zone's overall strength to decline day by day. Even so, the Tempest Flow Zone's Feng family and the Fire Scorpion sect were still very powerful. Otherwise, they would not have been able to intimidate the Northline Flow Zone. The shortest path to Astral 7 was through the Tempest Flow Zone. Otherwise, it would take at least 10 days to go around the Tempest Flow Zone. Lu Yin's goal was to travel through the 10 Astral Academies, which was equivalent to traveling through the entire Innerverse. It would probably take him half a year to a year, so there was no time to waste. He still had to return to the Great Yu Empire. He did not know if it would be worth it to spend a year on Stargazing Deck. Fortunately, he would not waste a year, and he would be able to memorize more and more of the Stonewall Scriptures. He would just treat it as a trip to broaden his horizons. There was also the Day-Night Clan's banquet, which happened to be on his way. Every time he thought about the banquet, Luin would feel slightly flustered. Old Kai's attitude was just too strange. The Tempest Flow Zone sky was no different from the other regions. It was still dark, and only the stars emitted light that illuminated the darkness. Sometimes, Luin wondered if he would ever be able to reach the end of the universe. What was at the end of the universe? Was it a barrier? Was it chaos? Or was it an ocean? Then what was on the other side? Even the progenitor that the monkey had mentioned would not be able to answer this question. Seventh bro, have we left Astral 10? The monkey woke up. He had fainted on the island at the end of the Ocean of Death, and he had only woken up now. Luin grunted. How do you feel? My head hurts. The monkey sounded uncomfortable. Seventh bro, do you still remember those words? Did you ask your mentors what they meant? Luin shook his head. Right, have you translated the words from the centipede's body? No, we don't have the time. Also, I've been confused by those voices. Where are we? The monkey asked. The Tempest Flow Zone, Luin casually replied. Where? The monkey shrieked. Luin frowned. The Tempest Flow Zone. What? Is there a problem again? Nonsense, why are you here? Don't you know how the Tempest Flow Zone got its name? Don't you know how dangerous it is? You'll definitely die if you get sucked into the storms. The monkey shouted. Luin calmly replied, It's not that serious. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anyone left alive in this flow zone. The probability of those storms appearing is too low. Someone calculated that there's a 1 in a million chance of encountering them. Seventh bro, do you know how high the probability of encountering a spacecraft is for a 1 in a million chance of encountering it? It's like looking at the Tempest Flow Zone from a high vantage point, and it's filled with storms. The monkey was speechless. Don't worry. The Feng family, the Fire Scorpion sect, and many other powers live here. That's because they know the pattern of the storms and know the safe routes. You barged in without knowing anything. Even a 1 in a million chance is considered low. How do you know that I don't know the pattern? Do I even need to say it? Do you? No. The monkey was helpless. Seventh bro, can't we do things more safely in the future? The universe is so big and anything can happen. Luin was annoyed. Do you really think that I didn't do my homework before coming here? This route is the safest route to cross the Tempest Flow Zone. Bullshit. The information on the network is based on the experiences of ordinary people. The safest route is in the hands of those powers, so how could they possibly announce it? Do you know why no one has attacked the Tempest Flow Zone for so many years? Because of this, no one wants their own fleet to be swallowed by the storms as soon as they arrive. These storms threaten the safety of the Tempest Flow Zone, and they're also the greatest barrier against external attacks. That's why no one would announce the safest route, just like in the Cosmic Sea. Luin thought about it and agreed. Forget it. Since we're already here, let's just go with the flow. The monkey felt helpless. I feel like I'll be killed by you one day. Why are you so afraid of the Tempest Flow Zone storms? Luin was puzzled. The monkey muttered to himself for a moment. An elder in my family was swallowed by a storm, and not even his corpse was left behind. That elder was an enlighter. Lu Yin's scalp went numb and he regretted it. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to another academy instead of taking such a risk. Right, if he didn't know anything he could ask the local tyrant. Lu Yin immediately contacted Feng Shang. Brother Lu, what's the matter? Feng Shang appeared on his screen. Lu Yin replied, Brother Feng, can I ask if there's a safe route for me to cross the Tempest Flow Zone? Feng Shang was puzzled. Why are you going to the Tempest Flow Zone? I'm going to Astral 7. The fastest route is through the Tempest Flow Zone, Lu Yin answered. Feng Shang was even more puzzled. Why are you going to Astral 7? To exchange information, Lu Yin replied. Feng Shang was speechless. Which route are you taking now? Lu Yin showed his route to Feng Shang, who replied, Sure, no problem. As long as you don't deviate from the path, it's fine. Although this route isn't the safest, the chances of encountering a storm are much lower than the other routes. It won't be easy for you to encounter one. There's no safer route. Lu Yin looked forward to it. Feng Shang's expression turned serious. The Tempest Flow Zone's safe routes are equivalent to the secret passageways to break through the Tempest Flow Zone's fortresses. Do you think I can tell you that? Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Alright, goodbye. Wait. Feng Shang looked at Lu Yin. You've been to Astral 7. Are you going to the other academies? How did you know? Lu Yin was puzzled. Feng Shang shrugged. I guessed. If you're going to Astral 8, remember to notify me in advance. You're going to welcome me? Lu Yin laughed. Feng Shang's expression turned serious. I'm going to leave in advance. Lu Yin was speechless and he ended the call. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 410. 7th Bro, this Feng Shang isn't bad. He's an honest person, the monkey said. Lu Yin watched as his own spacecraft overtook the others one by one, and he was satisfied with his speed. However, when he thought about the black hole-grade Aurora, his mood soured. He still owed the Outerverse Youth Council a black hole-grade spacecraft. No, he owed Wendy Yushan. That spacecraft had been specially given to her by the council, but he had destroyed it. Forget it, Wendy Yushan is an explorer, so she shouldn't mind. Lu Yin comforted himself. After reciting the Stonewall scriptures for a while, Lu Yin fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, the monkey suddenly shouted in panic. Lu Yin was woken up by the noise. What's all that noise about? Look, those spacecraft are all heading back. The monkey shouted. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked ahead. Spacecraft after spacecraft swept past him and rushed back. Lu Yin felt that something was amiss, especially when he saw two single-person spacecraft crash into each other and explode. He decisively changed his route and headed back the way he had come. Spacecraft would plan their own routes in space, and when two spacecraft reached a certain distance, they would automatically switch routes. It was impossible for them to crash into each other. The only possibilities were that the spacecraft systems had malfunctioned, or that the pilots were too panicked and did not want to wait for the spacecraft to replan their routes. Thus, they had frantically chosen their own route. What's that? The monkey shouted in panic. Lu Yin looked up and his pupils shrank. He saw a gray torrent sweeping towards him at an extremely fast speed, swallowing up spacecraft after spacecraft. Every time it swallowed a spacecraft, the gray torrent would pause for a moment, but it would quickly sweep forward again. Lu Yin finally understood why those spacecraft had fled in such a panic. This was a storm, and that bastard Feng Shang had said that it was difficult to run into one. Run, 7th Bro. Lu Yin looked at the system and tried to replan his route, but the storm's force field had destroyed it. Lu Yin had no choice but to choose his own route and head back. Spacecraft after spacecraft were swallowed up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Radiant-grade spacecraft were not slow, and they were about the same speed as the storm. Lu Yin relaxed as the storm would not last for too long. He should be able to escape. Careful. The monkey shouted. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and steered his spacecraft to the left. He had almost collided with another spacecraft, and he would have been finished if he had. He would have definitely been swallowed by the storm. At that moment, a small spacecraft beside him turned around and flew back. It was also a Radiant-grade spacecraft that was far more expensive than Lu Yin's single-person spacecraft, and its speed was about the same. At this moment, only the speed of Radiant-grade spaceships could escape the engulfment of the storm. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with star energy as he stared straight ahead, afraid that another spacecraft would crash into him. Suddenly he felt that the line to his right, which was the rune lines, was being strangely condensed. He turned around and saw a person standing on the small spacecraft. The person was coldly glaring at him with a palm that was ready to attack. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This wasn't good. This person wanted to use him to slow down the storm so that they could escape on their own. Based on the number of rune lines that had been condensed, this person was a cruiser, and not an ordinary one at that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford a Radiant-grade spacecraft. Seventh bro, be careful. The monkey shouted. Lu Yin released the monkey. You control the spacecraft. He then retrieved an item from his cosmic ring, which was the money bomb that he had bought from Old Kai. Since Old Kai wanted to send him to his death, then Lu Yin would not sit still and wait for his death. Old Kai, I hope that you're reliable. There were still a dozen people on the small spacecraft to the right. Captain, let's attack. We don't know how long this storm will last and we might not be able to escape. At the top of the spacecraft, the cruiser's eyes were cold as he stared at Lu Yin. My apologies, but you can only blame your bad luck for blocking this calamity for us. He then attacked with his palm, and a giant palm print traversed the heavens and pressed down on Lu Yin's personal spacecraft. Lu Yin's eyes widened. What a powerful attack. Lu Yin's power level had to be over 80,000. He didn't even think about it as he pointed the unsealed side of the money bomb at the cruiser and poured star energy into it. The next moment, a ray of light shot out and instantly pierced through the cruiser's giant palm print before crashing into the cruiser's body. The cruiser had never imagined that a Lemeter would be able to unleash such an attack, and he had no intention of dodging. He lowered his head and saw that his abdomen had been pierced. He was dead without a doubt. How could this be? He was an existence who dared to challenge hunters above his realms. His true strength was enough to challenge powerhouses with a power level of over 10,000, but he had actually died at the hands of a Lemeter. The people in the small spacecraft were stunned as well. The captain had died just like that. Lu Yin hadn't expected the money bomb to be so tyrannical. A single ray of light had instantly killed a cruiser, and the cruiser hadn't even been able to defend himself. It was no wonder why Old Kai had said that it could instantly kill a hunter. This kind of destructive power was indeed enough to kill a normal hunter. 50-star essence was not expensive. The money bomb could only be fired once, and after that, the metal sphere in the center would shatter, and the sealed jade bamboo would also dim. Lu Yin put the money bomb away and looked at the small spacecraft. The people in the small spacecraft also looked at him in shock. As for the dead captain, he had long since been swept into the storm. The two parties weren't too far apart, and Lu Yin could clearly see the resentful and venomous gazes of those people. However, those people quickly forgot about Lu Yin. The money bomb's attack had not only killed the cruiser, but it had also destroyed the small spacecraft's roof. The small spacecraft's roof kept shaking, and it didn't take long for it to shatter. The small spacecraft's speed also gradually decreased. Lu Yin didn't feel any sympathy for them. If that cruiser hadn't attacked him, he wouldn't have retaliated either. These people were willing to sacrifice others for his sake, and regardless of whether or not there was any enmity between them, they deserved to die. The small spacecraft gradually fell behind, and Lu Yin turned around and focused on operating the spacecraft. The monkey also fused into his arm. Suddenly the spacecraft trembled and Lu Yin looked up. Another person had appeared at the top of the spacecraft, and it was a cruiser. This person was tightly clinging onto Lu Yin's spacecraft. A cruiser's speed couldn't compare to a Radiant-grade spacecraft, so if he wanted to escape, he would have to rely on Lu Yin's spacecraft. Seventh bro, look. The storm's subsiding. The monkey shouted. Lu Yin turned around and sure enough, the storm had shrunk. The small spacecraft was very lucky and hadn't been swallowed up yet. However, even if it hadn't been swallowed up, it still wouldn't be able to escape once the storm completely subsided. There was a loud boom as the cruiser slapped down from the top of the spacecraft, causing the spacecraft's speed to slow down slightly. Lu Yin was furious, as this person had wanted to use his spacecraft as a scapegoat to buy time for the small spacecraft. Seventh bro, kill him. The monkey was furious as well. Lu Yin placed a single palm on the top of the spacecraft, and a dark golden glow appeared on his palm as he activated his battle force. 30 stacks exploded forth, and with the toughness of a radiant-grade spacecraft, it could withstand a cruiser's attack. Lu Yin's 30 stacks passed through the vibrational force of the metal and slammed into the cruiser's body. The cruiser only felt a huge force assault him and he almost couldn't block it. His internal organs were in pain from the vibrations and he looked at the spacecraft in shock. A Lemmeter actually had the strength to injure a cruiser? There weren't many people in the universe who could do this, and this person could not be allowed to live. Through the personal spacecraft, Lu Yin and the cruiser clashed with each other with vibrational force. Gradually, the top of the spacecraft was unable to withstand the two cruisers' attacks, and cracks began to appear. Seventh bro, we can't keep fighting. The spacecraft can't take it, the monkey said. Lu Yin was helpless as his opponent wasn't easy to deal with. After all, this was a cruiser with a power level of over 50,000. The exchange between the two slowed down the spacecraft until it was now level with the small spacecraft, and it was gradually overtaken by the smaller spacecraft. The people in the small spacecraft heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Lu Yin's spacecraft was devoured, they would be able to buy a little more time, and that little bit of time would be enough for them to escape. The cruiser panted heavily as he leapt onto the small spacecraft's top. He looked at Lu Yin with an intense fear and lingering fear. A Lemmeter had been able to fight against a cruiser, and the cruiser could only think of a few famous people in the universe. Even if this person wasn't one of those people, he definitely had a great background, and it was impossible for him to remain nameless. Such a person had to be killed or else there would be endless trouble in the future. Everything had happened too quickly, and Lu Yin had no time to use his multiple identities to threaten his opponent. Even if he did, it would be useless in this situation. It was either the cruiser died, and even if the 10 arbiters personally took revenge for him, that would be a matter for the future. Lu Yin's current identity could not save him. The cracks on the top of Lu Yin's spacecraft grew larger and larger, and its speed became even slower than the small spacecraft's. It's over, it's over. It's been devoured. It's over. My celestial ice phoenix clan, my harem, the monkey lamented. Lu Yin clenched his fists and looked at the approaching storm. He gritted his teeth and looked at the small spacecraft. He punched the top of the spacecraft and used the spacecraft's flash to close in on the small spacecraft. The people in the small spacecraft were disdainful, as there was still a cruiser above them. The cruiser saw Lu Yin's attack and did not dare to be careless. He used his full strength. Under normal circumstances, even if Lu Yin could deal with this person, it would not have been so easy. After all, the difference in power level was too great. However, something appeared in Lu Yin's hand, progenitor Wushang's hide. The cruiser saw it and his mind exploded. He did not even have the chance to resist before he fainted. This was progenitor Wushang's power. Lu Yin's attack had not been intended to take these people down with him. He had only wanted to use the small spacecraft to escape, and he had also kicked the cruiser into the storm. He watched as the storm swallowed up the cruiser's spacecraft and the cruiser. The cruiser panted heavily as the storm grew smaller and smaller. He should have been able to escape. However, Lu Yin's money bomb's attack had caused too much damage to the small spacecraft. The top of the spacecraft had shattered, and the cruiser had been swallowed up by the storm along with the small spacecraft. In the blink of an eye, the universe fell silent, and the storm disappeared without a trace. Several days later, in Astral 8, Feng Shang was in a daze as he read the news about the tempest flow zone. When he saw the storm that had just passed by, he immediately contacted Lu Yin. The storm had passed not long after Lu Yin had contacted him. However, he was unable to contact Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 411. Feng Shang put down his gadget and sighed. You can't be that unlucky, right? Brother Lu, you're really unlucky. Since ancient times, very few people who had been swallowed by a storm had ever returned alive. Of course, some had survived, but everyone's experiences were different. Some said that they had fallen into a bottomless abyss, some said that they had fallen into a sealed space, some said that they had fallen into a forest, and some even said that they had fallen into a golden sea. When asked how they had returned, no one knew. It was as if their memories had been erased. Gradually, however, many people discovered a common point. Anyone who could return alive was a good person. It was impossible to determine the definition of a good person, but anyone who could return alive from a storm was kind-hearted, and almost none of them had killed anyone before. Not all good people could return alive, but those who did were all good people. Lu Yin did not define himself as a good person, so he had done everything he could to escape the storm, but he had still been swallowed in the end. When he woke up, all he could see was a forest, but it was not a tall forest. Instead, it was a forest of short trees that were about 2 meters tall. He had never seen such a forest before, and he rubbed his head. He had been too careless. Ever since he had become famous throughout the universe, he had stopped being cautious. Based on his previous personality, he would not have taken this path even if there was a 1 in a billion chance of encountering a storm. Thankfully, he had not died. He looked around again, but it was still silent. He looked up and saw a bright light in the distance. He did not know if he was looking at the sky or the universe, but it was too bright and golden. The golden light in the distance extended all the way to the sky above the forest. Lu Yin stood up and called out to the monkey, but there was no response. The damned monkey had gone silent again. Its defenses were too weak. Lu Yin tried to fly, but he found that he could not do so. He would be pressed down by an unknown pressure when he was half a meter above the ground. He could not fly in this area. The forest was 3 meters tall, which meant that he could not exceed its height. Then, did this mean that the forest could not grow because of this pressure? Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the distance. Lu Yin turned around and thought for a moment before slowly approaching. No matter what, he had to find the person first. He remembered that he had been swallowed by a storm and should have died. Where was this place? Not long after, the trees in front of him swayed and a large area was pushed to the side. A man appeared in front of him in a panic, and the two looked at each other. The man was delighted to see Lu Yin and pointed behind him. There's a ghost. Lu Yin's hair stood on end. Ghost? Are you sure? The man nodded and looked back one more time before hurriedly running past Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around and his expression changed. Was this a war spirit? A war spirit, a war spirit. There was no mistaking it, it was a war spirit. If there were war spirits here, could this be a trial zone of the Astral Combat Academy? That was impossible. That man was clearly a middle-aged man, so it was impossible for him to have entered the trial zones. Furthermore, he was only a seeker and had not even started cultivating. He couldn't even enter the Astral Combat Academy's main gate. Since it wasn't a trial zone, where was this place? Why was there a fighting soul? The war spirit only had the strength of a sentinel, and with a wave of his hand, it turned into rune lines and disappeared. The man was stunned when he saw this scene from a short distance away. He stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. You killed a ghost? It's not a ghost. Alright, tell me, where is this place? The man panicked. Within the storm. Lu Yin frowned. Within the storm? There's a forest? The man shook his head, his face pale. I don't know. In any case, I was swallowed by the storm and woke up in this damned place. There's nothing here besides ghosts. He then looked at the cosmic ring on Lu Yin's finger and asked expectantly, Can you give me something to eat? There's really nothing here. I've been starving for days. Lu Yin nodded, but just as he was about to give the man something, an overwhelming pressure pressed down on him. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he subconsciously retracted his aura using the invisible aura technique before using his domain to blend into the environment. The man was crushed into a puddle of blood by this pressure. Lu Yin did not allow himself to make a single sound as he stood in place. Not too far away, a war spirit swept past without stopping. Lu Yin did not dare to look, as this pressure clearly surpassed that of a hunter. A hunter war spirit. This was definitely not a trial zone. Was this the inside of the storm? The formation of a war spirit came from rune lines, so did this place have something to do with the rune ancestor? Lu Yin sighed as he looked at the puddle of blood on the ground. If there was even a hunter war spirit here, then there might be even more powerful ones. He was in danger, so he had to be careful. With that in mind, he walked in the direction of the dazzling golden light. He did not know how large this forest was, and he could not see the end of it. Lu Yin walked through the forest for 2 days, and he encountered quite a few war spirits along the way. Some were strong, some were weak, but fortunately there were not many that could pose a threat to him, and he managed to evade them all. However, he did not see a single living person. With the speed of the storm, hunters might be able to escape, but cruisers would not. Thus, it was rare for a hunter or above to be swallowed up by the storm, and even if there were, it would be an accident. Luin also saw quite a few spacecraft in the forest, both large and small. One of the larger spacecraft had just been killed not too long ago, and fresh blood had stained the floor and flowed into the forest. The biggest difference between this place and the trial zones was that the victims were truly dead, unlike the trial zones where they simply vanished. Luin casually destroyed a war spirit and then looked at the corpse on the ground. This person was only a melder who had died not too long ago, so a corpse did not pique Lu Yin's interest. What he was interested in was that this person was actually one of the people who had been on the small spacecraft. Lu Yin remembered that their clothes were very unique, and they had probably been custom-made for a group. Since this person had appeared here, it meant that the others on the small spacecraft were not too far away. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If not for those two cruisers, he would not have ended up here. He had to get his revenge. Anyone who had fallen into this forest would probably head in the direction of the golden light, and Lu Yin believed that those people were no exception. The further he went in the direction of the golden light, the more war spirits he encountered. Unfortunately, he still did not see a single living person. Along the way, Lu Yin destroyed at least 20 war spirits, which was something that he could accomplish with his power level that rivaled a cruiser's. However, most people would not be able to do so, and death was a common occurrence. Not long after, Lu Yin saw smoke rising from a kitchen, but it was quickly blown away. His eyes lit up. There was someone there. He immediately rushed over. In the distance, a large swath of trees had been cut down, revealing an empty space where a dozen people were gathered. Are you looking to die? There are so many ghosts here. What if they're attracted here? Someone shouted in a low voice. Around him, the others glared at a young man. The young man was terrified. I am sorry. All right, enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and move just in case, someone else suggested. The person beside him was dissatisfied. It wasn't easy for us to create an empty space and now we have to leave? Then you stay behind and deal with those ghosts. 2 people go to the spacecraft and bring the supplies out. Who knows how long it'll take to get out of this damn place. I heard that very few people are able to make it out of the storm alive, and those who do are all good people. Bullshit, are there still good people in the universe? Don't be naive. Soon enough, the dozen or so people left the empty space. After they left, several war spirits appeared. They had made a wise decision to leave, but their luck was not good. They had not even left a kilometer when they met a cruiser war spirit head-on. The dozen or so people turned pale with fright, and they subconsciously split up to escape. However, against a cruiser war spirit, these people could not escape at all. Just as the war spirit was about to kill them, 2 figures rushed out from 2 different directions and attacked the war spirit. Bang! Bang! 2 loud sounds rang out as the war spirit was destroyed. The 2 figures retreated a few meters and stared ahead. Lu Yin looked at the person who had attacked the cruiser war spirit with him, and his expression changed. When the person saw Lu Yin, his expression changed as well. He was the cruiser who had been knocked unconscious by Lu Yin with progenitor Wushang's hide and thrown into the storm. When he saw Lu Yin, the person became excited, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Great, I never thought that I would run into you here. The heavens have allowed me to take revenge for my brother. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and his killing intent surged. You tried in vain to make someone else die in your place. Whether it's you or your brother, both of you deserve to die. You're the one who's going to die now. The cruiser shouted, and his body transformed to become as sturdy as a rock. Lu Yin was shocked. It was actually an innate gift, and this person had actually been hiding his strength. Lu Yin did not plan on fighting against a cruiser with an innate gift. Progenitor Wushang's hide appeared in his palm once more, as this was his true trump card. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure swept over them, and Lu Yin and the cruiser looked at each other in shock. It was actually a hunter war spirit, and the 2 of them charged towards the golden light without hesitation. All of their personal grudges had been thrown to the back of their minds. Lu Yin had hoped to use his invisible aura technique to hide, but he knew that the cruiser would not let him escape so easily. He had no choice but to flee together. The pressure increased and Lu Yin felt a chill run down his back. He could already feel the war spirit's aura, and more rune lines were condensing. The war spirit was about to attack. He gritted his teeth and gripped progenitor Wushang's hide tightly. He hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should throw it out. But before he could think further, the hunter war spirit changed directions and chased after the cruiser. Luin was stunned. It hadn't attacked him? What was the reason? Could it be because of progenitor Wushang's hide? According to the monkey, progenitor Wushang and the symbol progenitor were both progenitors. Perhaps at that level, the power left behind by both parties could sense each other, which was why Luin had been able to avoid being killed. No matter what the reason was, Luin relaxed. As long as the war spirit had not attacked him, everything was fine. The cruiser sensed the war spirit chasing after him, and his soul almost left his body. He did not have the ability to challenge a hunter like his elder brother, so he immediately sped up and fled. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, but he did not move too far away. Instead, he kept a distance between the cruiser and the war spirit. In the forest, a terrifying aura swept out, causing many trees to collapse. At the very front, a cruiser was fleeing for his life while a war spirit chased after him. Even further behind was Lu Yin. This region of space was abnormally sturdy, and it was impossible to tear through the void to move. Thus all three parties were moving at roughly the same speed. Above their heads, the golden light grew more and more dazzling. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 412. Lu Yin stared into the distance with a shocked expression. Through his transformed eyes, he could see an indescribable amount of rune lines condensing in the distance. The amount of rune lines that had been condensed was enough to pierce through the horizon, far surpassing the amount that had been condensed in the ocean of death. What was this thing that could condense so many rune lines? Compared to a hunter's rune lines, the amount of rune lines condensed in the distance seemed endless. Lu Yin suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his eyes, and 2 streams of blood flowed down his cheeks. He hurriedly lowered his head and wiped his eyes. No, he couldn't look anymore. He quickly withdrew the star energy from his eyes. He looked up again, but this time he didn't see rune lines. Instead, he saw a mountain that towered in the distance and blocked part of the golden light. The mountain's shadow was reflected by the golden light, and it seemed to divide the forest into 2. The 3 of them chased each other through this shadow. Lu Yin couldn't imagine what was in the distance, and he couldn't even see it. It was definitely an incomparably terrifying accumulation of power, and its power level was definitely in the hundreds of thousands. After some more time, the cruiser was gradually caught up. The hunter's war spirit tried to test the waters, but the cruiser ended up spitting out blood. The cruiser saw Lu Yin, who was right behind them, and he bellowed in anger. Lu Yin immediately stopped. With the hunter's war spirit in front of him, he didn't care how angry the cruiser was. The cruiser had no choice but to continue fleeing. However, since he had been caught up, his chances of escaping were slim. He pushed aside the forest in front of him and leaped up. When he looked up again, the scenery around him had changed. He was no longer in the forest, but in front of him was a golden sea. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at the golden sea. Behind him, a terrifying force attacked, and the cruiser's body turned to stone. He turned around and raised his arms in front of him, but there was a thump as he was sent flying by the war spirit. He crashed into the white beach and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked up in fear, but he found that the war spirit was no longer chasing after him. Instead, it was standing at the edge of the forest, facing him from a distance. The cruiser was ecstatic, as this thing was afraid of the golden sea and didn't dare to approach it. Lu Yin noticed this as well, and he brushed past the war spirit to appear on the white beach. He looked into the distance at the boundless golden ocean and the towering mountain that stood on top of it. This mountain was the culprit that had caused his eyes to bleed, and it was definitely not an ordinary mountain. It had rune lines that could possibly reach a power level in the hundreds of thousands. Cough cough. Lu Yin turned around. The cruiser stood up with great difficulty and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Lu Yin coldly. Why didn't that thing attack you? Do you know how to get out? Lu Yin's lips curled up as he slowly approached the man. If I were you, I wouldn't be thinking about how to get out. Instead, I would be thinking about how to survive. The cruiser laughed as he retrieved something from his cosmic ring and swallowed it. Do you think that I won't be able to beat you just because I'm injured? You're underestimating cruisers. Cruiser was cruiser, but cruiser? Cruiser too. But? Too. Across from him, the cruiser stared at Lu Yin. Perhaps there's a great treasure beneath this ocean. The cruiser's eyes lit up as it was not impossible. He looked up at the sky and saw that the golden light covered the sky and even dyed the ocean golden. He would not believe that there was no great treasure. He did not wait for Lu Yin to act and personally tested the water. His finger touched the surface of the water, and although it was cold to the touch, it did not harm his body. He was delighted as it really was normal seawater. This meant that there really was a great treasure at the bottom of the ocean. He excitedly looked into the distance. Could this be a blessing in disguise? However, the man's face quickly turned gloomy as he wasn't the only one here. He glanced over at Lu Yin, who was staring at the mountain in a daze. "Why do you keep staring at that mountain?" he asked, puzzled. Lu Yin replied, "The great treasure might be hidden there." "The golden light is clearly coming from the other side of the mountain," the cruiser said. Lu Yin thought about it and then nodded. "That's true." He then turned his back to the cruiser and looked in the other direction. The cruiser's eyes twitched and his fingers curled. He wanted to launch a sneak attack, but after some thought he decided against it. He would wait until his injuries were better before attacking. He would not allow Lu Yin to live as this person had killed his brother. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, but he turned around and sat down cross-legged. "Let's rest for a bit." There was no night in this space and it was always enveloped in golden light. Lu Yin looked at his gadget. It had definitely been affected by this space as it had stopped working. He silently calculated the time. It had been 5 days since he had entered this place, and he had stayed on the beach for more than a day. That cruiser had not done anything to him this entire time. Lu Yin gradually relaxed his vigilance and stared at the golden ocean in a daze. "Do you have anything to eat?" the cruiser suddenly asked as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shook his head. The cruiser replied, "I'm going to the forest to see if there are any spacecraft wreckages. What about you?" Lu Yin replied, "You and I don't trust each other, so it's not a good thing for us to be together." The cruiser replied, "This place is very strange, so it's best if we work together." "How do you want to work together?" Lu Yin was surprised. The cruiser's eyes narrowed. "We'll take turns looking for food and exploring the ocean." Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before nodding. "All right. To show my sincerity, I'll go look for food first. Don't worry, I won't hide once I find it. I'm still hoping that we can find the great treasure together and leave this damned place." The cruiser then walked into the forest. Lu Yin calmly looked at the mountain and fell into deep thought once more. A long time passed, but the cruiser still did not return. Lu Yin relaxed and closed his eyes to rest. In the forest 1,000 meters away from Lu Yin, the cruiser opened his eyes and stared at Lu Yin's back. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time and had not left. He had been waiting for the moment when Lu Yin relaxed before launching a sneak attack. Rather than working together, it would be safer to capture this person and use him as a scapegoat. The cruiser did not use any star energy, as he was afraid that Lu Yin would sense his presence. He gripped a tree branch tightly and charged out of the forest, thrusting the branch towards Lu Yin's back. With his physical strength as a cruiser, even if he did not use any star energy, a full-strength attack was enough to instantly kill an ordinary explorer. Although this person was freakish, the cruiser did not believe that this person's defense could surpass an explorer's. The cruiser stabbed the branch towards Lu Yin, and by the time Lu Yin reacted, the branch had already pierced his back.